Well, I can't mute the YouTube thing until it catches up and starts showing something.
Yeah, that reminds me. Thank you. I'm going to have to. There we are. Now I could mute. Moot. No. It doesn't work that way. Hi, kids.
Okay. And we're live.
Oh, boy.
So, yep, I can see on YouTube. Just waiting for the whatever, 10,
I can
15
see
second lag.
clearly now the rain is gone.
Okay, so who we got out there? We've had people that have been singing in the side chat for more than 20 minutes waiting.
I don't know, man. You must be popular or something.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that this thing has taken off at all. Like I said, I was doing it just kind of flippantly because I knew there were so many people with sleep problems. I thought we might get 5 or 6 people. That's all I ever expected out of this.
Looks like you found a hit.
Well, the main thing is it's like the one time that I'm not overlapping somebody else's live stream. And that was the whole point of it, is that there were always like 3 live streams going on at the same time that I wanted to be in all of them, and I hated having to pick.
Well, here in North America.
Oh, there's Tria.
Yay.
Hello.
Hi, sweetness. Here in North America, I guess you're safe coming on at, let's see, midnight your time, 1 a.m. my time.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. here. So.
Yeah, well, that was kind of what I figured, that, that even makes it like 10 o'clock out in California. So pretty much everybody on this continent's going to sleep by now.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, man. Lordy. Can I get off this planet, please?
Yeah, sure. Let me hit the brakes and.
There's been a lot of us working on that, but yeah, so far not having a lot of luck. So what's going on with you tonight, Tria?
All right, I swore when I started doing this YouTube thing that I was going to do a video once every 2 weeks. I was only going to cover Mormon shit, maybe some asexuality on the side. I did not know that the entire world was going to try to go into entropy on me the moment I started. And Mormons have now done something stupido, and now I have to spend my weekend getting something pushed out so that I can help as best I can with somebody who I believe is being charged improperly with bullshit and is going to court over it.
Wait, what'd they do this time?
There's a girl named Crystal Legionnaires who's been an activist for a couple of years.
Okay.
And she went to General Conference, which is a huge deal for Mormons. This is when the prophet lays the smackdown for the next 6 months on what things he thinks are important to him. And Crystal bought a ticket, got in, and then during the sustaining of church officers, which is where you basically vote your church, publicly vote your church leadership in, which it doesn't work the way it's supposed to, but that's beside the point. She stood up and yelled, "Stop protecting sexual predators," 3 times, and then was escorted out.
Oh, okay.
She complied. She complied with everything that the security asked her to do. She complied with everything the cops asked her to do. She just yelled those things, and then when security showed up, she's like, show me the way out. I don't want to cause any more issues. I've already said what I have to say. Now they're trying to slam her with a disrupting the peace charge, I think.
So it's a civil charge. It's not simply a Mickey Mouse church charge. It's the real thing.
Yeah, she's getting charged for it. But there's no laws that say that you can't shout something out in the middle of a church meeting. There's no laws against that. The only law that there is when you're asked to leave a private property, you leave the private property, which is what she did. And you cannot be given a trespass charge unless you show up on the property again or you did not comply with being escorted out. And neither of those things are true with her.
Okay.
So it's like, now I'm trying to, even though I don't have a lot of reach, I'm trying to at least get something out in support of her, because that's kind of what I've been wanting to do on my channel. And so, yay, I'm pissed. I'm not happy, because this is basically, and this isn't just like, oh, well, she's a nuisance. This is, hey, if you speak up in front of leadership, guess what happens to you?
Yeah. I tell you, some Catholics should do that shit.
Oh, man. I think most of the Catholics who actually care have probably already left. I don't know if this is the case for Catholicism, but basically most people just walk up and leave, and then just, if it doesn't have anything to do with their family life, or their family's okay with them showing up just for the holidays, they don't necessarily go into activism over it. Like, there's exceptions, but I'm thinking that there's more people who leave quietly than there are people who leave loudly.
Well, my understanding, the situation with the Catholic Church in America is that it is getting to be a much older demographic, that basically they're having trouble holding on to the teenagers who are leaving in significant numbers. And it's just a matter of waiting until their parents die off before the church is pretty much abandoned.
That's kind of happening in Mormonism too. When I was growing up, we would have, a bunch of people in their 20s and 30s. Not the majority, but we'd have a good amount, and they'd be having kids and stuff. The last time I went to a social event, because I will occasionally show up for them if it's for somebody, if it's like a retirement party for somebody who's continued to be a friend even after I've left, or like a funeral or whatever. The last one that I went to, the average age of everybody there was 70 years old. When I was younger, an event like that, you would have had like a crap ton of kids, like maybe some teenagers, and then a bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds. But yeah, it's that they're having a similar problem there too. It's the older ones don't want to change their views. The younger ones are not having any of the bullshit. Because there are serious issues in Mormonism. They're kind of, a lot of them are mirroring what people are complaining about in Catholicism.
Yeah, well, the scandals with the priests and kids in the Catholic Church. I mean, I was growing up in a Catholic church in the early 70s, and there was already a lot of talk about that stuff back then.
Yeah, for Mormons, I think this feels a lot newer, because even though it's been going on all along, nobody, like I said, most people quietly leave. And a lot of people who do often think, especially for a long time, and it takes a long time to break the mentality, but a lot of them think, oh, well, it's a good church, it's just not for me. Or I don't want to cause a stir because there's too much for me to lose, or I don't really care because I don't have any connections anymore. Which there's nothing wrong with any of those.
Well, and it's kind of, it goes both ways. It's either the people feel they have no connections there, so they don't care and don't say anything. Or if they do have connections of family and friends there, then they don't want to be stirring up trouble.
Yeah, like I am, even though I'm slightly outspoken, I'm not outspoken in all areas, and I still fear that at some point somebody will point my family to my activities online. But it's too important to me, so.
Yeah, I don't really have to worry about that myself because really no one in my family does much of anything online.
My dad doesn't do anything online, but the church has been known to slip information to people in order to keep them in line. So, like, say the church has been tracking me because they've determined that I'm a threat, and they figure out that my relationship with my family means something to me. So they give tracking information to my bishop and then tell him to get into a meeting with my dad so that my dad, because my dad is considered technically in charge of me because I'm single and unmarried, they could pull him in and say, hey, you need to get your daughter in line, and then show him all that information.
Yeah, I've heard of the Mormons and the JWs doing that kind of very stalker, creepy stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that happening with any other churches outside of those two.
I'm thinking Scientology, probably.
Most likely.
Now, granted, I'm not much of a threat right now. I am considered probably a threat, but not in a we need to track her sense. They see me as a threat because while I'm not a threat to the church as a whole, I am a threat at the local level because my dad is one of the few people who are still paying tithes in our local area. And so they're worried that with my influence, he might leave. Unfortunately, that is not the case. But they're worried that with my influence, he would leave and they would lose a chunk of money.
Yeah. Well, like you say, right now, your internet thing isn't a big threat.
Yeah.
If you get up there and you've got 10,000 followers, they might think differently of that.
Yeah. And I don't think I'm going to get to that point. But like as far as locally, they've been sending missionaries out to talk to my dad pretty often, and I realize it's because I'm fairly certain that my local bishop is now aware that I have sent in my resignation, and now they're doing damage control with my dad. Because, like I said, on the higher up church level, that doesn't mean anything. But on the lower church level, losing a tithe payer would be terrible. Because most people who are paying tithes now are paying them off of Social Security, basically. Very few people in our local area are actually working anymore.
Yeah, and that's pretty bad when you come to think of it. The average Social Security check, if you're trying to live on this and you're paying a tithe out of it, it hurts.
Yeah.
Financially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most people on Social Security don't get more than around $1,000 a month.
Right.
Yeah. So, like I said, as far as like the church at large, I'm not really considered anything to watch, but they're not I'm pretty sure my bishop is not necessarily watching me personally, but he's definitely got an eye on my dad because they're worried that I could influence my dad because we're close. Like, there's a lot of strain right now, and there's a lot of things that that I really want to yell at him for, but like they're worried that our bond overrides what the church can force him into doing, and that's not good in their eyes.
No, that's pretty sick when you think of it. When it's they expect a Mickey Mouse thing like themselves to override a family tie.
Oh, it does all the time. People don't. It's not as bad as Jehovah's Witness shunning. As far as like Jehovah's Witness shunning basically says, you know, the person who's left, they're dead to you. They don't exist anymore. And that's official. They officially tell you to do that and say that. Mormonism comes at it from a different way. It's create distance from people who could threaten your testimony. And while they tell you to create that distance, they don't tell you how much. So it can range in my situation, there are certain things my dad and I just do not broach. We don't talk about it. We just don't.
I wish the slimy bastards could have been that way.
Yeah. Yeah. And I realize that I'm really lucky. But I also have friends whose parents just as teenagers, they said, I don't believe anymore. And their parents threw them out and said, you're dead to me.
Uh-huh.
And then taught the siblings that the person was dead. And so like I said, it varies. It's still there. It's not official, because then they can be like, oh, well, we don't officially shun. So we show love and compassion and everything to people who leave. But the reality is that's not what happened. Happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody is going to shun the kitty. Nobody. There's a kittiness. Putting her face under my hand. Like, you are going to pet me.
Elmer's on my feet like your feet on mine.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I keep the footrest of my recliner up because that's like Samson's porch. I actually sit cross-legged, so my feet are rarely out there. That's just where he lays in front of me.
Aw.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I don't want a huge audience, but more than 30 would be cool.
Well, let's get you 100 so you can have a custom URL.
Yeah, we'll go for the first goal. Actually, it may be more than 30 at this point. Y'all have been rather nicely putting me out.
I haven't looked, to tell you the absolute truth.
Honestly, when I started my channel, I said I would be thrilled if I ever managed to get a video that got 100 views. That was the only goal I had starting out.
Like I said, when I started this, I was like, I'm just going to talk about Mormon doctrine, how it applies, things that people don't normally think about. Because for me, it was like, I get tired of educating my damn therapists. Which is one of the reasons why I don't go to them very often, is because I spend 5 or 6 weeks trying to convince them that I was in a cult. And they keep treating it like, oh, it's just like any other church. And I'm like, no, it's not.
And I see you have 35.
Woo! Yay.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, and I'll tell you what. This past Sunday, I I got my first video that topped 100 views in the first day. That was yay! Thank you, Aaron Ra, for helping me do that.
Yay! I still need to watch that. I think
was
I
a-
fell asleep.
That was fun. It really was. Yes,
Yeah,
little one.
that was on Mother's Day. That's why I missed that one.
Yeah, that's why he was late. He was actually 2 hours late to the darn show. It was like
Oops.
he'd written down 4 p.m. his time as the time for the show, and then somehow in his head it became 6. And he was apologizing profusely to me when he came on. Is it, hey, Aaron, you're here? You know, there's no trouble.
Yeah, I went to Mom's grave and then slept the rest of the day. Like, I got up for a little while and puttered around for maybe like half an hour to an hour or something, and then I was just like, I need to go back to bed. And then kind of did the same thing kind of through a good portion of Monday. So I missed a lot.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm here and their graves are over there, so nobody's going to arrest me for pissing on their graves.
My mom and I had a very strained relationship. I found out from my parents, or from my dad actually, that neither of them actually wanted kids. They just had them because they were supposed to have them.
Ooh.
Yeah, like it wasn't that I don't want you and I don't want you to feel guilty about this. It was a conversation I had with him because I'm like, look, I'm sorry, I know you want grandkids, but you're not getting them from me. And you're most likely not getting them from Hufflepuff. So, hate to tell you this, but... And then he was like, and then my dad said, I totally understand that. I sometimes wish I hadn't begged your mom to have kids because she didn't really want them. And I never actually wanted to grow up and get married. I love your mom. I still do. But if it hadn't been for your mom, I would have grown up and become a monk or a hermit. That's what my end goal for my life was.
Okay.
And it was, like I said, it wasn't like a guilty, make you feel bad kind of thing. It was just both of us being like super frank and honest. And he was like, if you don't want kids, it was basically him saying, if you don't want kids, I understand that because that was how I was, and I'm not going to press you into doing something you don't want because I understand.
Well, that's good of him, definitely. My wife back years ago, these female slimy bastard took her and me aside one day and told us, you two have a duty to have kids. And both looked at each other and we looked at her and we didn't say anything, but we're thinking like, what the fuck's up with you? It wasn't that we had explicitly stated that we didn't want to have kids or anything to that effect, but we weren't in any hurry to procreate. Yeah, it was that whole you have this duty bullshit thing that really, because the first thing that came to my mind was, geez, is that what I was? Is that what Anne Marie was? Anne Marie being my sister. Were we simply a duty and on that? Yeah, it appears that that's what we were.
Okay, just to interrupt for a minute because we've got a new person in here, the atheist
boy.
veteran. How would you prefer people address you?
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Oh,
little bit this, little bit that. Good for me, good for you. What am I talking about? I don't know.
Well,
I'm getting kitty claws put into me. Somebody's saying you are going to pet me. God damn it!
Oh, my cat's pregnant right now, so she's super affectionate.
Oh dear, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
remember that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's always a good time though. So, how's everyone doing? How y'all holding up?
I'm doing all
I'm,
right-ish.
Yeah.
Now
I'm
that I've
awake.
a little.
All right.
My kidneys haven't fallen out yet.
I know Lavender Lady. I know Purple. I haven't met you yet. So yeah. May I ask you to introduce yourself?
Cool. Yeah. I'm Triateo. I've been begging Purple and Diana for about, I think it's been a month and a half now.
Oh yeah.
About that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I just started a channel that's focused on issues surrounding asexuality and Mormonism.
Mormonism. Ooh.
Yeah, I grew up Mormon and I escaped, and I'm also in the process of getting my membership removed from the church. And like I was saying a little bit earlier, I'm pretty sure based on what I've been seeing, I'm pretty sure my local bishop knows that I've already that has gone through, because they're starting to send people to my dad's door to make sure that he's not leaving with me. So that's been fun.
That sounds
So,
disgusting.
how the hell long is that shit gonna go on?
I don't know. I don't know.
And do you have any recourse if they keep that up? I mean, can you actually
Okay,
get them for harassment or something like that?
no, because it's a gray area because my dad is a member of the church and he lives here. So he can have whatever guest he wants over legally as long as they are not causing physical harm to me.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
if they come and ask for my dad, they can talk to my dad. And I'm not going to say, no, you can't talk to him because that is not my right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But if my dad's not here and I don't feel like talking to him, I can shut the door in their face.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm sorry. Mormons have always been that weird fringe group that I don't know much about, but it's always interesting to hear new.
they are a fringe group, but they have far more influence than I think people think they do. They just hide it really, really, really well. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm starting my channel is because right now the Mormons are putting money and statements into. There was a federal act that was an anti-discrimination law, and they basically said, "Well, we don't like this law because we should have our religious freedom." And religious freedom for them means the ability to hate on LGBTQ plus people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
really
Gotta have
important.
that freedom to hate other people.
yeah. And that's something that if I were better with laws, I might pick up and talk about a little bit more extensively, but I'm kind of, that's not exactly my wheelhouse. I tend to do more the social aspects
Yeah.
of what goes on because the culture and the social aspects I understand completely. And I'm not saying I won't ever expand or try to do more, but right now, even though I'm doing stuff I know, I still have to do research. So I'm trying to stick with at least things that I'm familiar enough with that I can talk properly on.
Well, that's interesting. So has how has the church been before you decided to leave? How was that?
Oh, God. You know what? I loved church up until I was about 19. It was during the 90s and the early 2000s, it was actually a nice community to be in. There were a lot of community aspects that to this day I kind of miss. But when I turned 19, because I'm asexual, and at that time I was aromantic as well, meaning that I did not have any attraction to anybody. There was none. I had no attraction to anybody beyond occasionally I would find somebody extremely handsome. And then I got told that basically I was being a failure. Like I was being pulled aside by church leadership and being told that I needed to start dating people because if I didn't, I was failing my entire family, including the supposed future husband and supposed children I would have by said husband.
Yeah, they were very big on pushing that everyone has to get married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless even gays, they say that they don't do it anymore, and they don't officially, but culturally they still kind of encourage gays to marry straight people, like
Yeah.
of the opposite gender, and non-binary and trans people don't exist at all. You are what your genitals say you are. Is
Ugh.
basically how they handle that. And if you're not married, you're not like it's not considered necessarily a sin that you have to atone for, but they do treat you like, well, there's something wrong with you that you need to fix.
There's like a hierarchy that when it comes to relationships, it seems, that's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, it's like I said, I was never told that I had to repent, but I was constantly being pulled aside by people who I was taught from like a baby that these men talk for your local area. They have a better connection with God than you do, essentially. And these men were pulling me to the side and telling me that I was not doing my proper duty as a daughter of God and finding a mate because I wasn't dating anybody at all at 19. And I also got kind of reminded, not as directly, but I kept getting the reminders that and it's changed because they're desperate, but when I was in, only girls went on missions if they hadn't procured a husband by the time they turned 21. So they were basically telling me that I had 2 years before they sent me off on a mission to make myself more worthy in the eyes of God because something was off.
Fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I knew from like 16 or 17, because I'm also a military brat, I was like, there's no way at all I'm ever going on a mission. It was like, and I was believing, like, I bought the whole thing. I lived and breathed church. Y'all probably would have hated me if you'd met me when I was 16, 17. But I was like, there's no way I'm going on a mission. Like, even if I don't procure a husband, like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not going. I'm not going to some country that some old guy in a suit has picked out for me to preach gospel to people who probably don't want to hear it.
That you should never put a time limit on marriage. I mean, I've been married 7 years, and me and my wife were together for, I don't know, since she was like 16 and I was like 17. And we were together forever before we got married. And even then, you gotta realize that marriage isn't something that you can rush. And it feels like the Mormon Church just rushes people into it. And
Oh yeah, it does. Basically, because they know, especially now, it's with all the information out there that's easily attainable that didn't used to be. They know that the best way to keep people in is to get them when they're young.
yeah,
And
sure.
and also, people ask, well, what's the point of missions then if they're not converting people? And I'm like, they take a military aspect there's a military aspect to it.
Mhm.
There's this idea that of breaking a person down and remolding them into what they want that person to be. And I'm not necessarily against that when it comes to military, because I understand how it has to work as a military brat.
Mhm.
But the fact that a religion is using the same methods scares the holy living shit out of me.
You know, the scary part to me is that, you know, in the military, you got like maybe a couple of months to break someone down and build them back up. But when it comes to religion, it's over years and years
Yeah.
and years, and that's why it's so hard to break people of this flawed thinking of religion in general. Is that it's been just they just been broken down and then built up to just believe all, you know, it doesn't matter what religion it is, but
Yeah.
they do, and it's over years and years and years, and a process that a military used to turn someone to an effective killing machine over a few months is being used by the church in far more extreme ways to make people believe in crazy, silly things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And Vic said that's not just Mormonism that does it. Every church does it to a varying degree.
Yeah.
And I just happen to come from a way more extreme version than a lot of people do. I know, because I have had conversations with family where it's like, I love y'all, but what you're saying has no basis in reality. Like,
You know, to
or
be fair, it happens in atheism too, to some extent.
yeah,
There's
it,
people that get their heads stuck so far up their own rear ends that they don't do what, you know, skeptical people do. They evaluate the conversation. You just plug their heads and their fingers in the ears and go, no, 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 atheism, no, 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 but they don't listen. And you know, those are what I deem, you know, bad examples of atheism.
Yeah,
yeah,
well, every group is going to have some
Yes.
extremist fringe.
Yeah, but to be fair, I just wanted to bring that up. You know?
yeah. I don't really have atheist family, so when I say my family, I'm like, well, I'm sure that if I had a few more atheists in my family, some of them would probably have no basis
Yeah.
in reality too, and a lot of it has to do with our culture as well. I
Mhm.
think, because unfortunately, that kind of thing kind of seeps into our culture. There's a tendency to want to only listen to people you like. There's a
Yeah.
tendency
Oh
to
yeah.
not want to face the truth head on.
Yeah, well, building an echo chamber is very comforting.
It is. It can be. I've been in echo chambers. We've all been in echo chambers. We probably all subscribe to an echo chamber and not even know it. You know, but you know, that's just the way we solve that is to recognize that we're prone to that. You know,
Yeah.
but the church is one of those groups that avoids people who will shine light on that fact.
Oh yeah, or silence them. Um,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
Well,
see, I've always been one to question everything, even when I was a child,
yeah.
and that's, you know, it's hard for me to relate to these things about like the church pulling people away from their family, because it's like I've always kind of felt I've needed to keep my biological family at least at arm's reach, preferably a full state away.
yeah. Well,
You know,
I
so
mean,
it's like people say that they want family, and it's like I have a large family, and I would rather not deal with most of them more than a couple times a year.
Yeah.
well, okay, don't get me wrong. I don't feel a strong connection to my entire family. I feel a strong connection to my dad, although that, like I said, that's strained, and to my sister, and maybe and my aunt and one of my cousins who are still Mormon. And then I have ministers of other faiths um, in my family, and while they're nice people, I do kind of pull away a little bit because it's like everything is say amen.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I love y'all. You know, I
I love
realize
y'all, but
that
go away.
it's like
Mhm.
I realize that prayer is an important aspect of your life. I realize that when you say I'll pray for you, that you mean it with love and intention. But you've dialed it up to 11. I could handle it a little bit better if it were like a 7 or 8.
Yeah. I was lucky on that front. My parents were not super religious, so I don't really know what it's like. In fact, it was kind of opposite for me for most people. I grew up in a really non-religious home, and when I joined the military is when I kind of got into it a little bit.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, the
Yeah.
U.S. military tends to be rather religiously oriented.
Oh my God! It was ridiculous. I
I
remember
understand.
times where I would end up going to church just because it was the only thing to do other than cleaning the barracks.
Yeah, I've heard stories like that. Definitely.
Oof.
Yeah.
I was never in the military. I was one of those people who did not have to register for the draft. Draft was abolished in March of 1975. I turned 18 in July of that year.
Oh, wow.
And then I forget when the draft was,
Yeah.
the registration was reinstated anyway, but I was too old for it at that point. But I understand that the Air Force is the worst of all of them as far as the church thing goes. I don't know if that's the case or not.
I know from my experience, I was in the army, and there was times where they would. I've been tricked to going to a sermon, by being told we're going to like a Martin Luther King observance day on Martin Luther King Day,
Okay.
and it turned out to just be this huge sermon. And then they mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King like once or twice, and then the rest of it was this huge fucking sermon on a military base in. Not on a church on a military base, but in like a auditorium.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and yeah, church and state was not a factor that day.
Yeah, I would never make it in the military. I just, my psyche, I do not see I could even survive basic training. And if I did, I always thought that I would either be first or second person I killed, depending on what I thought the odds were on the commanding officer getting the rest of the unit killed.
Oh,
Okay.
I could see myself walking into the commander's office with a grenade and no pin and saying, bye-bye.
Yeah.
no, I doubt you would ever be in a unit like that because I don't know what war was like back in the 1970s, but I can tell you nowadays, what we did was just sit on our thumbs. There was no chance. There was almost no chance of a single person dying. Like your individual chances were slim to none, but the chances of someone in your unit dying during that tour was pretty much a guarantee. But out of like I don't know 1,000 soldiers, yeah, what wasn't probably going to be
Yeah.
you.
Well, one of my nephews was actually in an airborne division that was airdropped into Kuwait during Desert Storm.
Oh, that's a different time when I was.
Oh,
in.
yay.
Yeah, Desert Storm was different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when Dad was in. But I guess growing up military had kind of given me or growing up with my dad in the military kind of gave me an inkling. Like, it was like, there's no way I'm going to let some old guys tell me where to go and what to do in my life. Like, there's no way I'm going to sign my life over to be somebody else's property.
Yeah,
Which
fuck
is
that.
funny considering that was kind of my childhood. Like, I guess I was subconsciously already on the verge of like trying to survive and get out. But yeah.
Well, that's why I figure I probably would just get bounced out in boot camp. just because I don't take orders well. I don't do anything if you don't give me a reason. I'll just sit there and wait for you to give me a reason.
No, you don't do that in the military.
Yeah,
For
definitely
me-
not. No.
Yeah. For
Yeah,
me,
so I
it's,
probably would get bounced out after a couple of months in boot camp, and not
For-
even
you,
that.
yeah.
Bounce out in
you
line.
that'll be a day one, dude.
I don't know. Can you land yourself in Leavenworth that way?
You can. Disobeying a commissioned officer is a good way to land yourself in Leavenworth. But you know,
Now, I had considered the USMA at West Point. There were, let me think now, 3 or 4 of us back in high school who were thinking of that. And one of us had a brother who had been through West Point. The stories he told one by one, we started deciding, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I was the last one to decide, no, I don't think so. But yeah, I think that was the best because, I would have had a hell of a time.
yeah. You know, I don't know how I survived 9 years of it. It's all a blur at this point.
military recruitment was heavy because I was in school during 9/11, and I live in a military town. So, and I had fairly good grades, and for all intents and purposes, I looked like a pretty good candidate. So I kept getting recruiters coming over and trying to talk to me, or sending like my friends who were in JROTC to try to convince me to come over. Finally, I approached like the person who was in charge of JROTC at the school, and I said, "Hey, I understand why you're trying to recruit me, but let me tell you something. I have no interest in going in the military. I believe that there are ways to support the people defending us that do not involve going in. And frankly, I I'm tired of being a target. So here's what I'm gonna do. I will bring you cookies once a month if you get everybody off my back."
Oh, that's nice.
And he was just like,
I thought you said you were about to say like I was going to shit on their door for like a month.
No. I was much nicer then.
That would have been my approach.
I was much nicer then. I was like, "I'll bring you cookies once a month. And then all of a sudden it stopped. And they were like, and my friends questioned me. They're like, "We got orders not to talk to you anymore about military stuff." I'm like, bribe.
The interesting thing back in my history, a Marines recruiting sergeant came over the house at one point. God, they wanted me. He was making a big pitch. Well, I was in the top 10% of the class, that sort of thing. That's how you get on everybody's radar. And there were people, I don't know if this is the case or not. There were some people telling me, wait, you had a Marine recruiting sergeant come over here? They don't do that to anybody. You know, who are you?
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, who was I, man? I must have been something good.
You must have scored good. You must have scored well on your ASVAB test. I'll tell you, you score, you get a GT score over 110. They'll do backflips to get you.
Okay, I don't know about the tests today. Are you familiar with the SAT test?
Yeah, the SAT. They look at that too. Yeah, they look at that too. Still.
I scored a 1370 combined on that.
Oh, damn.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, I never did well in school. They just labeled me as a classic underachiever. Of course, it wasn't until I was in my 30s and 40s that they actually finally got everything properly diagnosed.
That's what happened with my dad. He's dyslexic, and he was labeled stupid, lazy, everything that's related to that. He still thinks that he is, even though he's in his 60s and working at a warehouse.
Yeah.
Like, he still thinks that he's lazy.
Well, when I was a sophomore in high school, I had an English teacher catch the dyslexia. which really pissed me off because my sister was diagnosed with it and she went through the same school system 7 years ahead of me. So you'd think somebody would have checked me for it long before that.
Oh, jeez.
You know,
What is it that they didn't know that there was a familial connection or something?
They just didn't bother. You know, they pretty much just wrote me off and they didn't bother to look into anything.
Oof.
you know,
And basically, you know, I'm the youngest of 9, and you were telling the stories before about how you found out your parents felt they had to have children rather than wanted them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm the youngest, and after my sister was born, the doctor told my father she can't get pregnant again. It will definitely kill her. But of course, they belong to the Catholic Church, so no contraception. And I got to be there so that my dad could prove the doctor wrong. I found that out when I was 8.
Oh, yoy.
Oh, man.
yeah. At least they didn't tell you were an accident. I guess in some way they did.
I'll tell you, though, you talk about going through school and having somebody ahead of you. My sister was 4 years younger than I, so she was 5 years behind me in school. When she came to the high school that I had attended, everybody knew that name. I remember her telling me one day that she took a German in high school as I did also, and the same 2 German teachers were there. So she had the German teacher that I had, and I guess Bart is up at the front of the class reading through the list. The first day, comes to the name, looks at it, looks up. Oh no, not another one.
I know that. I had so many siblings go through the system before me that I don't think I ever had a single teacher who had at least 2 of them.
Yeah.
And
Although something Veteran just said there made me realize, I don't know why this never occurred to me before, the oxymoronic nature that I'm an activist pacifist.
But yeah, she and Bart got along pretty darn well, just as Bart and I did. He was a cool teacher. He was the kind of guy that taught you all the choice language in German.
Yeah. That reminds me of my Latin teacher. We were allowed to cuss in any language as long as our grammar was good.
Our grammar was good.
You lost your cussing privileges if you could not put out a proper sentence in front of her. And like, she would be like, "You can't cuss anymore. What? You need to work on your English."
Oh wow.
She was an English teacher before she was a Latin teacher. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's fine. I was just saying, at least you got to learn some cool curse words.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've forgotten most of them.
Well, it's always fun to curse in a different language.
I used to be able to curse in Polish. I've forgotten most of that because my dad would always go to Polish when he needed to curse. But all of us kids knew what it was because that was the only time he ever spoke Polish. So if he was saying something in Polish, you knew it was obscene, even if you didn't know what it meant.
There you go. Oh, I remember the days my step-grandfather would go into Polish the same way your dad did, and it was like, "Grandma, what does pizza mean?"
Nice.
Yeah, I kind of had the experience of not knowing what it meant and repeating it in front of some of my uncles. Yeah, that didn't go well.
For those who don't know, pizza is the so-called C word.
Oh gosh, I used to know.
Demonetized there already.
I used to know take your mama's and suck it in Mongolian.
Well, that's an obscure
I
language
wish
to know that.
I wish I remember the last two words. I may need to ask my best friend because we learned it together. Because we did a Society for Creative Anachronism stint for a while, and we joined the Mongol tribe. And we learned a lot of fun stuff in there. That was one of my favorite times.
Language skills are fun.
Like I'm when I approach people about their language, I'm always honest. I'm like, look, I'm not here to seriously learn your language. I'm really sorry. I'm here for the cuss words. If you don't want to teach
Yeah,
them
let's
to
get
me, I totally understand. But I'm just letting you know I'm here for the cuss words.
let's just get that out of the way and on with it. Yeah, there you go.
So, how about them local sports teams?
Oh my.
I don't play the sport, but I don't
Well,
watch.
first
the
of all,
sport
where I
balls.
am, nothing is local, and I could care less about sports.
Play some sports ball.
Well, let's see. Today is what, the 17th?
It is the 16th. Well, maybe 17th, depending where you're at. 16th for me because I'm in California.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's the 17th here in Pittsburgh. It's 01:54 hours. So in another 9 days, as long as it doesn't rain, I'm going to be in the stands with my Dodgers gear and cheering on the visiting team.
Oh, Dodgers fan, huh?
I started following the Dodgers on the account of Mr. Scully.
I'm a Cubs fan.
Now, my favoriteest team in all the world is the Nationals.
Ew.
Because you've got, oh, come on, you've got to have baseball in D.C. You've got to have baseball in the nation's capital.
They should change their name to the Nationalists.
Aw. I wish
I
they
would love for that, just to see the fallout. Just to sit there with the bowl of popcorn and watch ESPN all day that day.
Oh man. I miss the good old days back in, was it 2006? I don't think it was the first year, but when the Nationals had Tom Paciorek for color on the television broadcasts. It was Bob Carpenter from day one, and then first it was Tom Paciorek. I forget who the first one was. Then it was Tom Paciorek. Then I forget who the ex-Yankee pitcher was, and then now we've got FP
Schilling?
Santangelo. Say again?
I was every time I hear
Schilling.
Yankee pitcher, I think Schilling. You know,
It might have been Curt Schilling.
see, if you say Curt Schilling and they say Yankee pitcher, it's probably the right answer. That's real life. And yes, Robert X, you are the only real European here. Congratulations.
I have to look, and because I am curious. Yeah, way back in the day, I wanted to pitch in the worst way, and unfortunately, I did.
Yeah. We all have dreams, hopes.
And then life smashes them. Yay.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's how it is.
I just skipped all that and never bothered to have any real dreams. So,
Oh, come on. Maybe your dream was to have a dream. Yeah, go Cubbies, damn right. Sorry, I'm watching the chat.
I'm trying to be better and pay more attention to chat tonight.
Well, one thing
sometimes you get a little bit caught up in talking.
Yeah.
One thing I can tell you.
Well, I use the pop-out chat. I don't know if you guys use it, but I use it. It's pretty useful. Pops it
One
right
thing I
out.
can tell you, though, 2 years ago, I got to see a game at Wrigley.
Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky.
Oh, man. I went out to Illinois to see the total solar eclipse.
Yeah.
And on my way out, I stopped in Chicago for 3 days.
Oh, wow. I would love to go to Chicago.
Oh man, it was absolutely beautiful. There was nothing in the world like it.
I've been to San Francisco. That's nice.
Okay. Now I've seen a game at Old Yankee Stadium. My ex dragged me out there. She said, you love baseball. You've got to see a game out here. She didn't have to drag that hard. I was all
Yeah.
for it. So okay, I've seen the one at Wrigley. Now I want to see one at Fenway,
Oh,
and
wow.
I will have seen at the 3 oldest parks in the league. I don't know if I'm going to make it to Fenway though.
Oh, well. I mean, you might. TV tuned me. Saying the Cubs lost today to a Cubs fan is like telling a dolphin he's going to be wet today.
Oh man, okay. Do you follow and remember all the Cubs games?
I've been a Cubs fan since like the Sammy Sosa era. But
Do you remember the game? It was August 17th, 2017. Leicester started.
yeah,
They were behind 9-0 in the second inning.
I think I have seen highlights from that game. I didn't watch
And
that
then
game in particular.
I think it was the 6th inning. There were 4 home runs, 3 of them consecutively.
I
they
think yeah, I know what
They
you're talking
tied the
about.
game, and and unfortunately they lost 13-10.
Yeah,
I was at that game.
nice. Congratulations, you were there for a Cubs loss. Well,
No, oh
but
man.
the thing is, like like most baseball fans, I really only get interested in the postseason. And then and even then, since the Cubs won the World Series, I've really lost all interest now.
Well, I think
Oh,
most
that was
Cubs fans
amazing.
are realistic. That's going to be another 100 years before they get to the World Series again.
It doesn't matter to me. I saw them win one. There are people who are Cubs fans their entire lives and never saw them win a World Series. So I'm just happy.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I grew up
Yeah.
in the Chicago suburbs, so it's like I was
Yeah.
supposed to be one, but I just couldn't care about sports.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that was a series where I did not know who to root for, because I do follow the Cubs. I happen to rather like the team. I
Yeah.
grew up in Cleveland,
Yeah.
so I grew up following the Indians. So I mean, at that point, it really didn't matter who to me who won, just as long as it was a decent series, which it was. Now, the only thing that pissed me off,
Yeah.
I have a friend out in L.A. We have not stood in the same room for 45 years, although we do correspond back and forth. He had flown out to take his father to a game at the stadium in Cleveland
Yeah.
during the World Series, and I'm even telling Al, you're 100 miles away from me. You don't keep coming out to say hi. Come on, shit, man.
Sorry, I have friends in the same town that don't even talk to me. But frankly, I can see why. They're all pretty upset that I'm an atheist, and they're even upset that I'm liberal. But whatever.
Oh man,
You know how it is.
I don't have that much of a problem with the people who knew me way back when. They really don't care that I'm atheist. They really don't care that I'm a screaming liberal. They really don't care that I'm trans, as far as that goes.
Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah, because it surprised the shit out of me, to tell you the
Yeah.
absolute truth, of finding these people after how many years? Because it was, well, let's see, when I joined Facebook, that was 2008. That's when I started encountering people. And you know how they throw names at you when you first join?
Mm-hmm.
You might know this person. Yeah, they threw a name at me. Alan Ruck. You may know this person. You went to high school with him. I said, yeah, sure, I knew Al.
Yeah.
What would he think of me now? And it's amazing that after, what was it, 34 years or whatever, not only did he know me, it was like he remembered me fondly, and it was, you're trans, cool, yay, all this good. I was like, holy shit, man. No, we're the slimy bastards to have said something like that,
Yeah.
And everybody else, really, it was like, hey, this is absolutely cool. The only thing, one childhood friend told me to go away because she was a Trump supporter,
Yeah.
and I am anything but.
Well, it's your gain really and her loss.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well, as far as that goes, I'm slightly to the left of Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I've kind of felt for Facebook that I should take the high school information out of there because they keep throwing those at me, and it's like I didn't want to talk to any of these people while I was in high school. Why would I want to talk to them now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of person where I'm socially antisocial. I don't really like socializing all that much unless it's somebody that I like, and then you can never get rid of me.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, that explains it. No.
Yeah, I'm socially antisocial. I don't, it's like I like Diana and I like Purple, so now y'all are stuck with me. Too bad. But I get those high school recommendations, and I'm like, I didn't really like that person. Like, I don't really hate them, but they weren't the person that I was really fond of. So no, the only person that got me reconnected through Facebook from high school was my best friend in high school, and she and I reconnected, and now we're very ride or die.
Well, I love getting those because I love seeing how shitty their lives turned out. It's like, oh, that's the guy who picked on me. Oh, he's a meth head now. Okay, yeah.
Actually, this whole thing with YouTube is kind of forcing me to work on a different level because my whole life it's been, I've had like 6 friends and that's it. I could never deal with a circle much larger than that.
Yeah.
So now on YouTube, I actually have to kind of keep track and, keep conversations attached to the names of like 100 people now. And that's really all new territory for me.
Yeah.
I hadn't never tried to do this until like a year ago.
Yeah. I was on the opposite spectrum. I'm sure when I was in high school, I was the jock. I was like that dumb jock who was in high school and everyone knew. And so whenever I go about town, people be like, "Oh, hey, what's up? How you doing, man? Long time no see." I'm just like, "God, who are you again?" And I don't remember them. So I prefer the smaller groups, especially like I don't know. My prior work required me being like not only being around like 300 people at a time, but like you have to like know them to get anything accomplished. So I prefer having smaller groups of people instead of the larger groups. And frankly, I don't give a shit if anyone like doesn't like me from those groups. So it makes it easy.
Well, my first few years in high school, I felt we had like the perfect group because there were 6 of us that were just by default a group because nobody could categorize us to fitting into any of the other groups.
Someone made a point here. Purple rhymes with orange. Did you ever play sports? That's great. Social training, being part of a team. Fuck that. Because I'll tell you right now, I played sports, and it does nothing more. It doesn't train you to do anything more than do what you're told. All right,
Yeah,
just like in everything, there's a hierarchy in the sports. There's a hierarchy, and you're told to fucking jump, and you jump. So you know what? If purple doesn't rhyme, purple rhymes with orange doesn't want to fucking play sports. He doesn't want to play sports, and you know what? It's probably better for him.
Well, I was never good at any of them anyway. I don't really have the physical skills for it. I like bad depth perception. Can't really catch anything.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's coming from a good place. I'm just saying,
a good guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I hate that misconception. Because if you see anyone who's ever really successful in sports, they're not trained. I mean, they don't have good social skills. You ever talk to Terrell Owens or to Mike Tyson? Do you think that they could do anything other than flip a burger at Burger King? I doubt it. I fucking doubt it.
Well, and one of the problems was that, none of the team sports ever interested me. Like in school, the only thing that sports-wise I was at all interested in was gymnastics. And I was repeatedly told that's strictly for girls. Boys don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
If my kid, because I got 2 girls and a boy, if my kid told me, if my son comes up to me and says, "Hey, I want to do ballet," I'm like, whatever, let's do it. As soon as I get rich and I can afford the classes, sure, why the fuck not?
That's the problem with ballet.
Everyone thinks it's all feminine though, but it's not. Girls like guys who are flexible. Am I right?
Well, okay, and also
Don't ask me. I wouldn't
the thing
know.
is though is that
Not in the chat.
I
Well,
don't
and
like
as a guy, if you're flexible enough, you don't need the girl. So
Well, that's true. So it's win-win. There's no downside.
But that's what people don't realize is that they're like, oh, so ballet, you just have to buy like the little shoes and then you're done. It's like,
No.
No, I've looked into it. It's expensive as fuck.
Any dancing is expensive as fuck.
And you spend all your
Daughter's in. It was like freaking like $200 a lesson. I was like, and it was like twice a week. I was like, yeah, $400 a week is not happening.
Not to mention like any traveling that they might do if he decides to join a traveling troop. Yeah, like no, there's a lot of money that goes into it.
And don't forget the anorexia, and don't forget the foot problems, and what else do you have, huh?
Yeah.
Boy,
It's just.
I killed that thread, didn't I?
Oh no! Sorry, I was reading from the chat, but yeah, that depends. I mean, you gotta when you put your kids, you gotta make sure they know. You gotta talk to your kids. You gotta stay involved in their life. Make sure they're not doing, because a lot of people just like, let me throw my kids over here and just treat it as like a daycare for their kids. They don't really give a shit what happens there. But that's where all those problems come in, and they don't track what's going on with their kids. And that's when the anorexia starts happening and stuff. But, if you make sure they're educated and they know the risks, I'm sure that, they'll be fine.
Yeah, and people are also, I think, a little bit more aware that these problems exist.
Yeah.
And are trying to do more about it. Not saying that it's eradicated the problem or that it's still not a serious issue, but, a lot of people know that dancers are put under a lot of strain to be a certain body type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
I knew a lot about eating disorders when I was in high school, and I graduated high school in 1974, so that gives you an idea of the era. And I didn't realize that I knew about eating disorders. I knew a bunch of high school wrestlers, so I knew about eating disorders.
Yeah.
Specifically bulimia, because those guys would eat a full meal and then hork it up, 20 minutes later, just to stay in a weight class. And it's amazing what they were put through, and they did it voluntarily.
I remember my brother was in wrestling. My brother was in wrestling, and his coach fucking screamed at him for having Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, I suppose since the weight classes are so critical, going up or down a couple of pounds could put you in a different grouping.
It could, but not enough to justify a coach screaming at a 16-year-old for having Thanksgiving dinner. And
but most high school coaches don't need anything to justify it. I think the majority of them are like failed military drill sergeants.
No, they're not failed. They never even started. But I think they have romanticized that aspect of it in their lives.
Well, I don't know. The stories about Bela Karogli, the gymnastics coach, who was doing, was it Mary Lou Retton that he coached? There were this story about the whole drill sergeant thing and the screaming at her for eating anything, and yeah.
You know, the funny thing is, drill sergeants don't scream at you for that. My drill sergeants wanted you to eat because you needed that energy. So,
Well, in other words, for doing something they didn't want you to do.
well, yeah, I understand that, but I feel like a lot of people who implement that sort of tactic don't understand what drill sergeants do, because my perspective is, coming from the military, is that drill sergeants really didn't yell at us that much. Their job was to teach over, first of all, and then the yelling, unless you fucked up, you really didn't really come that often, which was surprising. Which was incredibly surprising when I came in. It was like the first day, and then they were done, and then they just, they taught you all your stuff. They didn't have time to yell at you for nothing. But yeah, the coaches that do that, they have this idea that the stereotype of just this ultimate authority figure, and it's not helpful.
Well, and there's a part of that kind of feeds into that. Like, I don't begrudge anybody their sports. I understand why they exist. I understand why people love them. But I think that a lot of times in a lot of situations in this country, it's almost a form of worship.
It is.
And that is where I hold the issue, is because it's basically nothing more than a hobby. It's a hobby that people get into because they like it.
Well, the funny thing is, you said
it's bad.
You said it's like a form of worship, and it totally reminds me when I lived in Texas. Because Texas Friday high school football night, it was like a huge town event every Friday.
Well, they don't necessarily mind the community getting together and having something fun to do, but there's balance to be had in that.
Yeah,
and
but
a lot of people are missing that balance.
There's that, and that's healthy. But the way the way they took it, the example I'm giving is more like parents living through their children.
Oof.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah, is more the town just going buck crazy, just insane. I mean, there are stadiums for high school teams that are bigger than some college stadiums in Texas. It is fucking nuts.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, and I think even with professional sports, though, that's a lot of it. It's a lot of people who have this dream that they could have been out there, that they could have been great at this.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm losing the word for it. But it's kind of a virtual thing that they're living out something that they could never really do through some celebrity.
Living vicariously.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, around here, the high school sports is a really big thing, and my ex would tell me stories about. She grew up in Warren County, New Jersey, Northwest, and the high school football was so big that the kids who committed misdemeanors, for example, I think there was even somebody who was, if you want to call it, eligible for felony charges, who got off pretty well because of being on the football team. They had to play, and got preferential treatment over that. And it's like, Jesus, fucking, they're already doing this for high schoolers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Yeah, they'll do that for sure.
They'll definitely do that.
For us, football wasn't really a big thing, but the sports director at the school was huge into baseball, and baseball was like the school sport, which was really, really weird because you usually get the stereotype of the football jocks being the most popular in school. And I'm not saying they weren't popular or overhyped, but our baseball team was that.
It was our wrestling team for us. Yeah.
Well, happily, my high school did not have any outstanding teams, so that worked out well.
See, it pays to suck, kids.
Yep, sure does.
It really does. Because when you're outstanding, people expect shit out of you. But when you suck and you do good, people cheer. But when you're excellent and you
Absolutely.
just do good, people no.
I had a guy I was seeing for a little bit, and he was country boy, and he worked at a warehouse, which is what 99% of the and in construction, which is what pretty much 99% of the guys did in the area.
Did you meet him on farmersonly.com?
No,
You
he
don't
happened
have
to
to
live
be
across the street from
lonely
me.
at farmersonly.com. Sorry.
I lived in a lusty for a little bit. That was a wild ride. But he was reading Shakespeare once, and I caught him, and he was like, "Look, I'm a lot smarter. I act dumb, but if you tell anybody in this damn town that I'm smarter than I give off, you're gonna pay." Because he's like, I just want to go to work, move boxes around, and not have anybody expect anything different out of me.
It's true. That's so true in life.
Yeah, and like I completely understood because I know, because when you're smart, they're like, oh, well, you can do like a desk job, or you can do management, or you could do this. And all he wanted to do was be left to his own devices and just like shove boxes from one spot to the other.
Yeah.
And I get it because my dad has basically been working in warehouses since I was around. I think he got put in return and repair when I was 14. Yeah. So at that point, he'd been working warehouses for 10 years. So I knew what warehouse work was like. I knew the personality. Because people are like, oh, warehouse work, it's a menial job. Everybody can do it. It's like, no. You have to have a specific personality to work in a warehouse or you will flop.
Yeah. Makes sense. There was people all the time that I knew that did not want their supervisors knowing that they were smarter than they were, just because it meant less work.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, Russ, I didn't see you out there. How the hell are you?
Hi, Russ.
Frustrated atheist is here.
Yeah, Russ
I
must
just
have
saw
just
what
come
he
in 'cause
said.
I've been watching and I didn't see him there.
Oh, where's Frustrated Atheist? I know where he is. I know who that is. Where's he at?
He's not saying too much yet, but he's in there.
You better start.
Yeah, just get him started. He won't stop.
There we go. I enjoy him. He's fun. There he is.
I are new. I do not know what is going on half the time.
Another day in paradise. Yep. See, that's how you know he was in the military, because he says shit like that. Another day in paradise. Yeah, at Fort Hood, we had a saying. We would go through the gate and they'd be like, "Welcome to the great place," and no, it was not great at all. It's just stupid shit like that. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
I don't know. I have sometimes worked under the assumption that this is hell that we're in now.
Oh, we are definitely in hell.
You know what's sad is I feel like I escaped hell just to be thrown into another one at this point with all the bullshit going on. I'm just like,
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh man, just let me die quietly and that'll be it. Okay.
Not before Donald Trump is reelected again. Then
Well,
you could
see,
die.
I could never believe in the Catholic version of hell, because eternal torture, I know that no matter how bad any pain is, after a few weeks, I'll adjust to it as just a background annoyance and it won't matter anymore.
Well, good thing you don't have to worry about that because hell's not real.
Yeah. Well, so for there to be a true hell, it would have to be something that, builds your hope up, gives you the idea that you're going to get better, and then rip that away.
Well, if you
And
think
keep
about it,
doing that week after week. That would be true hell.
well, no, true hell would be being in heaven because after eternity of consciousness is my idea of hell.
Okay, you want to know what's funny?
What?
Guess
What's
how
up?
many people who are talking on this panel tonight are going to hell according to the Mormons?
17.
Guess.
Oh, I'm sure
25.
all of us.
No, one.
You?
all get to go to heaven.
Oh no! Fuck that. All the cool people in cocaine are in hell.
Sophia, what are you doing?
I
Yes,
left.
Sophia.
I left God's one true church, so I get to go to hell because I've denounced the Holy Spirit. You guys have never had the opportunity to denounce the Holy Spirit, so you get to go to a kingdom in the kingdom of heaven. Not top tier, granted, but you get to go. I don't.
Oh, so we get to go to like heaven minus.
Yeah.
The
there's
heaven
three
with the
tiers.
not so good Yelp reviews. We're going to 3-star heaven.
That's kind of how it's treated, to be honest.
The salad bar's been out a while. I'm giving this heaven 2 stars. Fuck that.
I don't know. I walked away from Catholicism to be a pagan for 2 decades, so I don't think that would be taken well up there.
Well, it might. It might be exotic to them to be like, ooh, something different. They'll be like, new meat, come here.
Well, they'd be all right in a meeting of polytheists.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's room in Mormonism for polytheism if you think about it hard enough, but they don't want to admit that because then it wouldn't be a Christian and they'd lose their Christian label, and also it's kind of one of those foundational things that they're trying to move away from, because when you think about it too hard, it's like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm. Frustrated Atheist says he would join, but no one would be able to talk. I mean, that is true, but he also does have a sexy voice. So, I mean, frustrated. I love you. Come on
Got a
in.
man crush going on here.
We
I
do.
don't know.
You do.
Okay, I love that the Satanists have tax-free status. Like that, I can't tell you how amusing I find that, and how
That just
awesome.
happened like last week, didn't it? Huh?
Yeah, it happened last week, but I'm still kind of like girly squee over it. So
Yeah. How weird is it that in like the same week that the Satanists get tax-free status, but then a crazy abortion bill passes?
It's more than one crazy abortion bill.
This is the shit we're talking about, but we have like 3 wars going on. We're drone bombing a bunch of people. But this is the shit that is just fucking that people are sitting here worried about. Oh, we have a million proxy wars going on, but people are getting abortions, so let's focus on that. Fucking hate this country. We need to release the T virus.
I'm trying to see how many of the U.S. states.
I'm sorry.
What?
I just read what Russ said in the chat.
Oh, okay, fine. You sound like Kate, damn it.
I'm sorry.
Damn it.
Give the head of the enemies.
And how in the world is it that he never had a wrench here?
I don't know. That's you.
Not
me.
Yeah.
I don't throw wrenches. The reason I don't throw wrenches is because I'd probably smack people in the eyeballs and take their eyes out.
You are the designated wrench thrower from now on.
Hey, sloth girl. Hi,
Sounds
sloth
like
girl.
you're the perfect person to throw wrenches. If you want anyone to throw wrenches, you want the person that hits people with them.
Okay, Tony,
But
paying in
sometimes that's-
foreskins only works on Cirrus's channel.
What about foreskins?
Yeah, Cirrus has channel art of foreskins. I don't quite remember how that happened, even though I was there.
I feel like I missed something. We
On-
went from throwing
in one of
wrenches to
Cirrus's
foreskins.
hammered out things, they were talking about the Bible passage that,
Oh, don't explain
For-
it. I
for
prefer
some-
it to be a mystery.
well, for some battle that, he had to bring the foreskins of 200 enemies back.
Oh yeah. I know that. Yeah.
I don't
I see
remember
what you
the Bible verses very well anymore.
Yeah. All I heard was foreskins, but yeah, now
Yeah.
there's context.
Now you're talking
Yeah,
about
so-
the
I
whole
hear-
portion.
I hear
Somebody
foreskins
did
and I'm
fan
summoned.
art of
All right.
Ocean presenting Cirrus with 200 foreskins as a marriage proposal.
All right, frustrated atheist is here. Everyone turn on their mute buttons.
Oh man, there goes the
All I,
neighborhood.
all I know is I heard foreskins and I came a running.
Hey, there's
That figures.
foreskins. I came running me.
Yeah.
Just fuck. But Lionel, snarf, snarf. I don't want my foreskin, snarf, snarf. So anyway, stop frustrated.
Oh, just living the fucking dream.
I know. I could tell by your stereotype veteran John Deere hat and your
Right?
stereotype veteran goatee.
I know. Best fucking job I ever had.
Yeah, we
It
get
really
you live
was
instead of
great
the
in some
Pigman
spots.
avatar.
I'll tell you, I got paid shit tons of money just to sit on my ass.
Lucky fucking you. What job do you have?
I was the chemical operations specialist. I was the guy that handed out your pro mask.
Yeah.
My GT score was low.
Don't worry, I was the guy who sat there and pretty much fixed night vision.
So you were the arms room guy.
No, I was an arms room guy. I was the Fox shop guy.
Oh, the Fox shop. That's even gayer.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I don't mean gay in a derogatory way, people. I meant gay as in like I would suck his dick.
He would suck it all night long.
And you know the great thing about being a veteran? That makes it really not gay.
Yeah.
Because we all talk like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
One of the favorite days of the week is have shower curtain day.
I remember one day having a conversation about fucking dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weird. We veterans have the weirdest conversations.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, that's the best part about the job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she turned the machine on again. You. Well, you heard that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she talked right back. You were
What
just
Why-
machine is the cat turning on?
Why are
Okay.
we drinking?
My the newer machine that I built, I made a big mistake when I built it. The case has the switch at the top. So she'll go walking across the top of the case. She'll turn the machine on. She'll turn it off. It's like, I may have to buy a new case just to pack everything into the new case. Oh well.
You
Fine.
could actually just drill a hole in the side to put a button switch on it and just reroute the wires.
Yeah, that's a possibility there.
Veteran, you ever spend time at Benning?
No, I was never at Benning, thank God.
Oh,
I was at Hood. Then I was at Richardson, Alaska.
fuck. I would have.
We've talked about this before.
Have we?
Yeah. Did I not leave an impression on you? Is that what
Look,
happened?
No, you've
No.
left an impression with your name, but all I know is
my
that well, yeah, the very second I see veteran in anything, I'm always like, oh,
Oh, okay.
it pops in my head,
I need
but-
to change my name then.
right? And then I'd be like, I'm sorry, who the fuck are you?
You know, that's
Do
funny
I
because
know
the
you?
same thing with you. Because I ever see
Huh.
veteran, I think, oh, frustrated veteran. And I was like, oh, yeah. Or I think,
But yeah, I would have preferred Hood because then I could have at least gone home on a 4-day.
Well, when I was at Hood, there was a major shooting up the base. So
Oh, well, that's never
yeah,
good.
I was on a Hood when that shit happened. That was not fun.
I remember that shit too. I think I was at Benning when it happened.
The worst part was it wasn't the shooting; it was the fact that Obama came like a week later, and the whole base was freaking out.
Did y'all have to sit there and take fucking inventory because he came?
No, but they did march
thank
us
God.
like fucking 6 miles down the road to go see him. Yeah, that was fun.
So, for those who haven't been in the military, anytime something big happens to where somebody's coming, either one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to have to take inventory of everything you have, especially if it's a new commanding officer,
Mhm.
or you are going to be marching and in formation for a great part of your day that they're there. That
Yep.
fucking sucks.
The worst part was they had us rehearse the marching like a day earlier. I was like, "Are you shitting me? We're rehearsing marching."
God, like we don't know how to march anymore. Like, what's this?
I think we took like one. We did like one column left, and that was it. All right, we're gonna march down this way for 6 miles, and then we're gonna do a column left and march, and then we're gonna fucking stop.
Oh
I
God!
was like, really?
It's
Dude,
like,
we took over this. I'm sorry, we took over this conversation.
yeah, sorry guys.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
This is what happens when you get two military people together.
That's what happens. Don't do it.
That's all right. A sloth girl keeps calling for us to drink, and I'm not quite sure what's triggering that.
I don't know.
I don't know
Drink
either.
what?
Okay,
know.
this is
I'm
not
drinking-
a terrible drunk movie night. This is Purple's night.
Hey,
Terrible drunk movie night is tomorrow night.
My wife has a wine cooler in the fridge.
atheist, atheist veteran.
Yo,
I'm drinking one of the most military things right now.
a grog? Oh, a monster. Okay.
Monster.
Oh,
at
okay.
fucking
She says
1:30
anytime
a.m.
somebody says foreskin, we've got to drink.
Foreskin,
gonna say-
foreskin.
Yeah, so you ever
Somebody died.
I don't know. Did you ever drink the grog? Did you ever have grog at like a military ball or anything like that?
Nuh-uh.
You were never in a cav unit?
Nuh-uh.
The best thing ever is like you ever see a cav unit? We wear Stensons on Fridays and shit.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the only reasons why I really, really considered joining the Cav.
Oh, the Stensons and the Spurs were the best. I got my gold Spurs. I got my Stenson, and I was happy. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, that's the only. It's sad because that's the only reason I would have joined the Cavs is because I was like, man, Stetsons are fucking expensive, but they just give that shit to you. So
no, they didn't. You had to buy it.
Oh, you had to buy that shit?
Yeah, you have to buy that shit. You have to buy everything.
True. God, it still is like, but that was the biggest straw was the Stetson and the Spurs.
Yeah, they gave me the Spurs though.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, I know. Whoop-de-doo. But I have fucking $10 hunk of metal.
Right. That they might as well just take spray paint and spray painted it gold.
Yeah, and after a while, it wasn't gold anymore. It was like some iron. It wasn't. I won't say silver. It was like iron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was that gray metal.
Yeah, the gray military metal. We all know what it looks like once those paint scrapes off anything.
Mm-hmm.
So purple. I love your avatar. Who did that for you?
Oh,
that was
yeah, Paula Gia.
Paula
it's
Gia?
his Patreon perks that anybody who subscribes to him for more than $5 a month, he'll do a cartoon of you.
Oh, nice. Nice. I had a friend do mine. I don't know. I think Frustrated Atheist just had Porky Pig.
I
altered a little bit.
I've got mine was done by Art of TC Baldwin.
Yeah.
Oh, Trey does good work.
Oh yeah, he does. He's done mine. He's done Nacha's, Tatted's. When Godless Island used to use it, his.
Yeah.
He's even done work for Logic. He's done a lot of work for a lot of different people.
Yeah. I need to.
Well, that's my alternate art of the robot Viking and the Triceratops. He did those.
That's cool. I mean, I like it. I like the little gray beard he has. You know, just it's kind of sexy a little bit. I'll think about it tonight.
Yeah, well, I sent him a picture of me and a picture of the Triceratops at the Science Museum of Minnesota and asked him to morph them together.
Oh, nice. Very cool. Hi, Lavender Lady.
Hello.
How are you doing? How's the kitty family?
Oh, she's being a kitty. Definitely
Yeah.
being a kitty.
Yeah.
I love how Sylvia talks back to you.
That's awesome.
Me.
Yeah, she lets me know what she's thinking.
I've been like on live stream before, and my cat would just pop up out from behind me. It's weird.
I'm surprised mine hasn't actually stepped on the power button in a while.
Oh, do you have a case like that as well?
No, I work completely from a laptop, and he knows where the P button, the enter button, and the power button is. So if you ever see like a string of P just spammed, and then like all of a sudden they disappear, my cat attacked my computer.
Meow.
Oh, Lavender Lady, I have a question for
Yes,
you.
dear.
You said you build PCs, right?
Yeah.
I've started building PCs. Actually, I'm starting to.
I
build
noticed the
one for
boxes behind you. I was wondering if you were building one or upgrading one.
Well, I just upgraded my PC with the GTX 1050
Yeah, I
Ti.
see the graphics card back there.
Yeah.
Is the what's that box to its right? Is that something else computer-wise, or is it?
No, that's a Gundam model kit.
Oh, okay, fine.
Oh,
He's
and
got
that's
Gundam, he's got Monopoly.
yeah, Monopoly headset, just random shit I thought would look cool behind me. But I'm building a PC for the geek room right now, and it's fucking. I was wondering, do you have any advice? Because I've never built one before.
Oh, research. I made a mistake. When I built my new machine, I put a Ryzen 7 CPU in it without realizing that it has some problems with Linux. Nothing I couldn't get around after a while, but and then there were some problems with the older versions of Windblows, so I couldn't use my 8, or very well I couldn't use my 7. Well, 7's got all kinds of problems.
I was thinking about using an i5 for the geek room because I felt like a Ryzen 7 or any high or an i7 or i9 would be kind of overkill for the geek room. So I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, because the reason I started looking at a Ryzen 7, I was looking for performance this time. Usually I would build for price. The older machine I had, I built for about 700, I think, in 2015. But when I wasn't thinking video when I built this thing. So when I started doing videos last year, I found out how horribly underpowered it was. And it was like, oh, crap, I'm going to have to build another machine. I really don't want to spend the money, but I just about have to. So that's when I built this second one. So I'm picking pieces for power. And like I say, I ran myself into a little bit of a problem there with the Ryzen 7. The other thing I ran into was the main board is entirely USB 3, which instantly meant, and I didn't know this at the time, instantly meant that I could not install my Windows 7 because Windows 7 does not have drivers for USB 3. So I'm I'm starting to, there was one point where I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to have to install this. I hate to do it, but I'm going to have to do it so I can run some of these fancy, what are they called? Virtual audio cables and virtual cameras and bullshit like this.
Yeah.
And I get the thing in there and it won't see my keyboard. It's like, what the hell? And I find out, no, it doesn't know what to do with USB 3.
Yeah.
I have a USB.
Keyboard not found. Press any key to continue.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. And yeah, and unfortunately, the thing that's happening now is that pretty well throughout history, really, when you get new technology, everybody goes for the new technology, and you've got to look for some of the older technology. Got to really look around to find it. And when you do, it's so close to its, I won't call it end of life, but the next best thing, to the point where nobody's going to support it anymore.
Yeah.
That, they quit supporting it 2 weeks after you buy it. So they're forcing you into the new stuff.
Yeah.
And then what Microsoft has been doing lately, really pisses me off. I mean, okay, I'm a Windows shop. I'm sorry, I'm a Linux shop here. I've been running Linux for 20 years because I like it. But every now and then, sometimes you think you might have to run WinShit. And what they're doing is not supporting new hardware. They're accelerating that process of deprecating their older systems because they want you to run 10.
Yeah.
And that's really making it a big problem.
Hey, if anybody is upgrading, I'll take the parts you're throwing away because they're probably better than what's in the machine I'm using.
Yeah.
I'm
You
serious
told me
about
that.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me that on Twitter
Yeah.
like a couple days ago.
And if you can't, if you can find a precious metals place, if you can't use it, Purple, if you can find a precious metals place, you can sell it for scrap.
Oh, hi, Jessica. I didn't see you come in.
Hi, Hugs.
Hi.
Yeah, you use Linux Mint,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
which is based around Ubuntu.
And is a word I learned from my girlfriend of 17 years now. She's the other one in the photo. She's the taller one in the photo. And it's called planned obsolescence.
Yep.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I know Apple does that. My phones always die 1 year after I buy them, like clockwork.
And they probably learned from Microsoft.
Yep.
Because that really drives me nuts because I want to get my money's worth out of what I buy because I don't have that much money. Let's face it. I really I have done in the past 7 to 10 years out of a computer. And it's getting to the point where you just can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Well, the computer I have, I picked up 2 years ago, and it was refurbished at the time because that's all I could afford. But the one I was replacing was cobbled together out of parts from 3 10-year-old computers.
Well, I could probably build you a decent PC that will run fairly okay for like $500 at the most. But that's just me taking an old Omniplex and just upgrading it. So you could probably do that yourself.
I got lucky when I was preparing to go to Illinois to view the eclipse. I decided that I wanted a laptop so I could keep in contact, with everybody on my trip because I, was going to be away from the machine and all that stuff. Through Newegg, I got a refurbished laptop. The thing must have been 7 years old or so. It was an HP laptop for $125, which doesn't do much, but what it does fairly well.
Yeah.
So I got lucky there.
Well, for when I go to conventions, I've got my niece's old laptop, which in itself is not a bad machine. The real problem is that it has Windows 8.
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
No, porque.
I cannot stand 8.
Well,
Um,
and I wonder what was Windows 9 like that they never released it to the public and went right on to 10? Did they actually manage to do something that was worse than 8?
There
Who
was
can
something
tell?
else that did that. Oh yeah, it was the iPhone that did that. It was like iPhone 8, and then all of a sudden it went to like X and then 10 or whatever. I'm on a 10-year-old laptop that a tenant left behind when he abandoned his apartment.
Okay.
Well, I hate laptops because it's harder to upgrade them.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
mean, you can do it. But
That's why I will not base off of a laptop. Yeah.
yeah, Willie
Yeah,
with
well-
well, go ahead.
No, I got my niece's old one because
Yeah.
at the time I didn't have anything portable and there was no internet service at all where I was living.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I
Where
got
were you?
hers because the hard drive had crashed, so she had bought a new one.
No internet service. Where were you in Uganda?
Oh no, that's from where I'm sitting now. If you go more than about 3 or 4 miles in any direction, you will not have any internet service.
Yeah.
If you're not in
Wow.
the center of town, there's nothing.
Can you not get something satellite based or anything like that? I know satellite based is bullshit, but if it's all
Well-
you've got, it's all you've got.
Yeah, my mother lives 3.5 miles out of town. And if I walk around her house, it's like on the front porch, I can make a cell phone call. If I walk around to the west side of the house, no signal at all.
Okay. Welcome to the 21st century, kids.
I know, right? Living in a third world country over there, huh? Like,
that's
do you not
because-
have like
Yeah,
fresh
just
water
a small
too?
town, and there's no big cities around here, so it's never been profitable for them to run the cables.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's probably going to take legislation to get
Yeah.
anybody to do that. Yeah.
Well, it was the 1970s before some of the houses out there had electricity. And it
Wow.
is literally an hour drive to the nearest Walmart.
I don't know how you survive. I don't. I can't imagine my
So-
life without Walmart, without my Walmart overlords.
Yeah,
If you don't have electricity, what do you do for food storage? I mean, are you using ice boxes?
Yeah, well, that's my grandma's, the house that my grandparents lived in, that my mom grew up in, is only about 2 miles further down the same road. And she did not have electricity there until the early 1970s. And the house has never had an indoor toilet.
Okay, now I do know about some houses like that. I don't know if they're still standing or not, but in the city of Cleveland, back in the mid '60s, there were still houses that did not have indoor toilets, and I was amazed at that, and I was like, "Damn!" Well, I wasn't allowed to say that word at that age. I'm maybe 8, 9 years old at the time, so. But yeah, that surprised the hell out of me that would happen in the city of Cleveland. But I don't know that they're still standing now.
Purple Rhymes with Orange reminds me of that kid from A Christmas Story.
Ralphie.
Yeah, Ralphie. He's gonna start telling us how Santa told him he couldn't have his Red Ryder BB gun. That's what's next.
Really, it'll be you'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Yeah,
Ho ho ho, and he literally gives them the boot.
and he beats up the school bully with the orange.
Oh
with
my
with the
gosh.
yellow eyes.
That song makes me cry. I mean, that moment makes me cry
Yeah.
when I see it.
If any of you folks get into the Cleveland area, and if you really do like that film, you've got to stop by the Christmas Story house.
Oh, really?
I would love to stop by there. That's like a family. That's like a tradition in my house. Is that we like around Christmas time we watch Christmas Story.
Well,
Like,
my ex would play that continuously on Christmas Day. But in the neighborhood where I lived in the 80s, just a little way down the street was the house at which some of the filming was done for that film.
Mhm.
And it is now a Christmas Story museum. You know, they've
nice.
got 2 or 3 televisions and they're playing the thing over and over and over and over. And you can just walk around the sets.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's all set up like a house of the late 1930s.
Oh,
And,
it was wartime, I think. I think
okay, that would make some sense. So that would be the early 40s.
yeah.
Yeah.
And as I understand it, I didn't quite get. It's like Cleveland. No, wait. This story actually takes place in a suburb of Chicago, but that's probably where the individual grew up. You know, the author grew up.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember the author's name, for fuck's sake. I remember who he is. I just can't drag his name up because he wrote a whole bunch of fun books. One of the titles I remember was "In God We Trust, All Others Pay Cash."
Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. But I just feel like saying, he knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or fuck. So you better be fucked for fuckness sake.
Oh,
Yeah, actually, Santa Claus was one of the things that made me doubt early on as a kid.
Gene Shepard.
Okay, was he from
Something.
Chicago?
I am going to look him up. Okay, humorous Gene Shepard. Let's see now. Born in Chicago.
Come on, baby, don't you wanna go?
Back to that same old place.
Sweet home.
Chicago. 6 and 2 is 8, 8, 9 and 9 is 18. Look, there's and brother, sister, baby, and see what I'm seeing. Hi to hey.
Every time
Right.
I hear Chicago, I either think that song or the Frank Sinatra song.
Well, the Frank Sinatra song has that razzmatazz.
Yes,
And
it
it
does.
has.
All that jazz, and each time I leave, Chicago is.
Copyright claim.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Thanks, you
Retro.
demonetized my channel.
You're welcome. Hey, no,
Well-
look, I did the same thing to Tatted whenever he had his very first live stream. I played which song is it? Copperhead Road.
Oh, that song's. Ugh.
Yeah, well,
Bad-
from what I
bad
understand
memories.
now, it only takes like 10 minutes of a copyrighted song, or like 10 seconds rather.
Right.
I
Less
played
than that.
I played a good portion of that song.
Better
I
not
think Angry
sing,
Joe got his shit copyright claimed for 4 seconds.
better not sing happy birthday.
Yeah,
That's in public domain, isn't it?
it is.
No, actually, there's something about it. I mean, you can double check with that, but I think at least if you use Happy Birthday for profit, I do know, and in fact, I think if you it like a friend of mine had a My Little Pony picture disc, which is a record with an image on the grooves. And it told a My Little Pony story. And when it was somebody's birthday, they had to create their own birthday song because would get sued for doing the regular familiar happy birthday.
Happy Birthday is public domain, but that was only since 2016.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's why I said it is now, because beforehand that was a big thing, was that Happy Birthday was copyrighted.
I remember that around 2000, that the family of whoever wrote it was claiming that anybody who used it publicly had to pay them royalties.
You know, it's supposed to be public domain like 50 years after it's made, too. But, you know, Mickey Mouse should, by that standard, should be public domain.
Well,
Yeah, Disney
copyright
has
law is
killed
a
the
joke
public domain
now.
concept.
Yeah. I think Disney is killing public domain. It's pretty much the reason why public domain is killed, dead. So that's awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Disney.
Thanks, Disney, for all the happiness and fun times, and then shitting on me as an adult. Disney's great when you're a kid, but
You're
afterwards,
not going to throw ruining Star Wars into that with your icon?
not yet. I'm gonna wait till after the last movie till I start my bitching.
All I'm
Yeah.
saying is that if it weren't for fucking Disney, the copyright system would not be as fucked up as it is now.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
that's my problem with Disney. That and the music
and
industry.
they started out with a decent way around it that I wasn't opposing. That they were rotating all their classics and they'd re-release them every 7 years to renew it.
Well, that's fine. That's all. That's all fair.
That in itself was fine. But the idea that characters that were public domain that they stole to make movies,
Right.
they now have copyright on.
Yep. Like Cinderella was a different story.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yep. But they gotta have the rides for the theme parks.
I saw this picture that's hilarious.
That's your avatar.
No, well, that too, but no, Utah Outcasts shared a picture, and it has 6 different little pictures, and it has this. But yeah, I'm just gonna screen share and show y'all
All right.
if I can.
Just make sure your gay porn is not on the screen share.
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna make sure everyone sees.
Oh,
I doubt he'd have any straight porn.
That'd be hot.
Tony Designs threw in a comment there about Midnight Mid-America, the musical.
No thanks. I already have a fan on.
This is the picture that they have.
The boy you like. Wait, what? Let me see this.
Oh, brother.
I just kept laughing.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. That's fun.
I love it.
Oh
Okay.
god, gross. I was having my thought. I was like, it's fucked up that the Vatican should be called the Pray Boy Mansion.
Oh, brother. I'm sorry, man.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I just. I mean, no. I'm against rape is rape. Period.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
hard. I mean, the fact is, statistics, and I'm going to get myself kicked out now, right? Fact is, statistics have shown that when in places where pornography is legal, or when in places like these former Soviet states, when they went from Soviet where pornography was illegal to where pornography was legal, the number of instances of child rape actually went down. I mean, child pornography. I don't think I said that clearly. If you make when child pornography is legal, you reduce the number of cases of child rapes and molestations.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that you have to, take pictures of children to have child pornography.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
one, the drawings exist, and 2, the photos exist. If you destroy the photos, they have to take new photos.
Yeah, but then there's going to be an industry for it, and it's just going to
No, it just doesn't work that way. The
Why not?
statistics don't say that.
There's not going to be an industry for child pornography if you need child pornography
Well,
to keep
you do the research and find out for me. The thing
Why
is,
do I have to do a research? You're the one making the claim. You tell me
Hey,
why.
the
don't
number of
aim me.
cases went down.
You're the one.
is
You're
the-
the one sitting here telling me
Hey,
that child
wouldn't-
pornography
wouldn't-
isn't so bad, but
Wouldn't the number of cases go up? See, you're saying
I'm
the
not saying
number-
child rape. I'm just saying you're encouraging
If-
an industry
if the-
for
if
child
the-
pornography.
Well, if
I'm not trying to
encouraging-
say. I'm not trying to
Okay.
say you're
Yeah.
coming. You're coming from a bad place. I'm not saying you're coming from. You know.
Mm.
I'm just trying to explain to you why it's not making sense to me. You know, I'm not trying to start a
Okay.
whole thing here.
Yeah.
You know.
No,
Okay,
I see
right.
that, if you create a demand for something, someone's going to supply it if they think they can make money off
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so picture that happening in these former Soviet states, but yet the number of instances of child rape overall went down.
Still condoning, you know,
Well,
situations where you got to take pictures of kids getting fucked.
when they stop being a Soviet state, though, a lot of other things change at the same time. So I don't know
Yeah.
if you can say that one element
Mm.
was the cause.
Well,
And that's a good
They-
point.
they can compare other. There are other statistics comparing different countries too.
Also, I prefer not to type in, my computer, child pornography statistics. That'd probably be a bad idea.
Well, then do it at the local public library. I mean, that's where that's where the book Perv comes from. My girlfriend found that, and actually, I have a friend. Yeah, it
who's
covers
the
all
author?
sorts of sexual. It covers so much about sex.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah.
Plus,
I normally I would ask you to send me a link, but please don't.
I
You know.
don't.
You know
have
what I'm saying?
I don't
Yeah.
have any links to that.
I hope so.
I have friends that have sent me their zoo porn. I mean, them doing stuff with dogs is like, why are you sending this to me? It's like, I'm not judging you, but it's not turning me on. Why are you sending it to me?
Why are they sending that to you? I don't have those
They
friends.
trust me. They trust me. And by the way, the one thing I'm going to make clear, there is a such thing as an age. There is a such sexual orientations vary not only by by gender and other things, but and species for that matter, but also of age. So yeah, some of us like older people, and some of us like younger, and some of us like under 18 but still post-pubescent. And for those very few of us that are stuck with being attracted to prepubescent children, that's the new gay right now. I mean, if compared with a gay 100 years ago.
I don't think that's equivalent.
But
Yeah,
it's still an
yeah.
orientation. What are you going to do with if somebody
It's a
views
sexual orientation. It's kid fucking. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. That's what it is. It's someone
Well-
who doesn't have a fully developed mental capacity.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's being told. I'm sorry. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
Hold on,
this
hold
kind
on,
of
hold on.
started to go down a road it really shouldn't have started
Yeah.
going down,
Yeah.
right?
All
So
right.
I'm going to explain this the best way that I've ever had to explain this. So what I've always said was that we need to normalize pedophilia, but not in the way that people think. We need to normalize it to show that it is a mental thing and that it needs to be properly treated. But as far as accepting it and letting people do what they want to do in that retrospect, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So what's your opinion about if somebody just happens to possess the pornography? Do they deserve the same sentence as a rapist?
They probably wouldn't even get the same sentence. They probably would get a lesser sentence, but yeah, they'd still be probably labeled a child.
No, wait a minute. No,
sex
not,
offender.
not the way the law works anymore. The rapist would get off more lightly.
Oh, would they?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay, I'm wrong on that point. I would concede that. But yeah,
And I say that not in a happy way.
Well, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
the thing is like you can't use our justice system, which is obviously flawed, as as a moral standard. Our justice system gives a fucking robber, someone who steals a candy bar from the store will get more of a punishment than someone who fucks with who obstructs justice in the government. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
Mhm.
Unfortunately, justice is blind, but it's clearly not colorblind either.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
And there's other factors you have, like race and race, what you can afford. I always said is like justice is only there if you can afford it. So
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Now I did I did a live stream on. There was a rumor going around, and it was one of many times that this rumor went around that the pedos were wanting an inclusion in the LGBT etc. movement. And yeah, there was a person who did a TED talk. Oh Lord, very close to that show, and that's one of the things that got me thinking to do the show. And then she wanted, she wanted recognition that these people exist, recognition that they need help, and many of them wanted help but couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Right.
She would have stories. These people would go to a therapist and say, "Look, I've got a problem. I've got this problem," and the therapist would get the fuck out of my office.
Or okay,
yeah.
you're now under arrest, right?
Yeah, and we need to sympathize with that, and society does need to normalize it to the level of the people who sincerely want to get help can go to a therapist and get help without those kind of problems.
My view is as long as they haven't they haven't acted out on it yet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if they have that, there's nothing wrong with having impure thoughts. I think about murdering half the people I see all the time, but I don't do it.
Thoughts? God, you sound like a Catholic.
Well, it's the difference between a pedophiliac is someone who thinks about doing it. A child molester is someone who's actually done it.
I'm just trying to give an example without saying, thinking of kid fucking, but I think about like murdering half the people I see on a daily basis, but I don't do it. And when I come out to a therapist or something, and the therapist tells me, fuck off, and then I go kill somebody, we need to stop. We need to stop it there.
Wait a minute.
Oh my
Tony
God.
Designs. What is this word? I have to look this up.
Huh?
I can't even pronounce the damn word. It says there's a tremendous difference between pedophilia and ephebophilia. I don't even know what that is. I have to look that up.
Something to do with elephants?
I don't know how true this article is, but if it is true, it is fucking hilarious. But there's this
Oh, okay. I see what it is.
there's this article from Yahoo News, and I swear I'm living in a state that's fucking gone to the loony bin because it says Texas Senator Ted Cruz wants the Space Force to defend the U.S. against space pirates.
It does sound like something Ted Cruz would say.
Oh, that one.
That'll keep him from being voted for by flat earthers.
That's what he needs is an eye patch, though. He does need a pirate look. He grew the beard. The beard helped a little bit. Now he just needs an eye patch, a hook for a hand. He'll be fucking perfect. Then he can be run for president.
What is that anime that something Harlock? Captain Harlock?
Well, there's always Dr. Eyepatch.
Whenever I think of pirates and anime, I think One Piece.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Never got into that. Yeah. I never got into Captain Harlock either. But Star Blazers.
Dragon Ball Z.
I remember Star Blazers because that was shown on the UHF stations way back before we had cable. Star Blazers and Battle of the Planets was after school every day.
Never saw Battle of the Planets, but I did see Force 5.
I think it might be the same show under a different title. I'm not sure.
Well, Force 5 was like 3 or 4 different shows, I think, strung together of Grandizer, Guy King, Vanguard Ace, and possibly the Space Contiers.
Guys, I'm sorry. I gotta get out of here. My kids are crying.
Okay, have a good
Okay.
night.
It's
Nice
not
meeting
good.
everybody.
All good.
It's all right. Thank you so much for having me, and I love being on. We should do it again sometime.
Well, any Thursday night.
All right, Thursday nights. I'll at least be in the chat. All right, you guys have a good
Yeah,
night.
until next time.
Catch you later.
All right, man.
All right,
Moo.
bye.
Tony Designs, I love that comment. He said,
Oh no.
"Space pirates stole R2D2."
Okay, that's a good one, Sony.
Love it.
Okay, I've got an empty cup, but a very comfortable kitty, so I'm not sure what to do here.
Kitty.
Well, there's the thing I've been thinking of, and I have to figure out how to do it here. Many
Oh, no.
times during my live streams, I drink all the coffee out of my cup, and I want more coffee. But
No.
I'm hosting a live stream, that sort of thing. I have 2 coffee makers, and I've got to figure out a way to get one of them set up on my desk, such that all I have to do is reach over and pour myself a cup of coffee, and I'm all set for one of those famous 9-hour live streams of mine. I mean, I've had a side strike commenting, damn woman, you know how to, you're trying to give me a run for my money because movie night goes and
Oh,
goes and
gosh.
goes and
Of
goes.
course, if you had continuous coffee and you weren't getting up, wouldn't you need a catheter with that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, room. I'm picking up a thermos for you. Not an ordinary thermos for you. Can anybody name that movie?
Well,
No, that
actually,
sounds
Mark,
interesting.
yeah, that's been suggested, Sloth Girl. Actually, Mark,
I
that is what I have. I have 2 coffee urns. This one's a 30 cup, and the one in the kitchen's a 35 cup. That's the volume of coffee that I will drink that requires urns this size.
Well, the question is, does the coffee earns more than you do?
Pretty much. Oh, and I
Somebody
didn't.
speak slew and punish.
Yes. Well, there is nobody who can do puns like Kate.
Oh, you haven't got to know me yet.
Anyway,
I'm a skunk. I put the PU in pun.
yeah, Tony, what are you doing? You drink too much coffee
Yeah.
and can't move. Jeff hands.
I gotta pee. Oh, yeah. I like it. By the way, the movie was The Jerk. Steve Martin.
Well, I'm drinking coffee all throughout the day, Tony. Because due to medications I'm on, and that reminds me I need to eat my drugs. My mouth is always dry, and the water around here I cannot stand. It's very hard. Tastes like shit. So I've always got to have it flavored somehow. Excuse me. So best way for me to do it is just to do the coffee. Now
I found that in New York I needed to use one of the Brita filters, and I actually needed to add a couple drops of chlorine and then let the bottled water sit overnight to gas out. Because apparently in Syracuse, even the city water had enough bacteria in it that it was killing the fish.
Ugh.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, here in Pittsburgh, when I kept Neon Tetras, I had to put the water through an ion exchange filter to get the bivalent ions, the calcium, the magnesium out of the water, because Tetras don't like hard water. And if anyone is familiar with the hardness scale in use to measure the water hardness. The water around here measured at 300. If you spilled it on the floor, it didn't splatter, it shattered. Killed that one.
Yeah. Well, when I was living in Syracuse, I wound up doing a lot of plumbing work, just replacing the pipes and faucets because they had become so restricted that you couldn't get decent water flow through them anymore.
Oh man, how much galvanized did you work with?
Well, that's mostly I was taking out a lot of galvanized and replacing it with plastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because for those who don't know, the bore of galvanized plumbing was rough, and that would make for easy attachment of the calcium and magnesium salts as they precipitated out. And yeah, after I don't know what 20, 30 years, you could get a severe restriction.
Yeah, I should have kept some of those pipes as an example because there were some of them that it's like it started out as an inch diameter pipe, and you could barely pass a pencil through it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing that the MSB would do, there was copper in that house, but he would still disconnect the water heater, flush all the scale out of it, and then reconnect it. I mean, every few years, I'm trying to think, 3 or 4 times when throughout my childhood when I was living there, he had done this, and I would give him a hand. So in a period of say 10 years, 3 or 4 times he's doing this. So yeah, the water in the Cleveland area wasn't exactly soft either. Well, of course not. I mean, the entire Great Lakes area is on a limestone bed.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a little pause here. I'm going to step away for a moment here if I can get this cat delodged from my knee.
That's where the little paws are.
Meow.
No, I need to replace my pajama bottoms because they've got so many claw holes in them.
Yeah, Tony knows what I'm talking about. 300 is a moist stone.
Mhm.
I cannot remember the name of that scale.
Lime scale.
What do we have?
Robert X. Do.
But Robert, if you do find money on a newborn, make sure you hit me up.
Would that count as a miracle?
I remember being told by my parents quite often, "You don't have money, I have the money."
Oh yeah.
Which and it wasn't necessarily, to try to make me feel bad or guilty. It was just like they wanted me to realize, if I wanted money, I had to go out and get it myself.
Oh, well, the slimy bastards wouldn't even allow that. If you went out and worked, the money was still theirs.
Oh. Ugh.
Yeah, there was one at the time that they were giving my sister a hard time, to put it mildly, because they decided she was pregnant without any evidence to support that, by the way.
He gets.
He during that thing had said, "You have nothing. Even the clothes on your back are mine."
Ooh.
Who said that?
The MSB, the male slimy bastard. He's the piece of shit that everybody else called my father. For those who don't know, I had no parents. People thought I did. I knew better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just looking that up. 180 is. Yeah, oh my word. For those who know about the testing procedure, you place an indicator in the water and then you start adding EDTA, ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid. And then once all of the bivalent ions are complexed with the EDTA, the indicator turns red. And yeah, I'm adding and I'm adding and I'm adding and I'm adding and it's shit. So I said, no, I'm not going to be able to use tap water on these fish. Let me tell you. Oh man. Well, there's the thing is, he didn't even donate the sperm. For those who don't know, my sister and I were adopted.
Oh.
So that was really the weird one. Is, as far as most people thought, you adopt someone because you want kids, and yet you treat them that way. What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
But, I could understand, not condone, mind you, but I can understand someone who is saddled with having a kid, like many women in Alabama are going to be, or Talabama, let's put it that way, and resenting the kid and hating the kid because something happened and they got pregnant and now they've lost their entire lives as far as they are concerned, and many times they do. And yeah, I could understand that, but somebody who actually says, I'm wanting this kid, so I'm going to go out and get a kid at the baby store.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, it's okay. That's something else again.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me at all.
Actually, I think from an evolutionary standpoint, it does. I mean, this whole idea that what life and reproduction is all about is continuing the DNA, and if we're competitive within our own species, then we want either our DNA, the DNA of our siblings, or the DNA of one sibling, or like 8 cousins to go on. So yeah, I can imagine somebody, adopting a child because they want children, but kind of regretting it or just being an asshole about it, because there's just some instinct in them that says, this isn't my child, so I should treat them like shit. And I'm sorry.
What had I said it in here, or was it somewhere else? I forget if I'd said it tonight already. The FSB took my wife and I aside way back when I was married to Sandra, and told us that it was our duty to have kids, emphasizing the word duty.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, okay, is that what Anne-Marie and I were? We were a duty. We weren't people. We were duty. Okay,
right.
Fine. Now I understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure in certain time periods where you had children whether you wanted them or not. And unfortunately, the younger generation who is realizing that is getting stuck with the older generation, making those decisions based on what it was like for them. And I'm not saying everybody, because obviously Diana and Purple are not part of that group. But we have lawmakers who are 50 plus who are now saying, hey, you have to have kids whether you want them or not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, as we're talking about this, I just came across this post on Twitter that said, it has a picture of a memorial of this woman who lived in Ireland, and the person who posted it says, "With all these heartbeat bills in the U.S., I keep thinking of this memorial to Savita Halappanavar in Ireland, who died of sepsis after being denied an abortion on the grounds that the fetus she was miscarrying still had a detectable heartbeat." And underneath the picture of the woman, it says she had a heartbeat too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. That I found, as I understand it, that was a pretty severe case. That woman was tortured by is it as if like kind of, I feel like saying her pregnancy was an illness and she was tortured by it.
Mm-hmm. And with how many, the thing is I posted on a tweet on Twitter, because somebody had posted about how, it was, Mr. Atheist. He had posted on why he became against, why he stopped being pro-life. And it was because I had figured out, whenever I was pro-life and was like, no one should get abortions, it was mainly due to the fact that of this horrible image I had of Planned Parenthood and all these places that perform abortions. And whenever I had that, I thought abortions were all bad. And then I started hearing about stories of women who would be pregnant and miscarried, and they got an abortion. And a lot of these women said that if it weren't for those abortions, they probably would have lost their shit giving birth to their dead child. And it's something that really is a necessary thing.
Well, my viewpoint on this, and I know that this isn't like everybody who is pro-life, but it seems to be kind of the attitude of a lot of the people who have influence and are making the decisions, is you have the sex, you need the punishment of the baby.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
that's the thing, that the people who are pro-life are generally the ones who also promote abstinence-only sex education and are against any kind of contraception. So that's the whole thing. They just don't want women to have sex.
Well, the people who are pro-life are hypocrites, really.
Yeah.
As George Carlin said years ago, the conservatives are obsessed with the fetus from conception to 9 months, but after that, they don't want to know about you. No Head Start, no food stamps, no education, no nothing. Pre-born, you're fine. Preschool, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or in some cases, some people also push for pro-life behind the scenes to also have more people to control.
Well,
I know that that's the main reason why a lot of religions push for the pro-life narrative, is because you get the babies, you get the children, you get your believers early, which we kind of did touch on that a little bit earlier in the conversation.
That's why the Catholic Church won't approve any kind of contraception.
Sloth Girl,
Right.
Sloth Girl says that in Alabama, 11-year-old raped by her father is forced to carry the baby to term and have major surgery to remove it unless she miscarries. Then she'll go to jail.
Lovely, 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 with big hugs.
Wait. Is this a pending case?
Well, it's not pending anymore because Alabama passed the new law. So, yeah, the girl was raped before the law was passed, but now she is not allowed to have an abortion.
Okay, because I knew of a case in Ohio, and luckily for her, if you want to put it that way, she's able to have the abortion because the Ohio law will not go into effect until July. But she was raped by a family member and impregnated, 11 years old, by the way. Yeah, and I guess she can still have the abortion, which is one good thing, I suppose.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, and someone that age, it's probably about equal odds of it killing the mother when
Oh,
she
right.
tries to give birth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mhm.
And what you've got to realize here is the people in these states, the legislatures in these states, do not care about that.
Mhm.
What they care, who was it? The Collins, I believe her name was, the person who advanced the legislation in Alabama, said, this is solely to get a case to the Supreme Court in an effort to overturn Roe v. Wade.
I didn't know any public figure had stated that so openly, but
If I remember correctly, somebody please look it up for me and make sure that I'm not talking out my arsehole. I think I'm pretty good with this. But if I have to stand to be corrected, I will be, because I don't want to be wrong and not know it. And I get the feeling, correct me if I'm wrong, this is speculation, that these legislators are designing the bills to be that cruel. They know they are being that cruel, but they want the test case that badly that they will sacrifice lives to get it.
Tria, I
Yep.
just
So-
wanted. Yeah.
So,
did you- Mhm.
what? I mean, who's doing the horrible thing? In that case, who is being horrible? Is it the person who seeks the abortion, or is it the person who's pulling this shit in order to get it outlawed?
Okay, I know which one you're talking about. Thank you, Tony.
Meanwhile, oh man, Sloth Girl, you got me split. Elizabeth Warren's from Massachusetts, but I've been holding on to Tria. What you said, I feel it hits the nail on the head better than you think, because as I have been taught in college that abortion laws were created historically long ago. Abortion laws were created when people of one religion would start to find immigrants of a different religion coming in. And so they made abortion illegal for their people so that these minorities wouldn't outnumber them.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, Purple. There was an article in the Chicago Tribune a couple of years ago, and I've got the URL saved. The headline reads, if I remember correctly. Here we are. Fertility clinics destroy embryos all the time. Why aren't conservatives? Let's see here.
Yep.
Yeah, why aren't conservatives after them? That was an article, Dateline, 16 August 2015.
well, conservatives won't go after them because only people who have a fairly decent amount of money can even afford to use fertility clinics.
There
It
you
doesn't
go.
for
There you
people.
go. Yeah. And who was the legislator that said that the embryos at fertility clinics don't count because they're not in a woman? Somebody actually said that. And I cannot remember who the hell it was because I'd like to throttle that person.
We have the tools, we have the talent.
We have the technology.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. See? I quote Ghostbusters. You quoted the man who married the bionic woman. Who was the man who married the bionic woman?
Well, if you're quoting movies, though, I have to go with Jurassic Park and go with just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something.
Well, amen to that. I'm just going to say $6 million man. Go ahead.
I was about to say science fiction has been warning us for years and nobody is listening. It's kind of frustrating as a science fiction fan.
Mhm.
Oh, that hasn't just been science fiction. I mean, that's been what a lot of mythology has been for, thousands of years.
That is true. I don't want to be in this country anymore, but I'm not sure too many of them are much better.
I'll just
And-
say ick oak because
If
that
it
means
had ever been an option, I would have moved to Canada or Australia by now. I mean, I think I want to stick with some place that I don't have to learn another language, but beyond that, I'm pretty open. Except for England, they're pretty much screwed with Brexit as well as we're screwed with Trump.
I'll just say ick oak because if I had my choice and not Stacy's, I would move to the Netherlands. And ick oak means me too, or it means I too. But
I don't think Canada would take us. My sister would be a drain on their healthcare system.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Canada doesn't want me.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Canada probably won't let me in.
We did the math because we were considering moving. And we did the math with my sibling. And her medical stuff on a good year, like no problems, nothing else. Her medical stuff costs about $40,000 a year. So while that's not like the highest amount, that's also an amount that most people don't want to pay.
It's pretty cool. I see this picture of a veteran who I'm gonna assume is in Alabama, since the person who posted this pretty much is talking about the Alabama abortion bill. He's holding up a sign that says, "I didn't sweat and bleed in Afghanistan fighting to give people rights, only to have my wife and daughters lose their rights here at home."
Yeah.
that sounds great.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if it's on, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm missing something in chat.
Well,
Tony was saying actually he took down the video in which he asked his subs to false flag Logic and posted a very sincere apology.
Yeah, I don't know where Tony Designs brought it up, but he was talking about Logic's videos, which if you do want to use a telescope or learn anything about optics, watch his first video on his first reaction video to Donnie of Daytona. Something about amoebas in the firmament and Jupiter and all that.
Okay.
I'm glad to hear they took down that video because that is, in all the time I've been on YouTube, that is the only instance that I actually went and reported the channel to YouTube.
who had that video?
Well, that Donnie Daytona, in one of his videos, he specifically asked all of his fans to false flag Logic.
Oh wow.
He specifically asked everyone who followed him to flag Logic's channel and report him to YouTube.
Yeah, because he also said that this is a war between us believers and the atheists and stuff like that.
If it's a battle of any sort, it's a battle of wits, and unfortunately, a lot of times, a lot of them don't have the wits, and it's not really a physical battle. Yeah.
Survey says.
Although I have to say, out of all the apologetics I've read, the Mormon ones are the most amusing. Especially having come from that culture.
I still like how it's called apologetics. It's like they have to apologize. Sorry
Well,
about this, but
Yeah,
religion
that's
is
what I
true.
wondered about. Why haven't they come up with a better term for it themselves?
because apologetics is actually comes from a really old word.
It's from very old Greek. Yeah.
Yeah, they love the very old Greek when it works for them.
Yeah, I think what does it mean? Like to argue in defense
It's
of one's
reason.
belief?
Apologetics is reasoned arguments or writings in justification of something, typically a theory or religious doctrine.
Reasons?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. But see, their target audience is people with a low education level. So why pick a word they have to explain instead of picking something that sounds better?
Because it has to sound fancy. They have
Yeah,
to make
so-
them sound academic. Because of course academics are all fancy words and stuff.
So the Greek word that it comes from just literally translates into speaking in defense.
Yes, apologia or apologia. I forget. I think it's apologia in Greek.
It's apologia. It's spelled like
Well, I cannot remember how gamma is pronounced in Greek.
Yeah.
It's pronounced gamma, but that's only because I took physics.
Okay, fine.
But yeah, so it's literally just speaking in defense of something. And in this case, it's, of course, religious doctrine and whatnot.
It's like I was having a conversation last night with Sloth Girl about why is it that the members of the Tea Party never bothered to Google the term teabagging before they identified as that.
Oh no.
Oh man, yeah, it's a favorite. It's a favorite slur against them, and I love it.
And then I think the one irony I think that my girlfriend discovered is this one Tea Party member dressed up as Thomas Paine. It was reciting all this religious stuff, where Thomas Paine was an atheist.
And then there's the piece of shit that lives around here somewhere that has a quarter-ton pickup with the parade proportion flags, and they're like, I think these are 3x5 feet flying from the back. One of them is the U.S. flag, and the other one is the "Don't Tread on Me" flag.
Oh, okay.
That the teabaggers sort of appropriated.
Teabaggers.
Yeah, it's amazing how many of these assholes we have in this neighborhood. 6 miles from here, where I used to live, there weren't all that many, but you're getting close to Westmoreland County here, which is quite red. And you see the maggot hats, and you see it was a T-shirt I saw. I can't quite remember what it was, but it was very, very annoying, to say the least.
That's where I'm living now. Around here, say in a restaurant or any public area that you don't like Trump, and the entire building will fall silent.
My dad is a very big Trump supporter.
I'm sorry.
And one of the things is he's Mexican, and
oh great,
yeah, and I'm like, what? How? But he's a Trump supporter, and I've actually gotten into a discussion with him about this stuff. And there was one time he said, there's one part during this conversation where he had said something about where he had said something about what was it? About how if it were up to this other candidate, we would be yada yada yada. And I told him, I was like, or that no, what it was is that President Trump had a backbone because of whatever reason. I was like, what about the time when he went to Russia and pretty much sucked dick with Putin? And it just got into a big discussion between me and him.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that would have the MSB throwing punches. It's a very, very good thing that there was 100 nautical miles between those two and me for, since 1989, really. Because, I don't think there would have been one of us that would not have come out of that alive had we been any closer.
It's just, and then we got into a discussion where I explained to him that the wall is not something that would work, and explained it to him, and even gave him a source that was by the Immigration Institute, and it's this entire source about immigration laws and all sorts of other different things that have to do with borders and whatnot, and he sent me this video from, I forgot what the source was, but it was something off of Facebook, and I was like, that's not a credible source to be going off of.
Well, I did see something that, if brought to Trump's attention, should kill the wall thing.
What's that?
Somebody needs to point out to him that if they complete it as planned, it will cut a golf course in half.
Okay, yeah,
Ouch.
that would deep six it right there.
Yep.
Yeah, people on the course would only be able to play something like 11 holes.
And that whole wall bullshit is was a big bone of contention between Jones and myself when I worked with NCG Studios. So he's taking the fear route. It's you have your house and you don't want uninvited guests coming in, that whole thing, and it's like, look, the wall isn't about immigration, god damn it. It's the last thing it's about. It's about a show of us and them.
It's definitely a show, because Trump was like, look at the Great Wall of China. Look how pretty it is. Look how great and big it is. And I'm like, that should have been their signal right there, but nope.
Yeah, because the Great Wall of China did not work.
Right.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, not only did it not work, but years after the Mongolians kept invading, and I'm talking years and years later, they were actually telling people to take parts of the wall and use it for more constructive purposes. It wasn't until people started coming there and seeing it as a tourist attraction that they decided to build it back up and extend it.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember they've done a lot of restoration on there, because they were like, what's this wall good for? Let's, go ahead and use what's there. And now they're and there's also certain parts you can't visit because it's too deteriorated and they don't want to lose any more of it.
Well, and the Great Wall of China worked for a few years, but only because there were towers close enough together that they could see the signal fires. So if one tower spotted the enemy approaching, they could set the fires going all along the wall, and the whole country would then know that the enemy was approaching. That was the only reason it worked at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you'd be going about your daily business, then you'd see the smoke, and it's okay. We're fucked.
Yeah. So the wall itself did nothing. Having guard towers every
And as a matter of fact,
50 miles would accomplish the same thing.
and as a matter of fact,
Wow.
let's take it back home. So we
Okay.
down here at the border, we do have some partial walls that are high enough that people are not able to cross over it. And in these areas, yes, immigration is low. But what they forget to realize is that not only is immigration low in these areas, but immigration is higher in places where there's not a wall that's more dangerous for crossing. And not only that, but you have people in those areas where there is no wall actually being found dead in the desert more often, meaning that it's more dangerous to have a wall because people find more dangerous routes to get around it.
Sounds like a great argument. The problem is it's a humanitarian argument, and if you give the humanitarian argument, there's no reason for the Mexicans to be a threat. These people are a threat. They're the enemy. Men, women, and children deserve to go into concentration camps and to die.
Okay.
And I just wanted to say, Tria said something, us and them. And I just want to add, I'll just add on the word scapegoating and leave it at that.
Can we convince all the Trump supporters that this whole idea of the wall is a conspiracy supported by the Mexican rope cartel?
Rope cartel.
I think you might be onto something, Purple Rhymes with Orange. What we need to do is convince the flat earthers of something. I have no clue what.
Well, and the thing is that there are so many humanitarian arguments for that damn wall. There's dozens of them, and it's just like, no, Trump is like, nope, I want that. I want that big monument to myself, and I don't care how I get it.
You hit the nail on the head again.
Yep. And
Well, yeah,
well,
he's violating separation of powers to get the money to do it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, he tried to take some of the money that was already earmarked for rebuilding Puerto Rico's electric grid. He tried to take that to build the wall, but he wasn't able to get away with it.
Last I heard he was trying.
Anyways.
Last I heard he was trying to take some defense money again.
And
well,
I want to say that one of the first issues that people should have seen with Trump and his support of the wall is the fact that he had the government shut down for the longest time just because he didn't get his way.
You know what I find ironic about that shutdown is, what does the Coast Guard do, and why weren't they getting paid?
Exactly.
Don't.
I mean, people shit on the Coast Guard, and they get a lot of shit, but that is their main job, is to rescue people out of sea, keep drugs from coming in, and dealing with immigration. Now, I disagree with our immigration policies, but I also understand that, beyond voting, they have little control over what those policies are.
It brings me think right back to history. Apparently, of course, before this country was a country, there were no immigration laws, and when this country it wasn't until like somewhere in the 19th century, maybe somebody can look this up for me, but when the Chinese started immigrating into the United States, they were bringing some kind of communicable disease. I don't know the word. I don't want to say plague, but something that spreads easily. So they created laws to control the influx of Chinese people that could possibly be carriers of this disease.
Well, the Chinese were welcome until the Transcontinental Railroad was done. After that, we didn't want them anymore.
That sounds about right.
You know, that's where we get chop suey from.
Yeah.
Chop suey actually translates to miscellaneous scraps.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese cooks, after they fed their own people, they gave the Irish railroad workers the garbage that was left over. That was chop suey.
Is it really the Irish? The thing is I always get the sense that the Chinese started from the west and the Irish started from the east. Both
Yeah,
were
but there was a
mistreated.
period of time that they did wind up working together.
In the same space, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's like they were both hated by everyone else, but they probably hated each other.
Well, and that's also where we get the thing about calling someone yellow is calling them a coward.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the Chinese were generally peaceful people. They would generally try to avoid a conflict.
Right.
So to the Irish, anyone who wasn't willing to get into a brawl was
Yeah.
yellow.
Talk about two conflicting, cultures there.
Yeah.
Okay, on my screen it says Tria talks, but Tria's not talking.
Sorry.
No, the whole room went silent and the mic was just picking up
I'm
who
sorry.
breathed the loudest.
I might have for a split second or made a really, really quiet mouth noise and it registered but didn't actually go through.
It just shows us whose mic doesn't have a mute button.
Now, well, Tria, you've had a couple of things said that I'm like, 2-3 things said that I'm like, you hit the nail on the head, girl. So
Yeah, that kind of happens when you have to try to deal with your own traumas. You have to kind of learn psychology on the fly in order to survive, which is I don't recommend it, but it's kind of what I had to do. So I don't know like the terminologies or anything like that, but I've kind of learned from my own defenses to kind of learn cultural and brain reasons why people do things. Because I have to watch out for them myself.
yeah, I can dig that.
I have to take a moment to give a shout out to Hans Henson there. Because every Friday on Twitter he promotes me and I still don't know why.
Hans! I love Hans.
Hello, Hans. I'm new. Gosh. What was the punchline of talk about a... Let me think about that.
Yay, Hans. Yay.
Still appreciate your input, Tria. So, I mean, if you did want to say something, I wanted to make sure.
No, I think I might have hummed or something.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it though, but yeah. Brain is coming in and out. Like sometimes I'm really paying attention and then other times I'm like, wait, I zoned out for like 2-3 seconds. So
yeah. So as long as we share hugs and it's all good.
I would like $11 billion.
I didn't read that.
I'll take the $11 billion. There's a lot I could do. There's a lot I could do with that.
Yeah,
not all of it is what I should do with that, but I could do a lot with that.
11 T's. It sounds like such a Trumpism.
No, don't no.
I actually calculated that if I had slightly over $250 million, that I could put it in CDs and the interest off of it would be more than I've ever made in a year in my life.
Yeah, billion's a huge number.
No, I meant $250 million.
Which just goes to demonstrate how little you've made, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So,
well,
yeah.
It is a sobering thought that when Mozart was my age, he had been dead for 14 years. This demonstrates how little I've accomplished with my life.
Oh dear. More hugs.
Yeah, I don't let it get to me too much. I just
Hmm.
mostly I need to get out of this tiny little town to a decent sized city.
For someone that lives in a decent sized city, I actually agree with you.
I live.
Well, especially because around here, everything literally, we have one stoplight in this town,
Mm-hmm.
and after 6 o'clock in the evening, it goes to blinking.
Mm-hmm. 6,
You know, you can see the hours I keep. I need some place that has a 24-hour grocery store at least.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we have that. Not within walking distance.
I need
Meanwhile,
Oh, sorry. I thought you were
Yeah.
done.
I thought I was too. So it's cool. But yeah, meanwhile, I mean, I can look out my window and see the Boston skyline. So it's just an immediate neighborhood. I mean, it's called it's called Winter Hill, which I think he didn't live. Whitey Bulger didn't live here, but his gang was named after this place.
Hello?
Everybody seems to have gone away.
Yeah.
Sorry, I killed the chat.
I thought Tria had something to say there, so I was waiting for
Yeah.
her.
Absolutely.
But when I lived in Syracuse, you know, that's one of the advantages of keeping these hours is I would go to Wegmans at 4 o'clock in the morning
Mm-hmm.
because that's when the first batch of donuts would come out of the oven.
Mm.
And I could get to them before anyone else because if you weren't there by 8 o'clock in the morning, the selection was so picked over, all the good
Mhm.
stuff was gone.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I have no clue what's going on. I had to keep my cat from pulling a blanket over his food.
Okay, we were
Weird.
wondering what had happened to you because it seemed like you had something to say there a minute ago.
Yeah, I did, and I don't remember now. And
Mm.
yeah, Elmer was pulling food off. He's active, and he decided that he doesn't like the food in his bowl, so he started pulling the blanket off. And sometimes I try to get him distracted, but if that doesn't work, I have to squirt him with a Nerf gun,
Mm.
or not a Nerf gun, but a water gun.
Mhm.
Because he gets really, really kind of, I wouldn't say obsessed with it, but kind of borderlining on that. So, stupid.
Sylvia.
I used to do that actually with one of my cats. I had gone so far as to buy a small super soaker,
Yeah.
and she quickly learned that there were certain things I did not want to get wet. So when I caught her doing something, she would jump up on top of the computer or the VCR. So I had to go to the toy store and I had to get a gun that shot ping pong balls.
Mm.
But then at night when I was asleep, she would round up all the ping pong balls and hide them. So I didn't have any ammo left after about a week.
Elmer's
wouldn't
not
make enough
that
noise.
bad. Well, the thing is that, you know, I really and truly the only time I honestly have to squirt him is when he gets into that I have to bury my food mode. So I don't really have to worry about getting things wet that I don't want to. The rest of the time I can usually distract him by telling him to come here. That usually works. It's just there's something about his need to bury his food that is so strong that it's just hard to distract him.
So maybe he's
I'm
like
guessing that probably when he was younger, he went hungry a lot, so he needs to hide the food so he knows he has some later.
Well, and he also does it when he doesn't like the food. I've
Saying
noticed.
Well, maybe he's being a literalist. This food is shit.
Yeah, I'm wondering because the only time he really gets bad about it is when he's either going into a flare up or coming out of a flare up. He has IBD,
Yeah.
and he's been coming out of the flare up. So, what are you doing? No, no.
Wait. I was thinking
Sorry.
IBS.
I the thing is that I think they're pretty interchangeable. I think that it's just a matter of semantics.
All right.
But it's the same thing. It's basically his intestines are always inflamed.
Yeah.
And he has allergy issues. It's basically the allergies cause trouble with his digestion, and his digestion makes the allergies worse. But he's been eating really good, and apparently he's active and being annoying, so he's fine. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Actually, I can really identify with him when you describe that. You know, because like, there's a bunch of things I like that I just can't eat. You know, like I have some level of lactose intolerance, so it's like I know I never should eat ice cream, but sometimes I have to.
Oh yeah. It's like
Yeah.
temptation.
My sister is lactose. I don't know if it's lactose intolerance or an allergy or just because of her spina bifida and her rectal issues. It just doesn't agree with her. But
I'll need Sloth Girl to help me out with this because I'm probably getting it wrong. But my brother, it's not a lactose intolerance. It's like carrageenan, I think it is, that is also in all milk products. You know, and that gives him major problems.
yeah, I don't know. My sister eats like a dairy product and then wants to die for like 5 or 6 hours.
God.
Yeah, so she stays away from those. We've actually been trying to find alternatives that aren't super expensive because the fact that she's not allowed to eat cheese has been killing her. That's the thing she misses most.
Something I found with milk products, I don't know what symptoms she winds up having, but mostly I get the gassy and bloated. And I've actually found that peppermint spirits is a huge help for that.
Spirits, that would have a small amount of alcohol in it, wouldn't it?
I wasn't actually aware of it, but I can look at the bottle.
Okay, I can Google it, because if it's got any amount of alcohol in it, she's not going to take it.
Okay, well, specific brand I use is the Herb Farm. And the specific brand is important because I know some of these, the quality control isn't so good. This one I found is consistent. But yeah, I found that tends to relieve the gas pressure, and it helps quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Amber is super, super Mormon, and there are some things that she doesn't think about and she doesn't realize has a small amount of alcohol in it. But if I were to suggest something to her, she'd probably ask me. So, she doesn't realize that technically vanilla extract has alcohol in it. So it's an extremely small amount, but still. Her religion that I left is just psychotic about it. Oh, nope, it says alcohol free. I'll see.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize when you mentioned the alcohol that was a religious thing, but
Yeah.
with your family, I can understand why that would be the issue.
I'm not 100% sure that it's the lactose in the dairy products. I'm wondering if it's just like harder for her system to, harder for her intestines to process and digest. She can't have yogurt at all. She can't have any kind of cheese. No cheeses. And I don't know if she even wants to bother like trying, because it is so bad. Like, if it doesn't work and there's some other issue other than just the lactose, then she's going to be stuck for 5 hours in extreme pain.
Okay, Sloth Girl is helping me out here. Casein is the chemical I was thinking of that my brother's having trouble with.
Oh, that's a protein.
Yeah, but it's a protein in cow cheese. He can eat like goat or sheep cheese and not have a problem with it.
Hey, quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt. How do you screenshot on a computer?
Well, I don't know how systems differ. To me, to screenshot, all I have to do is hit print screen and then save.
Yeah, that
Okay.
actually depends on your software, because with different browsers, it's a different process for me.
Well, Ubuntu has a screenshot built right in. You don't even need to be running a browser or anything like that.
Yeah, but another thing about the cheese that Sloth Girl mentioned is that Kraft cheese is actually lactose free. They don't put anything on the package to really inform you of that, but if you read the small print, all of the Kraft cheese is lactose free.
Well, last I checked, Kraft cheese is cheese free, isn't it?
No, there's a difference between the individually wrapped singles, and I'm saying like the singles you get in the bag or the shredded cheese, but that the shredded stuff or the bags is still lactose free.
I know if you're really going to be on a standard vegan diet, Kraft cheese does not count as cheese free.
Well, no, not if you're going to be strictly vegan.
Right.
Because it does still involve cow's milk in the process of making it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll bring it up with her. It's her decision, but like I said, for her, that's kind of a big risk, because if she has a bad reaction to it, there's really not a lot of really good relief options for her. So, but I will bring that up with her.
Yeah, it may be a casein allergy, as Sloth Girl's saying, rather than actually a lactose problem.
Well, I'm not even sure that it's an allergy per se, because like I said, she has problems with her digestive tract as part of her spina bifida. So in fact, they have to do ultrasounds on her every year to make sure that they're at what her base level is. So I don't know if that's playing a part into it or not.
Yeah, I don't know anything about spina bifida, so I couldn't even comment on that part of it.
Yeah, her her doctor has her eating fiber supplements because the amount of fiber that she needs to function is almost impossible for her to get without the supplements.
Now, see, and for me, the fiber has absolutely no effect. But if I'm feeling constipated and I have a bowl of ice cream, yeah, that fixes the problem faster than I'm ready for it.
Oof. No, they told her to eat fiber, period, whether or not she's eating cheese or not. They basically just straight out said you don't you're not
Okay.
you need extra fiber to process through your system. She's been on fiber for 3-4 years now.
Well, see, and that's the weird thing is that cheese may stop you up. Milk or ice cream may make it flow freer than you're ready for.
It does to my ex, or it did last she was talking to me.
Oh shit! They're doing commemorative coin. Really?
Yeah, you saw that, huh?
Well, you use that coin to pay for your sins.
I don't believe in sins anymore. Too bad.
No, me neither. Except for one, which is it's a specific non-belief, and that's sin of thought. Whatever goes on in somebody's head it should not be penalized.
And I'm
Okay,
not-
but a coin that pays for your sins, isn't this the same as the indulgences they sold in the 15th century?
Why are you speaking in the past tense about selling indulgences?
Well,
Aha.
yeah, that's true if you tithe enough to the church.
Yeah, because there was that whole bit during the Jubilee. If you spent the money to go to the Jubilee thing, wherever it was, then you got the plenary indulgence and all this bullshit. It still goes on today, yeah.
Mormons don't necessarily have indulgences, but you do have to pay money to be in the highest level of heaven. So,
Nice
different
racket.
approach, similar concept.
Well, you know that what you were explaining about the Mormons having different levels of heaven. Yeah, I think maybe being on the second or third level for me would probably be better than being on the highest level.
Oh,
Especially because my brother is convinced he'll be on the highest level, and there's no way he and I could be in the same place and both be happy at the same time.
he wouldn't be in the highest level. You have to be in a polygamous marriage done by the Mormon Church in order to hit the hiest level.
Which
I'm sorry, but I'm far more likely to be in a polygamous marriage than he is.
Probably true.
But yeah, that was something I found out. Like, one of the really big breaking points for me was while I was being told that I needed to get that I was not doing my proper duty getting married. I was doing some research and I was like, so if I don't get married, but I'm still worthy, and you're telling me that I make it into heaven, how in the hell does that work? So I was like, I'm thinking they probably pawned me off to somebody. And then I found out it was like, but you'll be pawned off to somebody who's already married to another woman.
Well,
And I'm
and
like,
that you have no
why
choice.
would you like second or 24th wife? Or, yeah, no, that's not cool. I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay, and Russ, if you're still questioning it, Spooky posted in the side chat about how you can get a screenshot.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even have that up right now. What does it say?
Okay, well, Spooky Bet here is saying press Control and
Calendar.
print screen. That takes a screenshot, and then you can then paste it. Right click and press paste, or Control Y, and paste it to an MS Paint file or whatever.
What question is like, okay, didn't they make polygamous marriages. Didn't they ban polygamous marriages?
No and yes. If you practice them in real life, you will be excommunicated and torn through the shredder, and they will do everything that they can to make your reputation bad amongst members. But if you are a male and your wife dies, you can get another wife. And when you marry in the temple,
Well, anybody can do that.
but
not any, but you
it doesn't go
have to
the
be
other way.
married in the temple under the approval of the church in order for you to keep in order for your marriage to last into the eternities. So no, they don't have active polygamy on earth, but the concept of polygamy is still doctrine. It is still doctrine, and it is still practiced.
So the way to get into the highest or deepest, the highest part of heaven, is to have two wives here on earth, and just make sure that one dies early so you can marry the other.
Yep.
Yes, we were actually looking for a polygamous marriage, but my fiance and I could not find another man who was open to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a... Okay, I know I'm going to sound weird, but that's actually polyandry, not polygamy.
I don't know.
No, I know we were looking for the idea of it being, two men and one woman, and it's like guys aren't as open to that as the other way around.
It worked for Lee Marvin and Go Ahead, Make My Day in the musical Paint Your Wagon.
Yeah, I need to see that.
It's definitely them in their ideal roles, somewhat, but not in the musical end of it.
Yeah. One of the things on my list of things to see is I've got to see the Book of Mormon musical. I really need to find a way to see that, but unfortunately, for some dumb reason, they haven't. They're doing runs of it in
Boston.
Yeah, but they're not down here, which is kind of sad.
I see it advertised on the buses, which really gets me.
Oh no, that's funny.
I would like to see that if it ever played anywhere that I could get to. I mean, at some point somebody has to film that and release it as a DVD.
It needs to be out on DVD. Like, seriously. I would buy like 3 or 4 copies of that and distribute them amongst ex-Mormon friends.
Let's petition Netflix. Maybe they'll do it.
Well, no, I could borrow somebody else's Netflix so that my family didn't know what I watched.
The one good thing, I can't think of the ex-governor of Massachusetts' name, even though he ran against Obama. The Mitten, that's it. The one thing that Mitt Romney did that I feel like is a good thing is he brought the Mormon Tabernacle Choir in to sing the not usually sung parts of the 1812 Overture for our 4th of July concerts.
Wow.
Did you know when originally performed the 1812 Overture, they actually had to bring cannons into the theater with powder charges?
Into the theater?
Yeah.
That's something, because, when we do it in the 4th of July, we use the same. My dad has seen Arthur Smith, Sergeant Arthur Smith, sandblast and paint the cannons that they would use at the 4th of July concerts, 105 Howagers. But those things, they may put out a big boom, you think, but it's like one third the charge that they would use to fire actual artillery. Thing about those concerts is they're outdoors.
Yeah. Sloth Girl is praying to the flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah.
And pointing out that the Earth can't be flat because if it was, the Earth can't be flat because the flying spaghetti monster has meatballs, not patties.
No. See, it's flat like a plate of spaghetti.
No, see, if it was completely flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now.
Of course.
Wow. I just got blocked by someone.
Oh crap. Why?
Oh, who?
I got blocked by Essence of Thought. Because someone had made a tweet about possibly getting together. Hold on, who was it? Oh yeah, Godless Cranium had made a tweet about possibly getting people from the secular community to do collaboration featuring multiple channels, reaffirming that they stand with the trans community. Rachel Oates made 2 tweets on this saying, the first one, it was, I'm obviously happy to voice my support for the transgender community anytime, but on the topic of which groups transgender athletes should compete in, I'm not willing to make any claims at present, which is, in other words, for I'm not going to say anything. And then she continues to say, I don't know anywhere near to enough about competitive sports to have a fully, and then the second tweet says, formed opinion, and so to make a claim on video saying either transgender athletes should not be allowed to compete in whichever group would be completely dishonest on my part. I'm not comfortable making such definitive claims on a topic I don't know enough about. So this person said, this is a great, rational, and thoughtful response, to which Essence of Thought said, it really wasn't, or whatever, and eventually gets to the point to where they said that that she should just not talk about the subject, period. And she literally fucking said that. And so all I said was, she said that in her first tweet. Her exact words were, I'm not willing to make claims at this moment. That's literally her saying that she isn't going to speak on the topic. And that warranted a block.
Well, and that's my original position on it, was I could care so little about professional sports that, yeah, I thought that Rationality Rules made some mistakes in his first video, but I didn't have a strong opinion on it. However, after the ACA's original statement and the people that are defending it, they are pushing me more and more to his side.
I'm getting pushed to no side at all. I'm saying, fuck this. I'm out of here.
Actually, about this time yesterday, I got in a little battle with Mrs. Snarky about that.
I got into a battle with Maddie about that day or two ago.
Among her rhetoric, she used the phrase doomsday rhetoric. And I asked her if that wasn't being a bit melodramatic, and she doubled down on that. And it's like, really? You think this is a doomsday situation?
Oh, please.
I'd have to be there because that just totally doesn't make any sense.
I love those two dearly, but
yeah, it's on Twitter. You can go back and look it up. This, about 4:00 yesterday morning. And it's like, yeah, I was one of Maddie's first Patreons and first followers. Like when he had like 100 subscribers. And it's like, I really don't understand where he's coming from anymore.
Yeah, he was my second patron, I believe. If I remember correctly. Mark, were you my first? Can't quite remember that, but yeah. Maddie was responsible in large part for me even being a part of the community. Were it not for Johnny Drive-By, Maddie Snarky, believe it or not, Don Michaud as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be here right now. but this whole thing is just no. It's gone too far. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, and I've said this to Maddie already. So yesterday he ended up blocking me and then unblocking me, but when he blocked me, I harbored no ill will towards him. We had a disagreement on something, and I wasn't going to let the fact that he blocked me because he was hurt or whatever to ruin our friendship. So I harbored no ill will towards him for it, and I still don't. But I just I really truly honestly do like Maddie, but I'm not going to. It's really really difficult to sit there and actually go through all this stuff because it's, I don't know, it's just I don't have the right words to explain it. It's, I harbor no ill will towards him. I'm still his friend, but I personally am not a fan of how all this is going down.
Right. Just the whole divisiveness that you've got going here, and it's just going in the same direction that it has the other times. What was the one post that Maddie made yesterday, talking about the split in the community in what 2015 and 2011?
Oh,
yeah, it seems that everybody just wants to have an argument, and
maybe. Let me see. So if I
What's that about the Atheist Plus thing?
thanks.
Yeah.
Atheist Plus what?
Okay, for those who don't know, a few years back there was this thing where atheist YouTubers ended up actually going, not necessarily straying away from atheism content, but they started to get they started to incorporate other content in a honest way of showing people that they are more than just atheist people, that they have other interests, other topics.
Oh,
And then once that started happening, people started to they labeled this atheism plus or atheist plus or whatever. And when that occurred, people started bringing in the politics and started bringing in the different aspects of different places, like transgender rights, LGBTQ plus rights, everything. and what ends up happening is they actually people started to get the feeling that they're like, why are you bringing all these politics in here? Why is this going down like this? And people are like, we're just honestly trying to show that we have other interests. And they're like, no, you're trying to push your agendas and whatnot. And that's when you got the people starting to get too far one way or the other. And they started really going after each other. And it split the atheist community at the time in half. And people were pretty much forced to pick sides.
Yeah, I think that oh my gosh, that's like one of the rule. I probably have many rule number ones, but it's like rule number one: I do not believe in loyalty. I believe in love, and whatever I go wherever my heart tells me as an individual, and definitely. And you know what you just said there is that this whole must force to pick sides, that that set of two tweets, that whole statement saying I am not, a whole like long statement defending one individual's position in staying neutral or not even touching the topic. That now makes sense. I just wanted to say like a couple of things. Like one, I do like sports, and two, that might be I might be a hypocrite because I do wonder if all competition is wrong. Whether our society benefits from competition or not.
Oh, I don't mind competition. It's kind of fun sometimes, just let's see who can run the fastest this time, or I love baseball, and that's of course a competitive game.
Yeah, as long as criminals aren't playing.
Yeah, well, that too. But yeah, everybody probably knows. I mean, when I was a kid, I wanted to pitch in the worst way, and unfortunately, I did.
Oh, I
No, I did want to pitch.
no, that's cool. But you pitched in the worst way, yeah.
Yeah, it's just no velocity, guys. And they don't make knuckleballers in high school.
Dang. Oh gosh, I mean,
I probably could have been a fair knuckleballer, but usually you do that only after you've got to the majors already. I mean, look at Tim Wakefield and look
right.
At,
you would say.
Yeah.
You would mention a Bull Sox player.
He started with the Pirates.
Oh well, see, now we have something in common.
Look, if it's not Astros, y'all can just keep quiet.
If it's not what?
Astros.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Trust me, I'm not that fanatic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Speaking of, okay, Sunday, May 26th, scattered thunderstorms. Could be trouble.
Fill that bowl.
Go anyways.
Oh, of course I'm going. I bought the damn ticket.
Oh yeah, easy
Where?
talk for the person who's got an umbrella in their icon.
Okay, I'm sorry, but as a child of Florida, I have to say, if one little thunderstorm kept me from doing things, I wouldn't have a life. Just saying.
Yeah, I've been down there for relatives and visited for a week or two.
Yeah, here in my section of Texas, we have a phrase that when it rains, it floods, because when we get a good rain session, to put it in perspective, I've been on the feeder road of I-45 and in a small town called Dickinson, and whenever it got done with the rain session, now, mind you, I'm in a 88 Jeep Cherokee, and the water was at the bottom part of my door.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Right.
So when I say when it rains, it floods, it literally floods here.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah, we had a bunch of storms come through during Rockville, and they had signs everywhere at the venue like, please leave the venue, we're having thunderstorms and everything. And my friend caught a picture of it. She was pretty far on the back. And there were hundreds of people standing there with their phones up, taking the picture of it, and then doing "Welcome to Rockville, haha, we ain't leaving for anything less than a Cat 3 hurricane."
Well,
it was like, yep, that's us.
Which that actually kind of is funny because when Hurricane Harvey hit over here, when we first heard about it, all it was a tropical depression. And whenever they started saying it's a tropical depression, people were out there like, y'all should start evacuating, yada, yada, yada. And people who had lived through Ike, lived through Alicia, lived through a bunch of other storms were like, ha, that's cute, kid. And so whenever it finally did get to the point where it started gaining momentum, by then it was already too late for anyone to actually start evacuating.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can only guess at what a hurricane is like based on when I was 9 years old. There was a tornado in Illinois that literally picked me up off the ground, and I managed to grab onto a telephone pole.
Oh. With Irma, I had to convince a lot of my friends because Irma was going to be bad. It maybe not up where I'm at because I'm in northern Florida, but like Irma was going to be horrible. And so my friends in California were telling me that I needed to evacuate. They were just sitting there like, you really need to get out. And I'm going, I don't think you understand the situation. It's going to hit really hard down in southern Florida. They're going to get it badly. But by the time it comes up through the land and comes to me, it's going to be like not really that great of a storm. Like it's going to be nothing by the time it gets to us. And they're like, get out, evacuate. And I'm going, no. And so like I wound up having to take pictures of my front yard afterwards. My yard, like it looked like we had a good rain, and that was it.
Yeah.
So it completely depends. Now, if it had been any stronger than it already was when it hit, maybe my family might have evacuated, but we don't typically need to. And I am scared for the day for when we will, because when that happens, it's going to be a bad storm all around for the entire state.
Alrighty, guys. I've actually got to get going because, well, I should have been in bed hours ago because I've got a busy day tomorrow. I've got to take care of horses, do a bunch of other stuff before I make a hour-and-a-half drive to go to my cousin's wedding.
Ooh, fun. Have fun at the wedding.
Get some sleep.
Offer of hugs and, rest well, dream sweet, and I hope you have a good time.
Judging by what my wife's been saying, it seems like it's going to be a bit weird because my cousin's the guy my cousin's marrying, he's a great guy, sweet as can be, and he's literally the type that would give the shirt off his back to help you. But his family is on the higher side of life, if you will, and ever since they got there, technically yesterday, they've been real. She said that they've been real uppity.
Oh no!
Snobbish.
Yeah. Like for instance, they were when they got there, they were unloading a U-Haul truck, and a bunch of other vehicles. My family was unloading a bunch of vehicles that were filled with decorations and things like that for the wedding, and not a single one of his family helped.
Ugh.
And apparently her soon-to-be mother-in-law was they had this the rehearsal dinner, but only a select few people were going, so pretty much none of the family that I know of went. And apparently she was wanting assigned seats. Her mother-in-law wanted assigned seats, and my cousin absolutely does not want that whatsoever. And so the only one who's going to be sitting at the head table, kid-wise, or no kids were allowed except for her grandson.
Oh boy.
So it's going to be fairly interesting.
Yeah, sounds pretty one-sided.
Yeah, especially since I'm the type of person that, well, we there's been several times we had to figure out how we were gonna get bills paid, and sometimes we went a month or two without electricity. So this
Yeah.
is definitely going to be fairly interesting. I'm pretty much in my head already placing bets on how long I can keep my mouth shut.
Yeah,
I'd
you're
be
not gonna
great.
get through the day.
I'd be placing bets on how long the marriage lasts.
Oh no, the two of
Hmm.
them will probably be all right.
No,
They
it's
Yeah,
not the
hey.
two of them. It's the rest of the family.
Well, they can always do what I did and not bother being in touch with their family.
well, I don't know how often he is in touch with his family, but
What?
they live. I don't know exactly where they live, but
Mhm.
a lot of people within his family, you're looking at like politician type of people and
Fun.
all sorts of other stuff like that. And so I don't know what exactly the communication is like with them on a daily basis. So,
Hmm.
but they don't live anywhere near where we live.
Yeah. I can't help but think of the pigs in the end at the end of Animal Farm. No offense to your icon.
Everyone who sees my icon always calls me Napoleon. So it's no, that's nothing that's
Yeah.
going to be.
Yeah, but I mean, the family that your cousin is marrying into made me think of them, not your icon.
Well, I like I said, it's going to be fairly interesting, and I'm one for speaking my mind, and so
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be fairly. I think that because it's for my cousin, I will probably be all right with not saying things, but it's going to get very hard if they start to actually go after me about something.
Oh, personal.
Yeah, like I'm I'm not going to bring up much about like my personal life as far as this stuff goes because since these are people who are some of them are politicians in the state of Texas.
Right.
We can already know pretty much what they're leaning with where
Yeah.
they stand on these
More
types of
likely. Yeah.
so,
More likely than not.
yeah, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut about that stuff. But if they start going after things like about my family, with me, I guess I could probably take the hits. But if they start saying shit about my family, all gloves are going to come off, and my mouth is going to fly open.
Well, for the
Mhm.
politicians, even, I have to question about, is that what they truly believe, or is that what they say publicly to get elected?
You mean, in other words, are they do they really believe it, or are they opposed?
Well, well, the thing is with the way I think I kind of see it is that when it comes to politicians, I think that they believe some of the stuff that they say out publicly, but not as not to the extent that they say publicly. So, for instance, if let's just say that we were still back in the time before gay people had rights,
Right. Right.
that if these were the type of people who would be like who would probably have conversations with gay people and all sorts of other stuff like that and be perfectly fine with them in their everyday life and just be like, oh yeah, I kind of I don't agree with you, but let each other live. And then when it comes to the
At the
politician
podium.
side, it's we have to make sure that these people don't get their rights.
Yeah,
Mhm.
if they keep saying it long enough, they start to believe it themselves.
Yeah. So it's just like I said, it's going to be a fairly interesting experience for me, and I'm going to have to do if, like I said, if it comes to me, I'm fine, but if they go after my family,
Mhm.
especially after my wife has said how hard they've worked and his side of the family hasn't lifted a finger, I'm definitely gonna probably either be escorted out of the wedding,
Mhm.
or almost everybody there will get a piece of my mind.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Sounds like you should make a decision between the ability to speak your mind and is that more important than your cousin having the perfect wedding?
Yeah, I definitely, if conversations get, like I said, as long as it's about me, I don't give a shit. I've
Mhm.
always told people, you can call me everything you want, just don't call me Collect.
Right.
Which a
Let's
lot of,
just say I'm not surprised that my cousins and such don't often invite me to family functions.
Same.
the funny thing is that with me is I get invited, but a lot of times I do anything and everything I can to not go.
Well, my cousins and shit haven't talked to me in 8 years. It's kind of nice.
Actually, I should make a correction. The family outside of my immediate family contains more people that are accepting of me as being trans. I mean, I've been told at my aunt's and godmother's funeral, same woman, I was told that I was very brave, and one of my aunt's sister actually asked me, "So, what is your new name?" I was impressed.
Wow.
Well, my immediate family always invites me to everything. They feel they have to. But they have an incredible capacity of denial. And my mother has become extremely adept at switching the subject between when somebody asks a question and when I have the chance to answer it.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I've now have made this go on a little bit longer than I've already said that I was going to leave. So I will leave now.
Okay,
Which
Russ,
means-
get a good sleep.
Yeah, which means you get one more hug and rest well, dream deep, wake up ready for this. Hopefully, it turns out to be a good time.
Sleep deep, seek peace.
As long as there's booze, I think I'll be all right.
There
I
should
would do the opposite.
Okay.
Oh no! It's
I
because
would do the opposite.
every time they say something, I can just disappear behind a glass.
There
That
you
might
are,
be your
that
way of
works.
protesting.
I'm gonna at the end of the day, I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is a great wedding, guys.
I love you, man.
I love you all, guys. You just all best people.
Well, if you have to pretend to be drunk, then they can write off a lot of what you say.
Yeah, but one of the funniest things is a lot of people like to believe that mainly because when this happens you say horrible things, but a lot of people like to believe that when you're drunk that these are words that you don't truly mean because you're drunk, but it's actually the exact opposite.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, and the only reason why people want to believe that it's the other way around is because when you're drunk, if you hold horrible, terrible, disgusting views, they come out. And so they don't want to believe that about people. So it's like, oh, well, that's just the drunk him talking. He doesn't mean any of that.
Yeah, getting drunk just removes the filters.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
But
Unfiltered.
But the funny thing is I already don't have a filter. So it kind of doesn't do much with me. I'm the same person drunk as I am sober.
That's scary.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because if I sit there, because if I don't like you, I make sure I say it. But I guess if I'm drunk, I will just be more vehement about how much I don't like you.
Well, that's largely the same with me. Though in my immediate family, half of them are recovering alcoholics. So, having anything to drink generally isn't an option at the gatherings.
Yeah. Usually, we're Texans, so we drink. The two things we do is barbecue and drink.
Yeah, that sounds familiar without the barbecue. Coming from a hunky
That sounds
household as I
terribly
did.
ironic for someone who presents publicly as a pig.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we it's funny because when I lived in Alabama, there was a guy. I worked for the gas company, and I was reading meters, and I had to read the meter at this dentist place, and it was one of the last places on my route. And so but they were closed for lunch, so I was waiting, and I smelt something good, so I went to go investigate, and sure enough, this restaurant was barbecuing. So I sit there and was, being nosy and seeing what that was barbecuing. And he's like, "Do you like barbecue?" And I was like, "I'm Texan." And he goes, "Oh shit, that's all y'all do." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, just to emphasize it, I was like, "Yeah, we there has never been a single family function that I've ever been to that that barbecue has not been present."
Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Easter.
Anything. It's like, hey, it's Tuesday. Who wants to go get barbecue?
Now, I have not been around a family gathering where cheap Canadian whiskey isn't present.
Nah.
God,
Usually-
the uncles would just get smashed on Seagram's, Seagram 7.
But
Diana,
You,
maybe we
frustrated?
need to switch families.
good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Russ.
Dobrojnie.
Night.
All right. Bye, guys.
Gute Nacht. Slap
Okay, Diana, the Russian's close enough to the Polish. Actually, apparently, my great grandfather left Poland when the Russians took over.
Cool.
But cheap Canadian whiskey is what I'm drinking most of the time.
Okay. I
Well,
don't know
not
where,
the real cheap stuff, but like the middle shelf.
I don't know where I got my taste in booze, but it definitely was not like the rest of the so-called family. Because even the MSB, I mean, he was a Scotch drinker, but it was blended Scotch, and it was always with water.
Oh, right.
And I couldn't understand Scotch and water because, man, it dilutes it to the point where it tastes like shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I would do that.
So I'm a single malt person, and neat.
Well, my default is a Canadian blend and ginger ale. And it's like,
Sounds like my uncle's.
yeah, I can't really afford the top shelf stuff as much as I'm drinking now. I mean, before it's like one bottle would last me like 6 months. Where I'm living now, it's like, yeah, I'm lucky if a bottle lasts me a month.
Oh man, I know a lot of people know the story already. My ex gave me a fifth of the Glenfiddich for Christmas, and I forget if it was 2001 or 2003, and I still have a little less than a quarter of that fifth.
Well, where I'm living now, the only claim to fame this area has is that this county has had the highest rate of alcoholism for 10 of the last 12 years running.
Congratulations. Yeah. By the way,
And
sorry,
the longer I live here, the more I realize why that is a fact. And that's why I have to get out of here, because half of my family is alcoholics, and if I stay here long enough, I will be.
Yeah. My little side little non-apology to Diana, but if I were drinking the hard stuff, I would drink it watered down too, because to me it's nothing but throat burn.
Okay. Now I'll take a while to sip a shot of Scotch whiskey. Yeah, it would be really interesting when the FSB would throw me a look, like throwing daggers. I'd pour a shot, and it's like, hey, bitch, I'm going to be drinking this for half an hour, okay?
Well, and that's, I understand the
Wait, half
difference
hour?
between the top shelf and the middle shelf. That I was raised on the cheap stuff. My dad drank 10 High, and what was that? Kentucky Turkey or something like that.
What, wild turkey?
Yeah, Wild Turkey. That was the one.
Huh.
And that's like, when I was a teenager, I was siphoning the stuff off of his supply in baby food jars, and he never noticed.
At least you think he didn't.
If he had noticed, he would have beat the hell out of me.
Yeah.
But I knew there was no point in the garage that was more than 6 feet from a bottle of whiskey.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, if
So I understand the difference between that, and between the really good stuff that, is smooth and it doesn't burn so much going down.
Yeah, I mean, I can tolerate middle shelf rye whiskey. I'll go to the local booze store and get a fifth of Jim Beam rye, especially for movie night. I mean,
right.
I'm not going to get the top shelf stuff because I'm drinking myself into a stupor. Well, not usually, but there's the story about me and Gin and Dr. Pepper during that
Yeah.
movie night a couple of weeks ago.
Jeez.
Yeah, I remember this.
That was an epic movie night, though.
Or an Epicac movie night.
Well, and that's where the point I'm on
No, that
now.
was the next morning.
This is a Canadian rye blend.
Yeah. But yeah, Deanna, I gotta say, for me, the smoothest whiskey, I would either if you wanted me to drink it in half an hour, I'd either gulp it down right at the beginning and then wait a half an hour, or I would water it down so that I could keep up with you sipping it, or it would take me 2 whole hours to sip it so it wouldn't burn the throat. You say it's smooth, I say it's throat burn. I'm just a different sensitivity.
Well, when I hear you say smooth, I cannot help but think of Red Skelton.
Oh yeah, or a Red Skelton or who's the Jackie Gleason? Smooth.
Okay, because for those who do not know, look up the Guzzler's Gin skit.
Okay, that definitely sounds like Red Skelton.
Oh yeah, that is Red.
Yeah. But Jackie Gleason did Sir Reginald Gleason III, and his own version was smooth.
Okay, because Red Skelton, he's under the table literally, and he pulls himself up above the tabletop. Smooth.
Wow, I have to see that. I'll definitely see that.
It's a beautiful skit, and as a matter of fact, the story goes, and it is verified, that Lucille Ball's Vita Vita Vegemin was based on Red Skelton's Guzzler's Gin.
Vitamin Benjamin.
Vitamita Vegemin.
Yeah. Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah. Well, in the top shelf above the refrigerator, that cabinet that no one ever uses, I've got a couple bottles of the real good stuff for special occasions. But it's like that stuff I only tap into, like for the day my fiance died.
Right.
That's about the only time I touch that. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I'm, I have to settle for some stuff I can afford.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's me with the Glenfiddich. I mean, I'll bring that out once a year, maybe twice. I don't think I've ever had more than 3 shots of that in a year. And sometimes I would even forget to bring it out to once a year. but I try to make it a point to bring it out on the 20th of July, and at 4:18 p.m., raise a toast to Neil and Buzz.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
It's all cool. You know, I'm all cool with that. But then the last word you said after talking about drinking alcohol was buzz.
Buzz Aldrin, come on.
I know. I know. That's why I'm asking you. It's like, please forgive me.
Well, see, before I moved here, I had a drinking problem in that I never thought about drinking until it was like 10 o'clock at night and all the liquor stores were closed, so I
Right,
couldn't
right.
buy any. You know, and that's
Okay.
why I only went through like 1 or 2 bottles a year, because I never remembered to go out and buy some while the liquor stores were open.
Yeah, my thing, I tell people I have a drinking problem. There's booze all over the house, and I forget to drink it. You know, that's a problem. Okay. But I mean, there would be days that I'd be sitting here doing something at the machine or something, and gee, I think I'd like a shot of rye, and then I'm heading into bed, and just as I'm about to head into bed, I never did have that shot of rye, did I? And this will happen again and again and again. So it's just the way it is. It's the way it flies.
That's just the way it is. Some things never
That's
change.
the way it is.
Oh,
Friday, May 17th, 2019. This is CBS News. Good night.
Nice.
I miss Uncle Walter.
Yeah, he seems like quite the man. You know, he believed in evolution.
That's a good thing.
The most recent thing I've ever seen him do was a documentary on human evolution. How what possibly could have happened to?
I believe I took a recording of that one.
Yeah.
Was it called Ape Man?
I don't know. I just remember Walter talking to these pantomime to these people in Sentai suits that are supposed to be early us, which no, I was cool with. It was a little weird, but it's like the important thing was the science, you know. And he was telling them, "Hey, it's a drought. You're going to have to walk on your hind legs."
Okay, this is not the one I was watching. The one I was watching, he was going to dig sites.
Oh, and interviewing people or something?
Yeah. It was a multi-parter.
Yeah, it could have been the same documentary. I'm going to tell you that. Because that one little scene was just part of it. And, of course, hey, this is Walter Cronkite. Of course he's going to go to dig sites.
Yeah, for me, it's like it's kind of foggy because it's like all when I was a kid or a preteen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I remember when we had 3 networks that did news, and we had PBS, which had the McNeil-Lehrer report.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, yeah, then we actually had newscasts that either acknowledged they're biased or at least said that both sides had some point.
Yeah. I mean, if they acknowledged their bias, it was called an editorial. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I don't get Fox News and why so many people will take that for an authoritative source without looking anywhere else.
To answer the first part, okay, to answer the first part, Rupert Murdoch. To answer the second part, I think just human beings are gullible. The thing is, I think Fox News is telling them what they want to hear. So that's what propaganda is all about, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's, you know, it's pretty much the whole Christian thing that people would rather like to get a comforting lie than to get the truth.
And yeah, that's the thing. I like one of the things I learned from like dialectical behavior therapy classes, stuff like radical, well, like is radical acceptance, but yeah, different forms of acceptance that in order to help ourselves, we have to accept our problems and so I don't know, just like breaking it down. Oh man, am I making myself feel tired? But like the acceptance is like a part key to happiness. You know, acceptance of what reality actually is.
I think I'm fading out too much to keep up with everything. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Okay, good night, Tria.
Moo.
Big hugs. Good night and great chatting with you.
Good to chat with you too.
Thanks.
Like I said, I just realized that the past 30 seconds I haven't caught any of what's going on. So probably time for bed.
I know how that goes, that you
Mhm.
lose a bit of time here and there.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's definitely time to curl up with the cat. Hope he doesn't choke me and
Mm-hmm.
that I wake up. Because he's been really his favorite move lately has been to knead directly on my windpipe in the middle of my sleep. So
Brilliant.
Well, you know, I'm glad to hear that you actually feel that's a risk rather than the cat smothering in your sleep as being an even game.
well, maybe. I don't know. Probably not. But anyway.
Well, you know, I've had a number of nights that who will feed the cat was the only thing that kept me going the next morning.
I'm actually kind of in that mode right now. Like, I'm very, very tired lately. There's just been a lot going on, and a lot of it's weighing on me. But the fact that I have Hufflepuff and Elmer that I'm in charge of, I gotta get up for them, even if I can't get up for me. Because while Hufflepuff can take care of herself, I still have to make sure that the house is in the correct order for her to be able to. And I have to make sure that she has food available to her because she cannot go into the kitchen and cook for herself. But if I have something ready made, she can heat it back up. So
yeah, you've taken on a huge responsibility, and that's a very respectable thing of you.
I don't want to be anymore. I don't want an adult. But
yeah, I know the feeling.
I love her though.
Oh,
she's the best. She's the best sibling I could ask for, to be honest. It's just I kind of wish I had somebody else to shoulder certain parts of the responsibility with. Which when my dad retires, that's how the plan goes for at least a little while. So there is that. But
and as a sibling, you've taken on far more than should be expected of you. That should be the parent's responsibility, not yours.
Here's the thing though, is then my dad would be working full time and taking care of my sister.
Yeah.
So it kind of balances out.
Well, and I understand that, and that's why, you know, I have great respect for you that you've stepped up to that. It would be easy enough for you to shrug that off and say it's not your problem.
That's true. I just think of it as it's my sister. What else am I gonna do? So, and like I said, the plan is for us to move out to an area with better support networks, so that when Dad does retire and I do have to work, even if he's not fully capable of doing everything she needs, she'll have the resources available in order to do maybe hopefully a little bit more for herself. So we're looking a lot into that because there is going to come a point where I am going to wind up being taking care of both him and her.
Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah, so he's trying to get it set up to where there's something in place to give me some relief because I was taking care of my mom and my sister at one point, and I was not doing good with it. Like everybody was physically okay, but emotionally I was torn apart.
Mhm.
And the thing is that I had my dad's support then to take care of the two of them. Like dad was working, but he was still helping me as much as he could manage. I can't imagine what it's gonna. I have the idea that it's most likely going to be even worse because I am single. We have some
Mhm.
family, but I've learned along the way that you can't always depend on everybody to be available when shit goes down because even well-intentioned people who want to be there sometimes have their own stuff that they have to handle
Right.
because life sucks.
And honestly, a few years ago, my mother was talking to me about that if I would stay there, that I would inherit the house and all this stuff. And it's like, no, I couldn't do that. I spent too much of my life taking care of other people's children that I was not going to put myself in the position of doing that again.
Yeah, and the thing is that dad's also discussed it with me, and he's specifically told certain family members that we can trust that if it gets too overwhelming for me and I'm struggling, for them to step in and put dad into a nursing home. He actually has that specifically written out.
Right, like a living will.
Yeah, to those particular family members that says, hey, if you notice things are going badly and for some reason I'm fighting Tria too hard on this,
Right.
back her up. Because he knows with what my mom went through. Like right now he says if it gets too overwhelming, put me in a home.
Mhm.
But when certain things kick in as you're dying, sometimes your survival instincts and your instincts of wanting to be independent will prevent you from saying yes to situations that would put you in a better place. We
Right.
watched it
Okay,
with
and
both my grandmother and my mom.
and that actually raises my level of respect for him that he's made other family members aware of that.
Yeah.
That's why I say I struggle with my dad because he's going basically to a cult that says that, I should be dead, but at the other hand, every single other aspect of my life, he's making sure that Amber and I are taken care of.
Wow.
So
it's
it's rough. I don't, it's like on the one hand it's like I want to create distance because but on the other he's making sure that things are set up the way we need.
Yeah, and that gives me a better understanding of why you're so torn by it. I know I tend to be more emotionally detached from people,
Mhm.
so it's been hard for me to really comprehend your situation, but that's a major piece that makes it make more sense.
Yeah, like my dad's retirement money, he actually, a good portion of his money is him wanting to buy a house for her and I so that we don't have to worry about rent.
Mhm.
So, like I said, I'm torn because his belief system is shit and
Mhm.
he's going to a church that is horrible but when it comes to actually being a dad and every other aspect, he's there for us. So it's been really rough.
Really makes I
Yeah.
just want to say it really makes me think of my dad, except he doesn't have the health issues.
Well, Dad doesn't have health issues yet, but he's 65.
Oh, my dad.
So,
My dad's 70, and my niece and nephew are keeping him healthy.
Make me feel old. Why don't you?
I'm sorry, Diana.
Your father is only 3 years older than I am.
Okay,
Well,
Diana.
like I said, he's not. The thing is that because of the fact that I am a caregiver, I'm
Mhm.
always thinking 10 years ahead because I have to be aware. Like 10 years ahead, he still may not necessarily need me, but the chances have definitely increased by then.
Mm.
15 years ahead, most likely he's going to need me if he hasn't hit it by 10. So I've got that going because it's like I have to understand what I need to do before stuff happens, because if I don't have that game plan, I'm
Mhm.
going to have everything collapse on me all at once and have two special needs people in my life who are
Right.
depending on me while I have no clue what in the hell is going on and what I'm doing.
Okay, Triana, I get what you're saying, but at least to make Diana feel better, my mother is 92,
Mm.
and it was just about 2 or 3 months ago that she finally admitted that she probably shouldn't be driving on her own.
Mm.
My grandmother was 90 before she had to come and be like rescued by
Mhm.
my aunt to go and live out in Louisiana with her.
Yeah.
Because she was going downhill about the same time as my mom.
Yeah, well, that's why I definitely say I have the genetics to beat 100, and I'm probably going to outlive most everyone I know.
Well,
Do you want to?
excuse me. In my case, that's pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and like I said, I honestly, my dad keeps saying that he's going to retire, and I've heard his version of retirement, and it's not really retirement. He said that he's bounced around everything from working in Olive Grove to getting sheep to cattle to, I'm like, dude, you're not retiring. You're just like firing your boss. That's all you're doing.
But that's a huge thing in itself, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and like I said, I honestly don't think that his body is going to give out before his tolerance for work gives out.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he's still going strong at the warehouse. He works a warehouse job,
Wow.
moving around boxes of product, which can be anywhere from, some of the boxes he lifts can be as little as 5 pounds, and some are as heavy as 50.
Mhm.
And he's 65 years old doing this job.
Yeah.
And his body is not giving out, but he comes home and he's like, I am tired of these kids who think they know how to do the job better than I do,
Right.
who are screwing everything up and making my life worse. I'm tired of them. Tired of cleaning up after them. And I'm tired of doing the jobs for them.
And I can see that perspective too, because I'm right in the middle. I'll be 55 this year. And the last 2-3 years, I've been wondering how long I can continue doing the type of work I do.
Yeah, I give him 1 to 3 years. I just told him that if he quits, that he has to give me at least a year to get us prepared, because he wants to move to be close to the family. I want to as well, although he's thinking that if he moves closer to family, I'm thinking his brain is, oh, the girls will be taken care of and have all the help they need. And while it's a nice thought, I also know that there are moments where you can't always depend on people to be around. Not in a
Oh,
mean
Moo.
way, but like
Mm,
life happens. And unfortunately, when a lot of times things happen at the same time.
right. When it rains, it floods.
Now, let's see if we can do this here. Don't mind me.
Where?
I'm in the midst of taking care of some kitty litter here.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I
Silver just popped into the chat. I'd been wondering where she'd been all night.
oops, that. All right, I am
So,
truly
bye.
going to exit this time. Good night.
Okay, Priya, yeah,
Right.
you need to get some good rest.
Silver.
Yeah, you be good.
I'll try, Diana. I'll
Mhm.
try.
Be
Yeah.
good, have fun. And yes, I
Rest
know you're
well.
monthly exclusive. Do the best
Yeah.
you can.
All
Rest as
right, I'll
well.
pick the
Yeah.
fun one.
Rest as well as possible. Dream as sweetly as
old.
possible, and wake up feeling as good as possible.
When did I get old? When did I do it?
Thank you, Jessica. Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh man, you age. Oh man, you just make me think of Anthony Riley. Yes. See, there you go, Anthony. Why did you do it? Right? That meant you had control over it. You can manipulate time. It can be the independent variable. And if you don't get that, forget it.
Oh, I've got it, definitely. I'm just pouring as we're speaking here. There we go. Hey.
Yeah, I
Oh,
wasn't sure
man.
what you were responding to there. I felt I missed something.
God, this stuff is dusty, but it's cheap.
Oh dear. Yeah, kitty litter.
I have found that was worth paying $2 or $3 a box more for a higher price brand that didn't put out as much dust.
Mhm.
I mean, once it's poured into the cat box, and once it's settled down, it's okay. It's just a matter of pouring it in there and letting the dust settle.
Okay, Diana,
Yeah.
I would question that you should reconsider that because we had apartment inspections this week. So it's like
Okay.
I had to clean out everything in my bedroom and realize all the boxes in there were coated with a thin coat of dust from him
Oh.
scratching and burying stuff in the cat box. Even
Oh.
the stuff that was stacked up like 6 or 7 feet off the floor had this coat of dust on it.
Interesting.
Mm.
So yeah, reconsider if that dust might be an issue, especially if you have any breathing problems.
Oh yeah.
Well, okay, so far breathing is the least of my problems. Oh man, it's I didn't believe that I could do it until I did it. And it's been 9.5 months that I've quit smoking.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, I'd quit a couple of times in the past, but just for a couple of months, and then I'd be back on again.
I've always been chipper.
I know I quit when I was 14,
Hmm.
and I'm trying to think. I was in my early 20s, I think, when I quit again. And that
Okay.
didn't last all that long.
Well, we're kind of at a point here where we need to make a call about, are we going to pack this up for the night or are we going to invite someone else in?
No, what did I just say?
You don't want to know what you just said.
Right. What is Lena wanting in?
Well, she hasn't specifically said so, but I don't know if she ever got the link.
Oh, Moo.
Well, well,
I've had about 6 shots of whiskey by this time, so I don't know if I'm really one to be making a decision.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to make a decision on a comment going all the way back to Trump and him wanting his wall so badly.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Since the
Wait a
audience is small,
He
I
wants-
can only
he
offend
wants-
at this point I can only offend 3 of you.
He wants his balls so badly. What?
Well,
His wall, not oh,
according to YouTube, there's 7 people
Face palm.
watching.
face palm. And it's like I'm gonna lose I'm gonna lose the floor. Damn it! I had to
You know,
fill-
I'm going to skip the whole thing and doing T-shirts and coffee mugs, and I'm going to start a merch store for Sloth Girl to start making heavily padded oven mitts for people face palming. I think that'll be much more profitable.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say, and then said something different instead, and hopefully I won't. I'll either get offense, laughs, or both. Is that the thing is like I know people that are into age play that are better behaved than our president. Ugh.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I'm not
He's
sure
a
how to
bigger-
respond
he's
to
a
that
big-
other than that.
He's a bigger baby than people that have age play fetishes.
Yeah. Well, I would like to stay off that topic, but at times I have questioned if he has the maturity of a 10-year-old.
Hell no, Baron is more mature than he is.
Yeah. Hey, I know an age
Unless
player.
Baron keeps his mouth shut.
Well, I don't know about. He definitely has enough. I definitely trust his sensibility more.
I like that. I like that, Hans. I should say that I quit smoking 9 months, 15 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 43 seconds ago. Don't miss it all.
No.
Now, the thing is, there are times I still find myself reaching for where I used to keep the pipe, but that's when I'm under stress.
Right.
Well, and Diana, with you, when you do that, is it a conscious thought? Or is that more like the muscle memory that you're reaching for it?
Oh, it's the unconscious thing. It's the muscles just going for it. I'm not thinking I want the pipe. It's just the hand starts to go, and it's like, what are you doing, Clarion? You quit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And this time you actually wanted to quit.
Right.
Well, you know, I kind of get that because my brother finally quit smoking. And my fiance quit smoking because of me.
Uh-huh.
You know, she specifically realized that it was starting to affect my respiration. And that was what finally pushed her to be able to give it up. Because she had quit like 5 or 6 times before that.
Okay. Yeah, right. Most of the time I don't think about it. Most of the time it's not on my mind at all.
Yeah.
And it amazes me because I had smoked for 49 years.
Mm.
I started when I was about 12, and smoking continuously until I was 61. And it amazed me how soon it was that I was not even thinking about it. As I say, occasionally, when I'm under stress,
Mm-hmm.
I'll find myself reaching, or once or twice, I've thought, I wish I had a cigar here.
Mm.
But no big thing, really. And this is the most severe addiction I've ever had. It's amazing the stuff I've been on, the stuff I've done,
Right.
that, just set it aside and not worry about it. I mean, but the smoking, that is actually a bit of an addiction there. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been industry standard. That you're talking about industrial strength addiction, literally. Because the industry made sure that it was at least as addictive as cocaine.
That's the interesting thing, because I've done cocaine and it was like, tried it once, and my assessment was, what the fuck is the point here?
Well,
and that was it.
Dana? Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, the caveat is I've never tried cocaine, but I have smoked at a maximum of a pack a month.
Oh shit, man! There was a time I was doing 4 packs of Camels a day.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, I would be continuously smoking from waking to sleeping.
But yeah, I mean, I'd be somebody to bump. I might even do it. Every once in a while, bum some cigarettes off a friend just for nostalgia's sake. I'm a chipper. I've never been physically addicted.
What's interesting though is I do occasionally smoke in my dreams.
Sure.
And I know, well, I always dream lucidly. I always know that I'm dreaming.
Okay.
So I mean, I know that I'm doing the thing, and I'm thinking in the dream, gee, that's interesting. I don't do this while I'm awake. And the
In
weird
your
thing
dreams,
is,
pal.
in my dreams, I would smoke cigarettes, and I
Right.
haven't smoked a cigarette. Oh crap! When was the last time I smoked a cigarette? Oh God, it's
Don't
gotta
mess with me. I'm not my dad.
gotta be over 10 years ago. Easily over 10 years ago, because I went to a pipe. It was cheaper, and
Yeah,
I have never smoked cat fur.
Sorry, not that you know of.
Not that I know of. No, not this kitty over here. I do not.
That's a better addiction. I've heard of Jane's addiction, but Sylvia addiction?
I have tried catnip, and it didn't do a thing for me.
What'd you do? Try smoking?
Try smoking it. There was a friend of mine who swore by smoking catnip. He said it gave him visual trails and shit and everything else. And I'm smoking it. It's like burning leaves. And I said, "What the fuck is this, Robert?" Oh man. Oh, what do we do? Okay, Spooky was just getting coffee. This is the pasta. And I don't know what I said.
Sneeps.
There it goes. There it goes.
Queevy Provel. Yeah, I just remembered my dad. Apparently, when he was working as a soda jerk for this guy, Saul Kraft was quite a guy too, because he said, he would sing while he was working. He said, Charlie Brown, one day I'm going to have my name in lights on Broadway. And one of the things they do to goof off is that they make up their own languages. So like a customer would come in and they say Queevy Provo, and another, and my dad, and another would say, Saul would say Queevy Provo, and my dad would say Sneeps.
Oh man, there was a place. There was a restaurant I used to go to from time to time back in the Cleveland area called York Steakhouse. And the strange thing that they did, and it was at all of the places, it was a chain, and at all of the restaurants, the cooking. Okay, this was a cafeteria thing, so you had your tray going by. There were no servers, no wait staff coming to the table, so everybody's cooking and preparing and everything, and speaking in a sort of a bastard French. And I always found that very interesting. I mean, it was all there for the customers to hear and everything. You'd order a number 3 steak or something like that, medium well, or très passé, and the whole thing like that. And, and everybody knew it was going. It was kind of fun, but
Cool.
that's a long, 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 long time ago.
Yeah.
God damn. I cannot believe that I have lived in Pittsburgh nearly half my life.
Wow.
In September, it will be half my life.
Yeah, they had the York Steakhouses when I lived in Minnesota, and that was over 10 years ago.
Yeah. Before we get too far, the Name and Lights on Broadway did have a punchline to it. So apparently, Saul Kraft did end up getting his name and lights on Broadway. He studied law at night and became a lawyer. And when he opened up his office, he opened it up on a street called Broadway in Chelsea, Massachusetts. It was basically Boston. And he made sure that his name was in lights for the sign.
I have the
Okay.
perfect plan. I have the perfect plan to make sure that my name is in lights in every theater in the country.
Change your
I'm going
name.
to have my name legally changed to Exit.
Yeah,
There
I
you
heard that
go.
coming.
There you go.
That'll do it.
Hi there, sweetness.
Welcome, Silver.
Hey.
Hello.
Or you could have your name enter.
You're a little quiet there. Can you turn up your gain a bit?
Let's see. Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, your lack of gain is our loss.
Why does it hate me?
And there is this kitty over here. Yes, you want to be petted. I know you want to be petted.
We all seem to be
Edited.
playing with kitties.
The kitty
Yeah.
wants us to be petted. You always want to be petted.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the
What
the
is going
head
on
goes
with my
under the
dog?
hand. It's like, pet me, goddammit, pet me.
Mm-hmm. Dogs are the same. Just to say, if my girlfriend were here, we would have somebody different. She prefers dogs.
There we go. Okay,
I
can you
prefer
hear me now?
cats. Silver.
Yay!
I couldn't
Well,
hear you guys either. I could hear you perfectly when I first joined, and then 2 seconds later, I'm like, oh crap. Okay, kill me. Yes, I got
I'm very
attacked
much
by
in
a
favor of
witch.
both. That's again, my fiance and I had discussed this at length and come to the conclusion that assuming we had a house with a fenced-in yard for them to run, the perfect combination would be 2 cats and 3, or two dogs and 3 cats.
Aw,
But more than 5
Oh, man.
animals in one house
too much.
would be too much for 2 people to handle without, making sure we could take care of them properly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Heck, I
That
only
was-
have 2, and I think that's too much.
Man, that's a bit of a bittersweet memory from about 30 years ago. My girlfriend at the time absolutely loved the CSNY song "Our House" because he said it perfectly described us. Our
2
house
cats.
is a very, very fine house with 2
Mm.
cats in the yard. That all, but yeah.
Would not be so hard.
And unfortunately, that did not last.
No,
But what can I say?
it was.
Yeah,
was
well,
perfect.
before my fiance, I had a couple of relationships in my life, and one of which lasted 12 years.
Oh, mine was 13.
Oh,
Almost the same.
Yeah, Melody and I made it to 11.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, nice.
we got to 12 years before what I could only describe as developing a level of paranoia that somehow, up until that point, she had not realized that I could not read body language.
oh,
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and that my own body language, because of that, was not normal.
Right.
And this is something I didn't realize until 5 years later, that my fiance, after that point, mentioned dumbfounded that my body language was saying that I was lying when she knew I had no reason to lie.
Sure.
Right. Yeah, people put way too much. I have friends that do it all the time. They put way too much emphasis on things like body language without knowing anything about the person, or they know the person, but like in the case of your fiance, they know they have no reason to lie, but yet they're like, oh, well, your mannerisms are telling me you're lying. And it's like, okay, well, one of these things is not like the other. Try to figure out which one it is, you know?
I tell you, Purple, you'd be a hell of a lot of fun in an FBI interrogation, wouldn't you?
Right.
I've actually wondered about something like that.
You would be a great candidate.
You know, because I think it's like some combination of like the autism and how many years I went that they didn't realize I needed glasses.
Oh.
That I never learned to look at people's body language or to mimic it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what went Poofoo. Psystrike messaged me yesterday. He said he was going to be putting up his latest Ark Encounter film any minute, and I haven't seen it go up yet.
Oh, you're still not seeing that?
No. I mean, not that I'm all worried about anybody seeing my cameo or anything.
Can't wait to see you, girl. Can't wait to see you.
Has everybody in the chat and in the side chat been keeping up with Psy's Ark Encounter series?
Oh, I have. It's been hilarious.
It's beautiful, I tell you.
Not completely. I'm behind.
If you haven't been watching, you got to be watching. It's especially RJ's commentary in the series, because he does a beautiful David Attenborough.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If it weren't for Tornado, what is it? Like Tornado in a junkyard?
Oh, Tornado Pelt.
Yeah. If it weren't for Tornado Pelt asking me to add them on Discord, I wouldn't even have known about that series.
Tornado's a sweetie. He really is.
Yeah. What gets me, like, what makes me feel uneasy about Tornado, it seems to be like a lot of anger, a lot of quick anger, being prone to doing angry things. So I kind of cringe.
Well, he's on the spectrum, remember?
Yeah, so I have a friend on the spectrum who's a total.
So his expressions will not entirely, will not always fit the situation.
Okay, I didn't realize he was on the spectrum, but yeah,
I didn't say anything.
I've never met them, so
on the autistic spectrum, it is something that you have to realize. There's a very wide range of how people respond.
Sure.
And I mean, if you really need an example, look at the difference between the way Maddie is responding to things and my general detachment from things. We're both on that same spectrum.
Yeah, and you're night and day, basically.
Maddie, is that Silver? I'm sorry, is that you, Silver, or somebody else?
Maddie is. He was the godless Iowan. Now it's objectively subjective.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's somebody. Maybe I'd be glad to have only caught a few videos of. I know that Non Sequitur does not like Maddie's current position.
Well, and like for the first
a bunch of Twitter drama happened.
Yeah, for the first year that Maddie was producing stuff, I was really supporting him, and I thought he put out some really good stuff. And it's like, since he changed the channel, I really feel like he's going off the rails, and I don't understand. It's like
everyone has said that.
Yeah, it's like I kind of get some parts of it.
Yeah.
But it seems to be a huge change in just a few months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You'd think that transitioning would make you a better person.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know
if
that's the entire story. I don't know if it's just coincidental that you have the transition in the new attitude coming together. In other words, one not dependent on the other. Instead, you have a confound, something like that. Now,
What?
yeah, I mean, he's gonna listen to this and he's gonna be all over me again because we were having a discussion yesterday. But at this point,
Well, I
at
mean,
this
like I
point,
told
it's to the
someone else.
point where I almost. It breaks my heart to say this, but I almost don't care.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Well, it's like
I love Maddie dearly, and I love Snarky dearly, dearly.
Okay,
But
yeah.
it's a matter of this
Yeah.
is crazy.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
it's been,
mess just isn't
well, like I
worth
say,
it.
I subscribed to him when he only had like 100 subscribers, and I
Mhm.
was one of his Patreons for the last year.
Aw.
And it's like it's really hard for me to pull away from him. But the more
Mhm.
stuff he's putting out lately, the more points I have to disagree with.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very, very.
Did you?
This is the way it is, and if you don't like it, go
It's
stuff
black and white.
yourself.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah,
black and white.
Yeah.
And I don't, obviously, I do not know Maddie very well at all, at all, at all, at all. But I told someone else that did, I guess, know them better, um, and was distancing themselves from just everything going on. I was just like, well,
well, Maddie
black
and
and white thinking, no, like no good can come from that. If somebody's not willing to, at the very least, understand where you're coming from, but yet they
Mm.
expect you to 100% agree with them and understand where they are coming from,
Oh my
then
God.
there's a
Maddie
fundamental disconnect there that isn't going to get resolved. You know what I mean?
Maddie and
Oh, hey.
Cyrus were dear friends.
Hmm.
Absolutely dear friends, and they are on the outs now. And in the discussion that I had with Maddie yesterday, he said that Cyrus is on his shit list because he said he maintained that cis meant not gay and
Oh boy.
called Maddie an idiot for disagreeing. It was something that minor.
Yeah. Yeah, and Orla, yeah, 100%.
And this is the thing that broke my
I've seen
heart.
that as well. It's just people defending themselves and everybody saying they're harassing, and I haven't seen anyone harass. I've
Mhm.
only seen people like Orla said, defending themselves because they themselves were attacked and called transphobic and all these other names. And so of course they're going to defend themselves.
I am surprised I have not yet been called transphobic. Um, don't laugh.
No, no,
You
no, no. I
have
already
not.
heard.
Al
I'm-
Jolson was
Yeah.
very anti-Semitic, and remember, he was a Jew.
Yeah.
Well, at least he was in the movie by Warner Brothers, the first talkie that wasn't by Disney. But
But
first, but please, please, I already heard. The thing is, I already heard transgender women saying, and you might know who they are because you know this community better than I do. I've already heard them saying, "I've been called transphobic." Earlier tonight, remember, I was watching the Steve McRae Great Debates and Non Sequitur hosting his own on his own channel. And I've already heard one or two trans women say, I've been called actually
Yeah.
Kyle admitted to being called homophobic.
Yep. That's right.
yeah,
He
Steve
was.
and I have our differences.
Mhm.
He says he dearly loves me, and I don't understand it. It's sometimes it feels like he's got a crush on me, and it's like, okay, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Wrong gender. But
Who's saying that to whom?
I'm saying that to Steve.
Okay. Now I know. Now
Steve and I have a bit of a history over the last year. He would
sorry.
invite me onto his shows from time to time
Mhm.
because he thinks I'm the best thing since sliced bread. And I'm thinking, where the hell are you getting that idea?
I don't know. I just
but
met you, so I don't know.
I'm trying to remember what the heck I was trying to say.
Sorry.
You said you guys
Um,
had quite the history, you and Steve, and
I mean,
you
prior
guys
to
really-
that,
You.
it was something about transphobia, and I can't
Oh
quite
yeah,
Yeah.
that you haven't been called. I'm
Yet.
surprised you haven't been called.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I have taken some positions that many people out there scream transphobia over. I mean, I have yet to weigh in on the athlete thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to weigh in until I've read some of the primary literature.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at that point with me where I want to know what's going on, as RJ
It's
calls
always
it,
good to know.
source methods.
Starch.
What? No, oh, RJ Downard.
Starch methods.
Source methods.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
I've read some of the
Going to the
literature
original
and-
literature and that sort of
Mhm.
thing, instead of
Right.
just repeating something somebody has
And
said
that
or
I
written
can respect
14th hand.
right there. Because I always say that whenever people form an opinion based on someone else's opinion, it's like reading a movie review that you've never seen the movie, but you're making an
Mhm.
opinion based on someone else's review, even though you yourself have never seen it. It's absolutely insane to me how much of that you have going on, not just in the world, but in politics,
Oh.
science, all over YouTube. People give an opinion on other people's opinions without knowing jack shit about the subject matter themselves.
Well, beef. And I come from a scientific tradition.
Hmm.
I know how to read the papers. I've written a couple of papers. Okay.
Nice.
So this is where I want to go. But man, as far as the athlete stuff goes, there's such a paucity of primary literature or even secondary literature. I found one review paper yesterday. I'm going to have to go through that one. It seems to be the most in depth,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to have an idea of what this person has to. He brought together 8 primary papers and 31 policy statements.
Yeah.
So I want to see what this person has to say there, and maybe I'll have a little better idea because I don't know. I really don't. I mean, do we
Typically,
have an advantage over NATO women? I don't know.
no. The short answer would
Eh.
be no.
I
Sports
don't.
medicine has kind of already weighed in on that. So has the Olympics. I said the
Okay.
Olympics has
Yeah, I
actually.
know. I know. I don't know.
But a lot
I'm
of
just
trans women
yeah.
actually
I don't
have
know.
levels below that of cis women. So, in some ways, depending on the type of sport we're talking
Right.
about,
Right.
they're at a disadvantage, not an advantage. If you want to use those terms, then,
Okay, I had to hang up my mic for a minute there, but I was still listening to all this.
Okay.
Well, beef.
So let me catch up a bit here. For anyone who wasn't aware how close Cyrus and Godless Iowan were, Cyrus actually conducted
yes.
his wedding.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
I saw that.
You know, and as far as the whole thing about rationality rules and the athletes, honestly, I think you'll be very hard pressed to find anyone who cares less about sports than I do.
Oh,
So
me.
when he had released that original video, my only response was that I know and care so little about sports that I thought he got some things wrong, but I really don't give a damn. And with the ACA statement and the way people have been defending that,
No.
the more I hear about it, the more I'm pushed to defend Stephen.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm looking for his.
I'm thinking that the ACA statement was basically knee jerk. It's
Yes.
like save our arses because we don't want people setting us on fire.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did you
And
Well,
see
that's
somebody
sort of
said that on
they
Twitter
went on
that it
non-stop?
was,
Did
I
any-
forget how they phrased it, but something like that. It was a standard corporate statement. I think that was the phrasing.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's like,
okay.
yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was a
Yes.
cover our asses regardless of the facts of the matter.
And they did admit that it was
Yeah.
very knee jerk. They admitted that.
Yeah,
Where
that-
I can't remember his name, but he was on the he
Non-sec-
was on a show with Shannon and Kyle last night.
Yeah.
I
Non
saw part of that earlier tonight. Yeah.
Oh,
And-
who was on that damn show?
I don't know, but Cyrus was in the after show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I missed that. But
I
I'm
haven't spoken to
correction
Cyrus in a
video.
while. It was
It's
weird. I actually met Cyrus before I became a member of the community.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh.
Because he was on a Discord server somehow, and Steve had sent me a note with, "You need to join the Great Debate community."
Right.
And this was back when I was working with NCG Studios, so that's how he knew me. And then I was on the Discord server, and I was talking to this quirky but interesting guy with a Barney Rubble avatar, and
He's-
he later says, once I'm in the community, he says, "Yeah, we talked way back when." I said, "Oh yeah, I remember you." So that was kind of fun.
yeah.
awesome.
But
yeah, I'm just
sports.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Orla makes some interesting comments to the side chat there.
Oh.
He's saying if someone uses their minority as a shield from offense, all it does is weaken the accusations with people.
I don't
And
get
to be
that.
honest, if women's sports were funded as well as men's sports, it would be a more even playing field all around in skill as well. People who are working jobs can hardly keep up.
Yep. I personally don't actually agree with I mean, it's kind of like Purple said. I don't watch sports. I'm not into sports. I don't really care about sports. There's only a few reasons why I even cared about the video that Steven made. And it was one of them is because in the video he does use some very alarmist rhetoric. Is like a call for action essentially, and that is what caught my attention. However, in every comment that I have made about the subject on any YouTube comments or anywhere for that matter online, there is one specific thing that is constant and consistent that I have consistently said, which is that we are no better than the bigots that we speak out against if we're not willing to entertain the possibility that this video came from ignorance and not malice.
Yeah.
So just calm down and wait. Just wait.
Yeah.
Let the man do his correction. Let him get all his facts straight because everybody's so mad that he hasn't already released the correction video.
yeah,
Well, that's
definitely.
what got him.
Well,
in
maybe he's
trouble in
working on the
first
fucker.
place.
I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
And it's
And
like
then-
people are simultaneously criticizing him for not doing his research and not
Right.
responding fast enough.
Right.
So it's like, what
Yeah,
do you
and-
want him to do?
If you're
Well,
going to
It's a
if you're
thing.
going to perform due diligence, looking up things and doing the research, trust me, from back when I was doing response videos more often, it's work. It takes a while. That's why I couldn't maintain even a one video per week schedule because I would be into the research for hours and hours and hours. And when I'm saying hours and hours, I'm meaning 80, 90 hours worth of research for one fucking video. Just look at the what's the word for them? References in the descriptions on my videos. Come on,
Yep.
guys.
Boy,
I get exactly what you mean, and that's why I never intend to do response videos. I've already seen how many hours you have to put into checking references before you can do that.
Yeah, Kate would be all over me about how few videos I was putting out, and well, why don't you just do the way we do it movie night? Start playing the thing and then stop and respond, play, stop and respond. I can't because I want my response to have something behind it.
Yes.
Yeah. Two things. One, by Kate, do you mean Bionic Dance?
Yes.
And two,
Why?
the question.
Anyway.
Really? Oh wait, wait, it's not Bionic Dance, is it?
Yes, Bionic Dance.
Okay, I got it right.
And yes,
I think I called her Electric Dance last week.
Okay,
No,
yes, I
it is
do have
Bionic Dance, just Diana is incapable of saying that without sighing.
Yes, I do have
I
a
don't-
12,943 ton crush on her.
Oh well, okay then.
Yeah.
I
And unfortunately, she has told me thanks, but no thanks.
After seeing her, I don't know, in that live chat, the way she behaved in that live chat.
She
you
scared
host-
the hell out of me in that live chat. I'm going to
That's
unapologetically say it. I
I'm not
saw
though.
my heart was breaking. I saw my
Don't
ex in that
mention
chair.
Star Trek.
Okay.
Oh, they're really going now.
I must have missed the interesting part of that.
You missed it. It's still up.
It was when Kate was shouting. Oh my God!
Yeah, she just
she was calling Evans a stupid piece of shit simply because he disagreed with her take on changing characters in film and other fiction things.
Well,
and it's
to
like,
be
she's going
completely
on.
fair, that's kind of why she went off. I think I'm not condoning calling people names
Hi, honey.
at all.
I see.
But they were having two totally different miscommunications.
I see that.
Made her so mad.
I see that Upside Down Sweetie is here. Hi, Sweetness.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's this is where I was seeing my ex, because my ex would hang her entire life on a couple 80s music groups, and to even intimate that you didn't like them or anything else. Well, my ex was borderline personality disorder anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But
my sister,
God, she'd go off on you.
That's how my
and
sister.
that's one of the main reasons. Say again.
Are you for or against me? If you disagree, you must be against me.
Well, that was Melody.
Everything's very black and white.
Well, and I absolutely hate changing sides. And the more I see these things happen, the more I regret ever getting on Twitter. Because that's where it all happens. Because on Twitter, it is impossible to have any discussion with any amount of nuance.
Exactly.
When you're limited by how many characters
280
you can type.
characters. Yes.
Thank
yes.
you. I'm always saying Twitter encourages black and white thinking, and I don't like it.
Even Facebook,
Yeah,
good old farce book is better than Twitter.
Definitely.
I don't use Facebook anymore, like at all.
Say again,
I don't use Facebook anymore, like at all.
I have used it so little in the last year and a half that a lot of people on there are surprised when I do post. God, I thought you had died. And so, no, not yet. I'm working on it, but not yet.
I actually had a couple of people messaging me worried that I was dead because I hadn't posted on Facebook in 2 years or so. And I'm like, no, I deleted the app. I still have an account, to sign in and stuff, but I just deleted it off my phone and my tablet and everything because there's no point in having it. I don't open it. I don't look at it. I don't care.
Because a lot of the people I knew, through Facebook are not on Twitter, and they do wonder where the hell I am, and because most of them know that I have the stage 4 kidney disease,
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
it's, like, okay, how long is she going to hang on anyway? How long is she going to be alive? But, and I couldn't tell you. It could
Yeah.
be, next week. It could be 10 years. I don't know. I
Yeah, at
hope
this
it's
point,
sooner than later. Hmm?
I get on Facebook maybe once or twice a month just to kind of let my family know I'm still alive, and that's about it.
Yeah. Two things. One, food for thought. Is it a matter of sports or is it a matter of fairness? Two,
Well,
Bionic Dance, Red, Faithless, Red and Faithless Southerner were all correct. Kate, Bionic Dance, was essentially right in the sense that what she was arguing about how she felt. She had a strong emotional
Right.
investment. It may be
yeah, yeah.
irrational, but we can strongly emotionally invested in something that is trivial. Her feelings were very real. Her
Yes, and
feelings
well,
were,
she
and
almost jumped down. She almost jumped
yeah,
down my throat
yeah,
for
she
my
did.
suggesting. Yeah, that suggesting that it wasn't a life or death matter, and I'm still going to
Yeah,
say it's not a life or death. And
but
that's me because
that,
you tell me that you don't like baseball. It's okay. So you don't like baseball, fine.
Right.
mm, but
What's
But
funny is my
telling her that
girlfriend's.
only got her. But do you understand that telling her that only got her more anger?
yeah, which is why I shut up in a big hurry.
Yeah, which I think it was a situation that, as difficult as it is, if you're the moderator, your job is to say, let's just stop.
And that's
You're both
something
right and wrong at the same time.
okay, and that's something I didn't do, and I'm going to apologize again. I was owning
Mhm.
that live stream. I was in the hot seat. I was, in the left-hand seat.
Right.
I
Mhm.
should have muted everybody and said, "Okay, guys, fuck this," and let's all calm down, and I don't care who leaves. But I
Mm.
did not, and
Well,
that is my fault.
I think you could have um cool, but I think if the situation arises again, I don't know about the mute button. Try to get I would think try to get them to stop themselves first, but just say both of you just stop and breathe. We're gonna just
Mhm.
stop and breathe
Well, this is why
Just like
this is
change the subject. Like we're
for
not talking
well,
about the
not
subject
no,
matter.
no,
No.
not even that. I think stop and breathe for 60 seconds.
well, this is why you hit the button to get a word in
That's a good
edgewise.
idea. True.
Yeah,
And
but I think
then you bring everybody back in and say, "Are we going to all play nice now?"
Well,
yeah.
see, and
Well,
Diana, this is what I'm trying to learn from you is how to actually moderate these chats before anything gets out of control.
whoops.
See, luckily, I have not had. Of course, none of them have taken place on YouTube yet, but
Well,
luckily,
here,
I haven't had any Well, I haven't had any major problems so far with my live chats. So
Mhm.
I hope
well,
it continues that way, but we'll see.
here's the other problem. And God, Kate, excuse my language if you're ever going to listen to this in the future. I've been in this situation twice already. First time was easy, man. Hit that button. It's like, shut up, DC. Or I don't know if it was DC or it was another one. DB. That's it. However, in this situation, you're trying to get yourself to tell someone with whom you are completely and totally in love to shut up.
Right. Yeah. It's
Oh,
an
that's
awkward
Dee
position.
And I know, and the whole thing, Kate, if you're listening, I know it's not going anywhere. All right.
Well,
But-
yeah, kind
Uh,
of getting back to the earlier topic, though. As far as rationality rules, it's like
Mm,
I don't see any reason to believe he is transphobic.
no, exactly.
neither do
But
I. No,
I
never,
believe
I
he
never
was
saw that.
probably working off of bad information.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I never heard anything out of Stephen to indicate to me that he was transphobic. Maybe he's going a little off the rails with some of the language. Like he says, this thing could kill women's sports and everything
Yeah.
else. Come on, settle down.
Yeah, I don't think
that's-
he really understands what being trans is.
I was.
He wants
I
to know. Let's have a
completely agree.
live stream. I'll try to explain. No, I'm serious. I'd like to do a lot more explaining to people
Yeah.
who don't know what's going on, because I think I'm one of the okay, pat myself on the fucking back. I think I'm one of the few people who can do this dispassionately, because I am not a sociologist. I am not an activist by nature. I'm a scientist.
Wait,
I trained as a scientist, for fuck's sake.
sociologists aren't scientists?
Well, I trained as a hard scientist, okay, because my degree is in neuroscience. So
Cool.
it is in a biological science. But yeah, it's maybe I can do a little better than a lot of people can. Okay, I certainly, here we're going to name names. I can certainly do a better job than CJ. I can, Zinnia Jones.
Yeah, never mind.
I can certainly do a better job than Alexander. I've heard Alexander speak to this, and we've had our discussions.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem with Maddie is I think Maddie kind of idolizes Alexander.
Yeah, you noticed that.
But Diana, until you phrased it in just that way, I probably didn't realize that's probably part of the reason I kind of feel more connected with you is that my fiance was also trained as a biochemist.
Oh, wow.
She was actually, studying bacteria and, how bacteria caused illnesses.
Okay. Yeah, I had wanted a research lab. I had wanted a PhD. And unfortunately, crashed and burned, major depressive disorder.
Yeah.
I am tempted to say that I tried to do too much and I burned out on it, because I could have been done with my bachelor's degree in 2 years, but I stuck around all 4 years because I wanted every goddamn course that department had to offer. Plus the lab time, plus writing the review papers, all that shit. You're constantly going, and then it finally got to the point where I just couldn't make it, unfortunately, and I think I disappointed my my advisor. I think I disappointed the department chairman.
Sorry,
because I came out of the box, oh man, like gangbusters. And then I ended up not quite a 3-point average. So kind of went to fuck. But anyway, oh man, there were people who would tell me that they don't want study into how transness works.
Oh God.
Because they didn't want anybody finding something to fix us trans folk.
Oh
in air quotes.
Wow.
And it's like, guys, anything that can be used can be abused.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's not that one thing. You don't shut down research just because of that.
That's true for literally everything. I mean, all medication, any breakthroughs, anything can be used for, evil intent or not so good intention. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Adam bomb. Like, come on now. I mean.
Well, there's somebody that wants to talk to me later today. He had put a question out. Anybody can point me to some trans folks. I have a few questions. I'd like to know things. What do you want to know? So maybe we'll be talking this morning. We'll see what happens.
Oh, good.
We'll see how long I can stay awake.
I enjoy having conversations with people um, on the topic, especially whenever their
Mm.
intent is to learn or to further understand. You know, I very much enjoy that.
Mhm.
I do not do very well when people kind of, I don't know, I guess bait and switch would be like the best
What?
word I have for it. Where
Oh
like
dear.
they'll come at me as though they want to ask me questions, in order to further
Mhm.
their understanding.
Right.
But yet, as soon as we start having a conversation, it's very much a black and white, this is what I believe, and you don't believe it either, and you're part of that group, uh, and you're, what's the word that I've heard someone use recently? Oh my God, my brain's not running full capacity at the moment. Anyway, but it gets into an argument where they basically
Mhm.
just want to argue with me about whether or not it's even a real quote thing. And I'm like,
What?
excusez-moi?
and and then
Mhm.
there's the other thing going on where
Mhm.
I've noticed lately with Maddie, everything is about non-binary, everything is about transness, that whole thing. Now I'm gonna try. Oh
Eh.
God, I'm gonna try to not sound condescending, and I'm gonna fail miserably. I know where that's coming from. That
It's
was
new.
me. That was me 15 years ago
Uh-huh.
Huh. Could
when I
be.
was first
Yeah.
discovering, when I was first coming out. I get that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's just going totally overboard with it to where you're attacking even close friends.
Exactly.
That's where I'm drawing the line.
Yep.
Right.
Hmm.
Especially when you're, like you said, attacking your close friends, and as a result,
Well,
you're
and Diana, I
isolating
get,
and burning bridges. Like, that's
yeah,
not good at all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
get exactly the same thing because that's how I was in the 1980s when I was
Mhm.
arguing with people, mostly arguing with gay men about bisexuals being included in the LGBT.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. Oh,
See,
what's it? Thing.
some, sometimes I wish I could be
Yeah.
bi, but then again, I would be turned down twice as often. So what's the point?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I let you. I allowed you to speak for that. Okay, just to say that rhetoric, you little. Anyway, so sports competition service, more word salad. I gotta get through the
Oh,
words.
that's the other one, and it's a real one this
Bookmark.
time. It's a real one this time. Talking about going to be the
Oh,
end of women's sports and all this shit.
oh no, wait.
See how long it took baseball to take up the steroid question?
Yeah.
Please, that sounds like a total change of subject. Are you sure? I mean, if you're doing that, it's because you don't want me to speak.
No, it's just
No, it's just
you're
please,
making the one
please. I'm
comparison to
so
the other.
close. No,
So
I'm
go,
so
go,
close.
go.
I'm
I'm done.
so
I'm
close.
done.
Please let me just, when you're done, just say these words. There's one thing that Jessica has not seen in any of these discussions.
Okay,
What's that?
that being.
Okay, that's my bookmark. What is it? Nobody has brought up the topic of nobody has brought up the question of what about different kinds of sports. I think actually wait, I think Silver, you did
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
finally.
Yeah, she
I'm gonna
did.
just say I always say that because my dear late friend Sonia Keys that I've mentioned, the one that taught me and my girlfriend to sail, and by the way, my girlfriend's the taller one. Um, um, and she's at work right now, overnight. But our dear, we practically had a polycule, even if it wasn't official. um,
A what?
Polycule.
Oh, nice.
Ask Surrey.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, it took me
yeah.
a while to remember. Yeah, it's
or
A sort of a
something.
takeoff on molecule. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
Polycule.
Yeah, it's an open-ended one where
yeah.
me
where-
and Sonia were intimate at first because it was an open relationship when I first met her, but eventually it was just her and Stacy or me and Stacy. And but yeah, Sonia was big fan of sailing and sailboats. She taught me and Stacy how to sail. She followed sailboat races. And one thing she would follow is women in sailboat racing and Olympic sailboat racing, which I think, Silver, that you brought up something about the Olympics. The one thing I know about Olympic sailboat racing, transgender aside, in certain classes, they have mixed male and female. You could have 2 men, 2 women, or a man and a woman in a single boat.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's something that I have a really big issue with when it comes to the way that we. Okay, I'm gonna pretend for a moment as though I care about sports because
Mhm.
this conversation, at the end of the day, it really isn't about. It supersedes sports. I think we can all
Yes, it
agree on that
does.
topic.
Yeah,
That's where I was headed with the baseball comment.
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
if the fairness meant anything, baseball would have been all over the players who were shooting up in
Oh.
order to hit home runs out of the city a lot
Mhm.
sooner than they did.
Yep.
Mm.
And see how long it took them to do anything about that. So it's not about the fairness. No, no,
Right.
no. Who was it that wrote the article in was it Chicago Tribune or was it the Atlantic Monthly? Where she said in as many words, it's not about fairness, it's about defining womanhood.
Well, that
I
seems huge.
don't like having female sports. See, I think everybody should just be in sports period based on the things that we already characterize on, which is height, weight, athletic ability, etc. And it should just be co-ed. I don't understand if you have a man that's 5 foot tall, which I have a friend who's a man who's 5 feet tall. Like if
Mhm.
you have a man that's that short, and then you have a woman who's I'm just under 5 feet, but like with house shoes on, I'm 5 foot even. And so if you have a man and a woman of the same height and equal build, they can obviously, in fairness, compete against one another. So I just don't
Mhm.
understand why it's not based more on those things already,
Mhm.
in addition to, like I said, athletic ability,
Right, right.
instead of gender. That it just makes no sense to me to base it off sex. I don't know, or whatever.
Now,
I know part of it might be the population of the locker rooms.
Yeah.
And I'm not being facetious when I say that.
Yeah.
You're being
Could be.
confusing then. I mean,
Well, I mean, some
It-
people are very much against that.
yeah,
Like,
in other words, say you've got some sport where you're hitting the okay, let's say baseball. Let's say we have mixed gender baseball,
mhm.
and okay, at the end of the game, you're in the locker room, taking care of showering and getting into clothes and everything else like that. Right now, you've only got the one locker room, and there's only the guys in there, and they don't want the girls. There was a minor league pitcher who was a woman. She was damn good, and she basically got harassed out of the league.
mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want you people to know that Robert X is getting down on you because he thinks I'm the only one who's reading the side chat.
I
Well,
just
at the moment,
I love you,
you
Robert.
are probably because I was looking at another screen to see if I had received a message from somebody.
Yeah, so was I.
Sorry, I
Well,
thought that was kind of funny.
Well,
Oh, where
Purple, I
are
need to
we?
look
a
up
Stupid
random
that
religious
story
rules.
because I
random letter from vibrantly Brantley. I think we should just end sports full
yeah.
stop. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. It's one of the topics to throw out there. When talking about fairness versus steroids, the only thing is like, should we expect sports to our ideal idea of sports, should that be fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing that was mentioned in Steven's film was that the girl in question at the beginning of the film,
Was
um,
cis.
missed out on a $200,000 scholarship and everything else. And I'm going to say right now,
It had
I
nothing to
am
do
not
with
at all in favor of sports scholarships to universities,
I'm not either.
because what
Mhm.
happens, and I saw this when I was at the University of Pittsburgh. I saw it firsthand. You get the football players, for example,
Yep,
Mhm.
who are given the
exactly.
really easy. There was a
They
course
get
that
an
was
easy
called
ride.
Rocks for Jocks.
Mm-hmm.
They got this, easy rides
Mhm.
just so they could beat the shit out of each other on the football field. That's not, in my mind, what a university is for.
Exactly. It's
A
for
university, in my mind, is for the pursuit of learning, the pursuit of knowledge.
yes, academics.
And these guys, not only were they in the shit easy courses, they were having people taking tests for them in those shit easy courses. It was happening while I was. I mean, remember Archie Griffin from Ohio State University? This was a while ago, so maybe some of you are a little bit too young to remember. But yeah, he was accused, and I'm trying to remember if he was. I don't think he was exonerated. Not that he was convicted, but I don't think he was exonerated either of having people come in and take tests for him, because he was a super great football player. He ended up playing for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
And it's like this, what is this doing in a university? Here I am, and I'm going to say it. I'm going to pat myself on the fucking back. Probably the toughest department in that school. Looking at, struggling to make it, busting my ass, looking at these guys getting basically a free ride just so they can shuttle up all around. No, 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 no. If you want something like that, have minor league football and go right out of high school into minor league football and do it that way. At least baseball does it halfway right.
No.
I agree.
I say, well, whether whether college sports exists or not, college education should be free. That's how I
Oh,
feel.
sure, absolutely.
100%.
And Doorknob had Rugs for Jocks. That was geology, not even geology 101. It was sort of like a high school. It was like a high school earth science course. It was that scaled down. And everybody who had to have a science course but didn't want to take a science course was in there. If you'll excuse the expression, all the humanities majors who thought that a science course was too hard were all in there. Okay, I'm weird. I know I'm weird. I thought freshman chem was a shitload of fun. Until the guy next to me, oh Lord, we're at the lab benches, and the TA is giving us the whole safety protocol and everything, and the kid next to me is ignoring everything, and of course, we are melting calcium fluoride in a ceramic crucible as part of the experiment, and this is at 600 degrees centigrade. Okay, and we had been told over and over and over and over and over, don't put the fucking hot crucible down on the bare lab bench. What does the kid do?
Puts the hot crucible down on the bare lab bench.
And how did I know this? Because my back was to him. I heard pop, and I felt something hit me in the back.
Ouch.
And it was a damn good thing that Sharon was right there to hold me back because I was going to throw the kid out a second floor window. Fucking idiot! It was a good thing he hit me with the shard of the crucible rather than somebody with more of a temper.
Sorry, Robert X posts. Is it okay to hit powerful women? Not if they're wearing. You know what? Not if they're wearing glasses.
There you go, and a lab coat. And
Wait a minute. You ever seen that stuff in the Warner Brothers cartoons? You wouldn't hit a bat with glasses, would you? The bat never wore. Sorry, sweetie. The bat never wore a lab coat.
Okay, I have to back up on that Robert X statement. We were chatting. We were in the side stream about chess. And he was saying, as far as athletics, that smart women should go into chess. And there was a woman who was not able to compete on the Saudi Arabia chess team because she refused to wear the burqa.
I remember
You're gonna
that.
have to see that.
Oh, geez.
So instead, she competed with the American team. And I was saying that in chess, the queen is the most powerful piece, while the king is really just a slow-moving target.
Yeah, the king is
Chicken
impotent.
wings.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's all those chicken wings.
Yeah, I
Or
just had to make
something.
sure you had the background on that.
And that's the unfortunate thing, by the way. You know, is it okay to hit a powerful woman? I wish.
I think it is okay to hit a woman or anyone for that matter if they are attacking you.
Well, I wish
yeah.
that it was the circumstances and everything. I wish that I could have transitioned then when I went back to school.
Yeah.
That was 91. I'm sorry, 92. For me, that would have been a perfect time to transition.
Yeah.
But the whole housing thing and whatever else, because I was in a sort of a 3/4 house for Looney Tunes people. And I can say that because I am one. And what was really fun is when I entered that program, one of the questions on the intake sheet was, do you wear clothing not traditional for your gender? So that was a way to strike you out of there. And at the time I was wishing that I could transition.
Right,
but,
yeah.
I mean, that would have given me another 15 years.
Yeah.
Silver, I was just saying trans brains are equal in weight, etc., to the gender they identify. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that was a comment coming off
Yeah.
of something I was posting in chat after someone made a comment about
Yeah.
all of this will be obsolete when we get our
robotic
bodies.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh man!
But
I was pointing out,
talk about robot bodies.
Science that we.
But talk about brain, etc. Sorry, Silver. I'm just going to finish up that the ability. We were also talking about performance. So the ability for the brain to perform is based on surface area. And by the way, while I'm at it, Aaron Ross stated in the Non Sequitur show, ask Aaron or call into Aaron, that apparently we are evolving to become dumber.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
And I mean, you can see proof of that every day.
Not here, though.
I don't know. I've often, even on here, I can be quoted as saying myself that I feel like I'm getting dumber the older I get.
I think he meant generational, though.
Oh no, he did. I'm poking fun at myself. But
okay.
I mean,
I watch Flat Earth Fridays, and I'm sure I get dumber every week from that.
Yeah. So, what about robot bodies?
Oh,
talking about robot body. I'm looking back at C-Lab 2021.
Oh,
If anybody remembers that, where they had
Yeah.
that whole thing about what if I have a robot body? And God, it got nuts.
I
Go,
remember the
Mama.
series. I don't remember that specific episode.
No.
I would have sensitive robot nipples and the whole thing like this. It got weird, man.
Fleshy. as the plot got fleshed out.
Hell,
Yes.
honestly, if it was given a choice, if you could put me into a 25-year-old female body, I'd love it.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably.
man,
work on that.
I've thought about that.
Uh,
If I was given the chance to be 25 again, I don't know that I would take it.
I would be. I don't know about 25. That was shitty. But I would be if I had a choice to go back in time. I would not mind going back to 21. But after that and before that, no.
Because, the whole thing is, okay, if it's just my body going back to 25 and
Yes.
in 2019, then there's all that shit to put up with. There's the coasts are going to be underwater, and there's going to be, food wars and fights over a place to live that isn't soggy, and that whole thing. And were it to take me back in time to the time I was 25, that was a shit time in my life, guys. I would not want to relive that.
yeah.
I wasn't referring to going back in time. I was just saying if they could take the brain I have now with what I know now
Yeah.
and put
Right.
me into a 25-year-old female body.
Yeah.
And especially now, I would not want to be a 25-year-old female for obvious reasons. Good old Alabama and Ohio and Mississippi and Missouri. Yeah.
Oh God!
Sorry.
Don't eat. I do. Oh my God! Yeah.
How about just
Um,
just having to be in a more living in a more liberal state to start over again?
Well, I predict that this type of legislation, unfortunately, is going to continue. I believe that we're going to see it happen in upwards of 15 to 20 states, at least. And because in all of these bills, if anyone here has read even one or two of the bills that have been made law now, they all have very specific language that makes it very clear that the intent is to get it to go to the Supreme Court. They are trying, and their main goal is to get Roe v. Wade overturned. And
yes.
the only way they can get in to do that is by taking one or all of these bills to the Supreme Court, and they are worded in such a way as to do that, because the bill themselves, all of them, do acknowledge that this is illegal per Roe versus Wade, but that they are implementing the law per their state's rights.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you, and I feel our only hope at this point is that when it gets to the Supreme Court, one of the Republican justices will have had a teenage daughter who was raped.
Yeah.
And will acknowledge that and vote his conscience rather than the party line.
Well, Beer Boy has no conscience, and I don't know about the other guy. But here's something that nobody's talking about. I don't know how imminent this sort of thing is going to be. My thought is that to these people, it's not going to matter whether or not Roe v. Wade is overturned in the Supreme Court, because I see them positioning themselves to craft a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why you've really got to worry about the number of states that are crafting and enacting these bills into law, because there's where a constitutional amendment is ratified.
Yes. And see, this is where, going off what both you and Purple just said, I my hope, and I know that this is probably, useless, but whatever, I can still hope. My hope is that this actually does not get brought to the Supreme Court at all. My hope is that before, as more and more states start doing this dumbass thing,
Mhm.
the federal government, will get rid of Trump, get a new president, whatever. The federal government will step the fuck in and stop it, because they do have that power. They have that power. They have that option. Because of Roe versus Wade, they can easily, with the snap
Yes.
of a finger, they can step in and say, no, you
Well, a
cannot do this.
constitutional
You
amendment
will not do
requires.
this. Stop it. That's all
Okay,
it is.
sorry. I didn't mean to talk
Mm.
over you.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead. I'm done now.
Mm.
A constitutional amendment requires the approval of 2/3 of the states.
Hmm.
So with
Yes.
50 states, they have to require 27 states to sign off on it.
And they've already got 20 bills, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's going to be hard for them to get to that 27. I think it's going to be hard
Yeah,
for
I
them
do
to get
too.
over half.
I agree. I mean, because you have, oh gosh, I forget the exact percentage, especially at this hour, but I know that it's over 80%. Over 80% of Americans, period, do not agree that abortion should be banned or outlawed. Over 80% of Americans do believe that women should have that option, and it should be between you and your doctor, period.
Yeah, well, just tell that to legislatures that no longer respect the rule of law.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're also getting bought off. They get money from the churches, they get money from evangelical lobbyists, they're getting money
Mhm.
from all of these places, most of them religion based,
Mhm.
I should be writing
and they
this.
buy the vote.
I should be writing this stuff down
Yeah.
because everybody,
I
please
want to
be
do a
advised that this coming Sunday, the topic is going to be Alabama and
oh
some of the other. I'm having Caitlin Chloe join me.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
I
and
can't wait
and
to.
like you say, they're needing to get this, through so many states.
Mhm.
But all we need are 14 states that require a referendum on it, that require a majority vote on that referendum.
Mhm.
And I think we still have at least that. I think we still have at least 20 states that require a referendum to make a constitutional change.
Yeah. Brantley.
Okay, so
Yeah. But
you
then
put
they'll also
a
say people can't smoke pot.
you put an amendment to the U.S. Constitution in front before the electorate. In other words,
Yeah, at this point, unfortunately, I think that's what we have to rely on.
Mhm.
and understand here that I have very little faith in the American populace.
Yeah.
Mm. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Same.
It's almost non-existent by now. Look what they've done already.
I know.
I
And
have
what they
very little
did.
faith in the American populace at large, but I am counting on the bias of the northern and western states
Mhm.
to not necessarily carry a referendum, but prevent a new one from being passed.
Yes. Yes. It sucks.
Um,
It sucks. I just don't
Yeah,
understand how you can
it
have.
really sucks that I have to rely on just making sure that we have a 40% that will prevent a new law from being passed.
Hmm.
But under the current administration, I feel that's the best we can hope for.
Yeah.
well, even
And
after the current administration is gone, understand now. I
you
mean,
still have the
we
justice.
could tomorrow get the Trump out of office and his entire cabinet out of their positions. We could tomorrow get rid of every Senate Republican, every House Republican. We could get rid of every Republican governor and state senator and state house
But
member,
we still have the
but you
Supreme Court.
cannot get rid of the electorate,
Oh yeah.
not unless you take away the right to vote. And believe you, what I'm thinking that we need here,
Oh,
I cringe when I think about this. What I'm thinking is that we need an autocracy with me as the autocrat.
okay. I cringe at that.
What about me?
Yeah,
I,
see?
I should be
Already
queen
we have
in first.
whataboutism here.
Damn it.
Well, I don't know. How do we?
You can
Let's
be
see. What?
queen. I'll be your princess in chief.
Oh, okay, that
Oh,
works.
awesome. But
Now, see,
That sounds kind of
Wait.
tasty, actually.
I TED Talk real solution. Everybody ready?
Okay, yeah.
It's something they're experimenting apparently in that I heard that they're experimenting with or have been at least in Ireland. I think small towns in Ireland. They got rid of elections through voting, but instead just randomly choosing citizens. I'm not exactly sure how it would work, but I imagine that like instead of registering to vote, you would register to be a possible person that gets elected randomly. And the thing about random number generating is that you end up getting it the larger if the population is large enough, you get about an even statistical spread of people of different opinions, and you get people that weren't working so hard to get in there. So they feel kind of like when you do supposedly like when you do jury duty, you're just duty bound. You're going to, you don't have an agenda. You're there because you're just civilly minded. You want to do what's best for your people, for the town.
Awesome.
And yeah.
okay, I distrust the random number generation. If you give me a second, I'll get back to that.
Oh boy.
The idea of the American system of needing a 2/3 majority, I can trust that because it only requires a 40% minority to prevent something from happening. So I can trust that. The reason I distrust the random number generation is because the random number generators will be generated and picked by a computer. And I know enough about computer programming to know how you could fix that.
Yeah.
One immediate way you could fix that is by making sure that only prime numbers are selected.
Right.
Okay. So what? So only people of certain political slants are assigned prime numbers?
Yeah.
Basically, yes. That if you make sure that the last part of the equation is a division by 2, then it would only be people who were assigned prime numbers on their voting ballot would ever be selected.
Mm.
And I would not put it past our government to do that. I mean, look at the crap they do already.
Well,
I don't know. You can see this sounds like conspiratorial theory gerrymandering.
Well,
It definitely is, but this is an element I had thought of for a science fiction story before.
Okay, cool.
no, I do not trust the voting machines. And the main reason I don't trust the computerized voting machines, there's no paper trail.
Yep.
You cannot go back over it and say, okay, was this tally correct?
Not to mention they can be hacked.
Yeah,
Can be, and
I
very
totally
likely
agree
have
with
been.
that. I trust the punch cards more than I trust
Yep.
the computerized machines.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I would really like to go back to that
I
hanging
would
chat
rather.
or
I
no
was
hanging
just gonna
chat, okay?
say that. Oh my god, I miss the days of the hanging chat. I was literally just about to say that.
Oh,
And
God. You know,
and
it's
the hanging
amazing.
chat thing was so ridiculous. How
I
could you not
know.
recognize the voter intent by that?
I know. Thank you. That was my argument the whole
I'm
time,
trying to
and I
remember.
was just a kid, and I'm
I'm
like,
trying.
but
I'm trying to remember now.
Oh.
Was that 2001 or was that? I'm sorry. Was that 2000 or 2004?
I think that was 2000 because that was
yeah, it was
Bush against
Bush.
Gore.
Yeah,
I was going to say it was against Gore.
Yep.
Yeah, that.
Because Gore technically won, but Bush got in because, again, the Electoral College fucked us.
Yeah.
No, in 2000, it had nothing to do with the Electoral College.
It was all Florida.
Oh,
The
was it?
Supreme Court stepped
Oh,
in
that's right.
and
They decided
decided
the
that a
election.
recount would hurt
That's right.
the victor. And
Yeah.
it's like, this was unprecedented. The Supreme Court did not have the power to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I say that, you know, we're going to hell in a handbasket because nobody's respecting the rule of law anymore. So whatever we want to do right now, whatever
And
we
at
find
that
most
point in
convenient.
2000, it was against George W. Bush and Gore. And the Supreme Court, the majority was by people that George Sr. had appointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am amazed that the federal judge in Pennsylvania, what the hell was his name, who presided over and decided Kitzmiller versus Dover, actually did the right thing. Because that person was Bush appointed.
Yeah.
And the creationists thought they had him in the bag. They thought this was, you know, sealed. And unfortunately for them, he actually did the right damn thing. Yeah, and I am basically paraphrasing Aaron Ra here, but he told that story on my channel. Again, he loves to tell those stories, and I love to hear them every time.
Yeah. That was so awesome.
He's a
great.
big sweetie. Yeah. Here's something just totally out of left field, but let's take it from there. It's going to be interesting to see how the schedule for the trip works, because I will ditch that ticket to the ball game on July 4th if I have to, but we'll see what happens. That killed it all.
Wait.
Sorry.
What? I'm sorry. I missed what you said. What did you say?
Who, me?
I heard we'll have
Who wants to watch a
happen.
baseball game?
Before
I don't know.
that, I spaced out. What
Yeah,
happened?
depending on how the trip to Kentucky
Oh,
Yeah, I
works.
was in the middle of responding to Vibrant Brantley in the side stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah.
I will ditch that ticket if I have to.
Well, I think on the 4th you're safe because I don't think they'll be able to get there that early. So I
Just as long as we're not pushing it too hard to get to the protest itself.
okay. Give me
I'm
some feedback.
excited for you guys to go.
I believe that I'm probably slurring my speech by now because I've had too much whiskey.
You are. And I mean, just keep in mind that something I had thought of a few days ago that I hadn't actually thought of, even if it's in the back of the car, I'm going to have some time and place to get pretty before the protest, because I am not going to that protest with a 5 o'clock shadow. Okay, it's not happening.
No.
Well, that's why I feel we have to get there, the day before and have a hotel room. So
Yeah.
then in the morning you have a chance to get yourself fixed up.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one because there is a place I found. They want 100 a night, and I can use one of my entertainment credit cards to pay for that. And if we want to go halvesies on it, then we can. If not, that's okay too. We'll figure that shit out.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into the hotel prices there yet because Artemis is still saying he might be able to help us with that.
That would be wonderful. I would go for that because yeah, that would be perfect. I mean, even if we pitch a tent in somebody's backyard, as long as they have a bowl of water and a mirror, I'm fine.
Right.
I know somebody.
I'm the same. As long as there's a bathroom available, I can deal with anything else.
Yep, you got it.
Well, we had that where I went for the eclipse, but hey, I don't think he'll be up to it this time around.
Where did
what is it?
where did you go?
The portable cabin sites. Who are those? There's a chain of them that you might try. Oh, and by the way, what do people think of election ballots that look like standardized testing tests where you fill in the circles?
Even that would be better than what most of the states have now.
Yeah.
That's what Massachusetts has.
I remember those where you actually marked the ballot with pencil. I'm trying to remember if Ohio.
We use pen.
Pencil, pen, whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if Ohio ever had punch ballots. I cannot remember, but I remember the paper ballots in Ohio. Going out to the polling place and getting that, and unfortunately, in those days, shoot me if you want to, I was actually a Reagan supporter the first time around.
It's okay. I think we've all supported people we're not proud of.
Even the second time around, come to think of it. But yeah, that was, well, I've talked about this before. I could afford to be more conservative at that time. And I mean, literally afford monetarily. I wasn't worried about where my next meal was coming from or any of that shit. It's amazing how your political outlook changes when you become poor.
Mm-hmm.
And I admit that I became a lot more liberal when I became poor. And then I became a lot more liberal even after that.
What I don't understand, because I've seen this happen within my own family, I don't understand people who become more conservative and staunchly Republican after they become more poor. What the F is that?
The only thing I can think of is that they're buying into the rhetoric.
Right? I mean, it's just like you're just sitting there all day long letting Fox News brainwash you, I guess. I mean, it's so weird to me.
I did see the opposite of that. When one of my friends, after getting a good education and graduating, got a good corporate job, and he went from being a libertarian to being a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an improvement. The libertarian,
but it's like, he abandoned all his values about social welfare and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's different.
Once he had an income that he didn't need that anymore.
Oh, see, all the libertarians that I knew it was because they were way to the right. Get your hands off my money. I don't want to pay taxes because I want to keep it all for myself.
Taxation.
That bullshit. Yeah, and there's another one where, slap me down if you need to. My voting record, I registered Republican in 1976, so I could vote in the presidential election. I actually supported Gerald Ford And then in, let me think, 2001, I went Libertarian. And then finally in 2014, I went Democrat after being effectively unaffiliated for a while. But I knew that I had to register as Democrat so I could vote in the primaries here in Pennsylvania. We have closed primaries. So, yeah, I've actually been registered Democrat officially only 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Although
I've always been a
my
registered independent.
Yeah.
mm.
Actually, until about 2010 or 2012, I was registered as an independent, which became very useful because in different elections, I was sworn in as a Democratic and a Republican judge in different states, because as an independent, they could swear me in as either party to allow the poll to open.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
No,
They needed to have at least 2 judges of each party in order to open the polls.
now, where are we talking about here? Are we talking New York?
Minnesota and New York.
Oh, Minnesota as well. Now, those 2 states, were their primaries open or closed?
Minnesota was open. I think New York was closed.
Okay. Because as I say, my whole thing was Pennsylvania with the closed primaries, and it's bad enough around here where so many run unopposed. The one saving grace about running unopposed around here is it's usually the Democratic candidate who runs unopposed in Pittsburgh.
Oh.
Pittsburgh, as crazy as they are around here, is one of the bastions of sanity in Pennsylvania. There's Pittsburgh, there's Philadelphia, and there's, believe it or not, Harrisburg. And the rest of the state, and I've said this before,
That's right.
is as red as a used tampon on a heavy flow day.
Sure. I've had a friend who is a professor of like physics, chemistry, and biology, who would have been a doctor except for he got cataracts, whose family was out in the one of those other parts. Now, the subject of political parties and registration has come up within the chat and through Hans, and it's like, you know, what's the big deal of, well, anyway, I think never got why I need to register with a party. Well, the thing about it is, and it varies from state to state, the laws. But I think traditionally here in Massachusetts, what it was is, and you could change when I was, at least when I was in 9th grade high school, you could change your registration. In some states, whatever party you register with, you register for life.
Yep.
But
What?
Yep.
yeah.
Where the hell is that? I didn't know that.
I don't know. And please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Sure.
That's only part of it. But why do you register for a political party? Well, when I was in 9th grade, one of the things that was different was in general elections, it didn't matter. You were voting either Democrat or Republican. I mean, that's just the way it is. We have the system doesn't have to be 2-party, but it works out that way. But you would vote for the Democrat candidate or the Republican candidate for president, for example. But when it came to, but before that, there's the primary election where you vote for the best. You can either vote for your favorite Democrat, favorite Republican, favorite Libertarian, or any other. You vote for the favorite of the party that you're registered in. So
Yeah, that's where I was talking with
what
the open or
happened to me.
closed primaries. Yeah.
yeah,
That's why I've stayed independent.
yeah.
Because
You can, yeah.
several
Well, here-
states-
Here in
Well, here-
Massachusetts, how that works, and it might work the same way for you, Silver, is that, and trust me, I get paid during elections. How it works here in Massachusetts is if you are independent, actually probably not independent, or but like undecided,
Mhm.
you can walk in and choose which party ballot you vote on. But every single voter that goes in there only gets one ballot. You vote on one party and one party only. So you either choose from you choose from the Democrats, you choose from the Republicans, or you choose from a different party. And that's the way the primary election works, to the best of my ability, in this little live chat.
Well, the deal in Pennsylvania is, and this is where I had to pick an affiliation. If you are registered Republican in the primary, you get a Republican ballot. If you are registered Democrat in the primary, you get a Democrat ballot. If you are independent, you get no ballot. You cannot vote in the primary if you are not registered with either of the major parties.
Yeah, which is crazy to me. I think that should be illegal. I also think it should be illegal to force people to vote whichever way they're registered. Because, like, for example, in
Right.
my state, well, I should say in the state that I was born in, you cannot, if you're a registered Democrat,
Mm-hmm.
you cannot vote for a Republican candidate.
Yeah, unless it's a general election.
Right. Correct. Which is, again, insane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that's the case in many primaries. I didn't think that was the case in any general elections.
No, general elections are always open, to
Yeah.
my knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
it is
of
just
course.
the primary. Yeah.
They would have to be, because you have only one
Of each party.
Democratic candidate and one Republican candidate, and then you've got a few, mixed
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, that's is right.
And it's not that I love the two-party system. It's just that the current state of the other parties is a little weird.
Well,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and honestly, I have yet to adjust from moving out of Minnesota, because Minnesota actually managed to elect third-party candidates. I mean,
Ooh.
we had an independent mayor for 4 years.
Well,
And we
didn't
had-
Minnesota have an independent? Not an independent. He was
or
a
independent governor. That's what I meant.
yeah.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if he was independent or if he was libertarian.
I'm not sure if he had a party tag at the time.
Okay.
But also that, the cities of St. Paul and Minnesota have even elected candidates who are running on the Green and the Socialist parties.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you talk about that stuff, the reason I say mixed nuts is Brian Johnson and Jill Stein. Come on.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it's like I still haven't adjusted to that idea that in a third party candidate still has a chance. But I have to realize that in New York and Michigan, that's not really the case.
Yeah.
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 And, well, I just about lost it a day or two ago when Democratic presidential possibilities, maybe candidates, I'm not sure, were mentioned. And in that list of names was Dennis fucking Kucinich. Oh, I know that man. He's nuts.
Okay, I don't know.
I knew him when he was mayor of Cleveland. He's like cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
But isn't he vegan?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, see, he had my vote.
He's also woo all over the place. Well, he and Shirley MacLaine were besties. Yeah.
Oh,
it's like, come on.
I thought Shirley MacLaine was besties with the Reagans.
When I lived in St. Paul, I actually toyed with the idea of running for a candidate for city council. Just because I wondered what the reporters would do with a candidate who refused to refused to argue with anything they mentioned. Things like, there's new photos of you on the internet. What does your wife think? And I would ask, who do you think took the photos?
Yeah.
But
Well,
then I got the idea that there was a slim chance I might actually get elected and have to do the job. So I scrapped that.
Well, wait a minute. No, you wouldn't have to worry about that. Remember Kim Davis. All you have to
Oh,
do is
yeah.
sit there and you can do nothing with impunity.
You can
Yeah, that was
literally
Must
just
before
become
sit
she was
on your
impunity.
mentioned.
ass, get paid, and sue the
Hmm?
government.
what's
There you go.
impunity? So yeah, I've been thinking about something that I'm not thinking of. Damn it! You leave me waiting.
No, I've had my fantasies, and I still have my fantasies, and I know that like there's no fucking way, and especially now that I'm dying as well. But I have had my fantasies of running for the U.S. Senate.
Oh, nice.
And I don't know that it would ever work. Another friend of mine, who is currently Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, had run for Pat Toomey's seat back in 16. We were talking about this because I was asking him if he was considering running for the Senate in 2022. Because if he wanted to, I wouldn't try because I'm a supporter of Fetterman, and I'm not all that sure that I could get elected at all. Yeah, he had mentioned that his campaign raised, I think it was 650,000 or something like that, and he was still outspent 15-1.
Mm.
And it's all about the money, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is why you get money the hell out of politics.
So, I could just imagine
Oh yeah.
in a state that's as red as Pennsylvania is overall, running a hyper intelligent lesbian atheist trans woman. I'd get what, maybe 2 votes? My own, and I don't know who else's.
See, Diana, that all depends on which state you're running in. In Minnesota, you could still have counted on about 30% at least.
Yeah, Minnesota's pretty good about that stuff, if I remember correctly.
Supreme Court.
Who? What? Where?
See, I remembered what I was going to say earlier. Is that I mean the idea? I mean, in smaller elections, like in state elections within the state of, say, Minnesota, yeah, a third party works. But when it comes to a presidential election, I really think that you really need to have to just. I mean, it's like you just can't risk. I'm just gonna. I mean, the primary election, I think, is going to be the big conflict. But you have to vote Democrat in order to keep Trump from being reelected. And the reason that is so important, rather than trying to make a statement, is because Trump, the president, decides who gets into
Well,
the.
that's what we were trying to tell everybody in 16. Is that the president the president nominates to the Supreme Court, and the Senate confirms. And
So-
we're telling everybody, the Supreme Court is sunk if this guy gets in.
Yep.
So what did they do? They put him in. What happened?
Exactly. And we had the same conversation, last weekend. Because there were
Yeah.
some people in the chat that were disagreeing, and both me and Kate were like, no, you're wrong.
Okay,
Well,
we-
see,
Well,
now,
I'm happy
I
that-
disagree with Kate. That okay. Like I said, in primary, yeah, I would go for the Bernie Sanders over the Hillary Clinton any day. But once one of them passes, it's just look. Once it comes to the general election, it's 100% for asshole A instead of the asshole T. I guess vote for Hillary instead of Trump because oh my god, because
Well,
Supreme Court.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
if
agree
Bernie
I
with
would
wins,
not put
what
it in a
you
protest.
say about
I
the Bernie and Hillary
believe
thing.
he'll win 100%. Like that's not even
Yeah.
almost close. I mean, it already. If the DNC hadn't have screwed him over the first time to prop Hillary up, he's the one person that could have and would have won against Trump.
Yeah.
Mm.
The one thing is, I don't know.
Mhm.
I wanted to talk to him back then. I'd still like to talk to him. I don't know whether or not he made a mistake by essentially ceding the Deep South to Hillary Clinton. Because you notice he didn't campaign very hard in those southern states.
Yeah,
And I don't know if it was a
ignored
conclusion foregone that they
a
were going
lot
to
of his
vote Clinton, but I'm trying to think here.
Yeah, wait.
Honey, you're getting these peas out of the bowl. The least you could do is eat them. She does eat peas. She likes peas, but she throws it out of the bowl and then she loses track of where they are. It's over there.
There's
Come
too
on,
much
you.
of an abundance.
I'm trying to think of where. Let me readjust my headset here. Oh man,
Yeah,
what happens
I
with
think
this?
that is a
On the,
fear, Hans.
this is what happens with the on the ear. Oh, there you are. No, you don't have to kill it. Just eat it. Damn. Trying to remember where the hell I was going.
Okay, Diana.
Yes, dear.
Apparently, you have never watched Jackson Galaxy.
No.
I don't even
Right.
know what it is, so I guess I must have not watched it.
Okay. You'll have to look up on Google "My Cat from Hell."
Oh
It's
man.
a series Jackson Galaxy did for Animal Planet,
Oh,
where basically he teaches people how to understand their cat's behaviors.
oh, whispering.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah, that it's
Mhm.
basically a cat's general behavior is hunt, eat, kill, sleep.
And mess with humans. Don't forget mess
Yeah.
with humans.
Well, see, that's the problem is if you don't do it in that order, if they don't eat, kill, sleep, if you get that out of sequence, then they wind up hunting the humans.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
How do
What's
they
this?
eat before killing, though?
I'm sorry, it's kill, eat, sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. This one's pretty good about the wake the human up at 3:30 in the morning thing. Kate has gone ranting about how Columbia has this uncanny ability to jump on her and catch either nipple or clit in the process.
Oh, God.
And I'm lucky. This one does not do that.
Ouch.
I remember her mentioning that, and in particular, it always brings back a memory with my fiance's cat. Where
Yeah.
she always loved to be up on the bathroom sink to drink from the faucet.
Yeah.
So when I got in the
Kitty.
shower, I would turn on the cold faucet so she could drink.
Kitty found
And one time getting out of the shower, she slipped off. And of course, a cat grabbing for anything they can when they're falling.
Oh no.
Yeah, she
her.
got one claw through my scrotum and hung there for a second.
Oh.
Ow, 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 ow.
And yeah, to any woman who says that men cannot understand the pain they experience during birth, I will argue with you.
I can agree
Ow.
with that. That is that makes me hurt. Oh my god.
Ow.
My cat whenever my oldest cat was a kitten, she attacked my boyfriend at the time during sex.
Oops.
She went for his balls.
Yeah, well, they're kind of going back and forth like that.
I
And,
called that one.
and
Yeah.
I just heard this like screech come from him. And I'm like,
No.
are you okay? And then I see the cat like, run away. And I'm like, oh my
You mean
God.
that wasn't an
I
orgasm?
was so mortified. No, no one had an orgasm.
No.
No,
No
but
one
back
I
got
don't
one
sound like
that
that.
night.
back a couple of steps. I'm legitimately terrified with the polls. Some of the polls that have been talked about recently, where Biden is polling so high,
Oh yeah.
and I'm
Oh,
afraid of
right,
him
right.
taking the Democratic nomination. I
Me
mean, if
too.
he does, I have to vote for him. I know that,
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
but
Same.
I am not saying that I want to.
If he cared, this is what I have to say about Biden. If Biden truly cared about the American people and about policy and about our future, etc., list anything in there that you want, he would drop out
Hmm.
because we do not need a repeat. And
And
that's
it's shaping
exactly
up that
what
way,
we might get.
because what I'm getting
Putting a
from
centrist Democrat in is, why would you redo Hillary Clinton all over again?
and
Why?
from what I understand, from what I'm seeing of Biden, not only are you getting that centrist Democrat, you're getting that centrist Democrat who's saying, it's my turn now. Does
Mhm.
that sound familiar?
Yep. Hmm.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can only hope that Biden, after a clear front runner is announced, that hopefully Biden will throw his support behind the front runner.
Yes.
Which is what Hillary failed to do.
Hmm. That is what she felt a lot.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm hoping, and talk to me about it if you disagree, but I'm hoping for either Sanders or Warren.
Yeah.
Right.
Same.
And
Yeah.
I'm kind
I'm
of
not
still
yet
on the
sure which
fence
one would
about.
take the top spot in my head.
Yeah. I'm kind of
Personally,
still
I
on the
would
fence about
prefer
Tulsi.
Sanders, but after his
Oh.
last run, I don't think he would inspire the confidence needed.
Hmm.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
I'm worried that with Bernie, that was a one-shot opportunity, and he lost it. He was deprived it, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
yeah, that's how I see it.
Well, the fact that he was able to raise so much money and continue to keep his name relevant. I mean, look, now he's running again, but before he announced he was going to run, his name has stayed in the headlines, consistently to the point where everyone was like, "Oh, he's going to run. He's going to run," before he ever even announced it. So I do think he still has enough pull with the people that he won over the first time and
Mhm.
enough pull to reach new people, especially
Yeah.
given the amount of money that he raised the first day. It was insane. And these aren't, unlike Biden. Oops, sorry for that. Unlike Biden, it wasn't, corporate money. It was just independent donors. And that says a lot. A
Yep.
whole lot. So I'm hopeful for Bernie. I
Mm.
will say I'm
Wait
undecided.
a minute
If
here.
he doesn't get the nomination, I am undecided when it comes to Tulsi Gabbard. There are things about her I do really, really like and that I do support, but there's also some stuff that I'm just not knowledgeable on and that I need to
Right.
look into.
I'd say I feel like saying that the Democratic Party, if they really are interested in winning this next election, their best hopes of doing so, they have to listen to the people this time around.
Agreed. They have to stop voting, or they have to stop putting in centrist people with centrist ideas. It's not going to work.
Right, I'm with you. But the damn thing is, who the hell was it that wrote in the Washington Post yesterday? With let me get a there we go. A centrist. That person said a centrist is exactly what we need.
Oh God!
And I'm looking at this saying, why?
Because that they want to intentionally mislead people. That's why.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we need the 2020 ballot to read Trump, not Trump, and no other options.
Yeah.
As so many have said, I would vote for a dead cat
Right.
over Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Possibly a squished cockroach.
Same.
possibly. They do have a live cat apparently in one town in Alaska. That's mayor.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, Orla, good night. I hope you sleep
Night,
well.
sweetie.
Good night.
What's
Yeah,
up?
Cy finally gave me the URL to that video. He had forgotten to give it. He wants to run it by me before he puts it up. So, if my attention seems divided, that's why.
Oh, you're good.
But yeah, no centrist. No. Her thing was all about there are still so many voters my age and older who she assumes are going to want the centrist.
And
I'm not sure that she's that correct. I'm not sure that there are as many who want the centrist as she thinks there are.
Exactly.
but I mean, think like how things were. On I don't know. A lot of I think I've heard my Democrat aunt. I think she's Democrat aunt called Carter an idiot, and even you were too young for Kennedy.
Well, fuck, when Kennedy won, I was 2 years old. He won in November 1960. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was 3 years old. Yeah, I turned 3 in July, and he won in November. I have no memory at all of Eisenhower. I have no memory of the election. I have very clear memories of Kennedy getting shot. I have very clear memories of the zoo that erupted with that whole Goldwater thing.
Wait.
Where you were, I'm trying to remember. Barry Goldwater. I'm trying to remember who the Republicans actually ran. It might have been Goldwater that ran against. Yeah.
AUH2O.
The first election I have any real memory of was Jimmy Carter, and I was in, I think, 3rd grade at the time. So yeah, definitely many years from actually being able to vote. So it was just a proxy vote.
Yeah, I was 19 when I voted for Ford.
Oh dear.
God, that was a long time. I actually got to meet Bob Dole. He's an interesting character.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
They, for whatever reason, Bob Dole's campaign trail for the general took him into Marietta, Ohio, and I was going to school at Marietta College at the time. So I made sure, to be there to hear him speak, the whole thing like this. For the longest time, I actually had his autograph. I wish I knew what happened to it.
Bob Dole says, does he really refer to himself in the third person?
He sure does. They're dead.
Actually, I think he's still alive.
Is he?
Yeah, because somebody, I put a comment on one of these.
Wouldn't he be about 112 by now?
Because I put a comment somewhere, and somebody posing as Bob Dole replied to it.
He is alive.
Yeah, I looked it up just to make sure when Bob Dole replied to me. But But what I did in my reply, I wish I could just push it up, but I said, they said, they asked me like, how do you know? And then I like gave my assurance. I said, the Kitsune Cavalier, blah 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 blah. The Kitsune Cavalier, blah 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 blah. The Kitsune Cavalier. I just kept replying in the third person.
Have an interesting question / thought experiment for everybody.
So he's going to be 96 if he makes it to his birthday.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
According to Wikipedia, at least, they do not list Sydney date of death. So apparently, Bob Dole is
He's
still
still
alive.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just
Please.
really old.
Like I say, he's going to be, if he makes it to his birthday, he's going to be 96. Yeah, his birthday is 2 days after mine.
Yeah, it says
But he was,
born July 22nd, 1923,
yeah.
Wow.
which means that he is only 2 years younger than my father was.
Okay.
Wow.
That's two more steps for man.
Yeah, he's a year and some older than the female slimy bastard was.
Ah.
Yeah.
She was born 18 October 1924.
Okay, and I do apologize here. Apparently, I've let this get out of control, and I need to stop at 2 cups next time.
You're fine. But
I
yeah,
really can't tell. I really can't.
Now, if you want to bring the chat to an
What,
end, that's probably better.
the booze?
Yeah, I'm apparently slurring my speech, so I've let this go too far. I've had
Yes, you are, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So wait, I'm in the
however, local time here is approaching 7 o'clock, so maybe it is time to wind this down.
No, I don't know what I just said.
Okay, does anyone have like a channel they want to promote or something like that?
Come to my channel Sunday at noon.
Sunday.
Yeah, the Lavender Lady, Caitlin Chloe's going to be with me, and we're going to be talking about Alabama and shit.
Yeah, Diana at noon at the Lavender Lady, noon Eastern time, always has something interesting. Always has a good guest.
Man, I
I'm just gonna say I might miss that one just because it might be too upsetting for me. I mean, anything where somebody's life is being controlled, like in prison. I mean, what's the difference of forcing somebody to remain pregnant and all this? And hey, if they miscarry, they end up behind bars anyway. So, and like I think of like all this, just I don't know that it really is difficult. Like it's difficult. The topic of prisons and what goes on with them. And I don't see, and Alabama, I don't see as being any different to me emotionally. Gut wrenching,
So wait, I'm still in the frame for being second shooter? What?
That lightened it up after me.
What the hell are we talking about here?
I get what you mean. I usually miss her Sunday things and have to watch them in replay later.
Yeah.
Because Sunday's my gaming day, so I'm usually not home for that.
Gaming?
My brother, I have one brother in my whole family that I get along with.
Mm-hmm.
So usually my brother and his wife and Sloth Girl do gaming on Sundays.
So like regular board games?
Yeah, tabletop gaming.
Well, you say tabletop gaming. You know what that means to me? Dungeons and Dragons.
Me too.
Okay, well,
I was just going to say.
Yeah, board games and card games of various sorts.
I have never played Dungeons and Dragons.
I have played it. I never got into it that much. I use a different role-playing system called Tunnels and Trolls. that I did DM for a while with Sloth Girl. And we kind of expanded the system a bit to like include more character races in that. So we had some fun with that, but yeah, I didn't get into it that much.
Yeah, I played it years and years ago, but unfortunately, I am the only non.
Oh, okay, okay,
any
Spooky,
of
I
my
got you.
friends.
I've never been good at role playing games. I bring too much of myself
I
to
do
a
that
game,
anyway.
which could be in direct opposition to the role I'm assigned.
Oh no, wait. That's where you get it wrong. See, I play too much like myself in any role playing game. The thing about a role playing game is you can be whoever you want, and if you want to play close to yourself, you create a character that fits your personality.
Yeah.
You give them that personality. Also, Sarah, also Diana. No wonder you'd think that Cirrus looked like Barney Rubble rather than a cleric from Dungeons and Dragons. You
Yeah.
weren't familiar enough with Dungeons and Dragons.
Right. Now I
Yeah.
understand that he was doing the whole cleric thing.
In
Yeah.
a role playing, you should not be assigned a role.
Right.
The game master needs to be good at how to develop a story based on how the characters respond to the situations.
You know, I'll make
So
one exception.
any kind of role playing is really based on how good the game master is at evolving the story as it transpires.
I'll
Yeah.
give one reason for assigning a character, and that's if the player is brand new, and instead of having them go through the whole step of creating a character, just let them borrow a character sheet and try playing to see if they like it and get to know the mechanics before they create a character.
Yeah, I agree. For the first maybe 3 or 4 sessions, that's a good approach.
Hmm.
I'm sharing a link in the side chat for Curious and More Curious,
Oh,
who
Does it
has
hurt
been,
malacopatiani? What?
he's been doing atheist videos for a long time, and I really have no idea why he does not have over 1,000 followers.
maybe you have a bias.
Well, he admits that his catnip is these lists of answers atheists can't answer, or questions atheists can't answer, rather.
Is he?
But
I just subscribed.
he has an interesting dry humor.
Oh, I love dry humor.
So
Dry
wait,
humor is good.
what? Yeah, what is he representing here?
It's atheist
Oh, I'm
questions.
already subscribed.
Oh, so he represent he's religious.
Well, he's non-religious.
Oh, and he responds.
Yeah. Also, as a sort of sideline, he has a child who was his son until about a year ago and is now his daughter.
Cool.
That doesn't come up too often, but it's mentioned occasionally.
Well, it definitely shows he's that open-minded.
Yeah. Well, and he has a lot of humor.
Mm-hmm.
Relating to the BDSM community.
Oh, hell yeah.
And also related to the idea that a lot of times his wife is having sex and he's like, does that include me, honey?
Yeah,
I
sounds
will
like
definitely have to check him.
Yeah, so he's an interesting one to watch.
And he has a surgical pony in the corner with some LGBT cola.
Actually, the pony and the toys in the background have to do with the fact that he lost a daughter when she was 4 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah, those are reminders of the child that they fought very hard to save and still lost.
Boy, it'd be so easy to just hear his opinion on abortion and use that as an argument.
I think if you look back at his old videos from several years ago, you'll find that.
Yeah. Actually, I think also another one, which I think is wonderful, just on the topic of abortion, BM Furball, formerly BM Furball Pancake Hero.
Oh, I know Furball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see his argument with right the hand?
Okay, Diana, do you have a link you can share for that channel?
Furball. Let me see if I can find him.
I'm sub
Yeah.
to them.
He should be right out there. Okay, YouTube. Yeah, he's doing a Cavendish experiment currently.
Yeah, I've got his channel open. I can give a link to the channel, but I was thinking specifically.
Here we are.
I was thinking.
Oh, you got it. Okay, fine.
Yeah. I was thinking of one specific video since it relates to the. It relates to the Alabama topic that you'll be speaking about on Sunday. Oh, I didn't want playlists. I wanted videos. So it's one of his more recent ones.
Okay, yes, I subscribe to him. Yeah.
So for everyone, both voice and text chat,
Did we lose you there?
I'm just typing a little.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome for the links. Live to serve. Oh yeah, computers. You know what I think is if there's any move to replace democratic elections with computers and random number generators, I think whoever backs the system and whoever's against it, if big money is for it, then I'm against it. If big money's against it, then I'm for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd go along
Pretty
with
good
that.
way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can Bordenos here.
Mm.
You know about Bordenos, right?
No. You're gonna teach.
The Bordenos is
Bordenos.
see, it's kind of easy to make out fluent stupid.
Fluent stupid.
That's what my ex used to call it.
Yeah.
She said I would speak in fluent stupid.
Oh.
Oh man, I developed that over decades. I think I started playing with that when I was maybe 10 or 12 years old. And then just adding things on, like the Andy Kaufman La Gravas thing, thank you very much. And then adding family accents and friends accents. My babka's first language was Slovak, had a heavy accent, incorporated that. A friend of mine grew up in Athens, incorporated his. When you hear me talk about, say, how are you? And it's, good for me, good for you. That's, a little bit this, little bit that. That's George. And then from here, there, and everywhere. Oh, what do we have here?
Is a failure to communicate.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't do the voice right, can I? What we have here is a failure to communicate.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. Maybe I should have crumpled my nose more.
That was good.
Yeah. Or if I do that, do I end up sounding like Eric Cartman from
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
That's pretty good. That's
Oh my
pretty good.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
Now, can you? Now, actually, when you think about it, maybe Eric Cartman is based on the whatchamacallem? Who runs Warden, the Warden from Cool Hand Luke.
Christ, I can't remember the guy's name.
Here. It's failure to communicate. Respect my authority.
Okay, I can hear that.
It might be. I never thought of that before, but might be. Maybe that is where Eric Cartman comes from.
Man, I'd love to talk to Matt and Trey and see, where they got all that shit from.
Yeah.
But
The thing that has amazed me, as I've gotten deeper into the atheist community, as Matt and Trey have done so many South Park episodes on specific religious groups, and it's like as I find people who are ex-members of these religions, in every case, they have told me that, yeah, what Matt and Trey did was pretty accurate.
Yeah. Spartacus, what? And my cat is playing in a box.
Yay!
Cat in a box.
Cat in a box. Oh no! Schrodinger! No! Schrodinger! No!
I have a meme of a cat that has chewed its way through a cardboard box
Oh my
with
goodness.
just its head sticking out that
Yeah.
says, "Bring me the head of Schrodinger."
Oh no! That's great. I was just thinking of with the text chat. My aunt has never lost her Bostonian accent. And what's funny, she works so. The food, one of the chains of grocery stores down in Florida is Publix, and she worked at she was working at the cash register, and it's like, do you have your CAD? My what? Your CAD, your Publix CAD. Oh, you mean my card? Never lost the accent.
That's
My
hilarious.
cousins did. That they got a southern accent now.
One of the things I found amusing when I moved from Minnesota to central New York was virtually everyone thought I was Canadian.
Huh.
Oh
Yeah.
man, who is it that thinks that I'm Canadian? Because my accent, which I'm going to tell one more time. I don't know how many people have heard me say this. My accent is, I guess the best word I can use is manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the accent I had when I was growing up.
This is not the accent you're looking for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
I seem to have lost mine over the years.
I grew up with Great Lakes, Cleveland, which sounds closer to Buffalo than Pennsylvania does. But mine is based closer to European vowel sets, German vowel sets especially. Instead of A, E, I, O, U, you've got A, E, O, U, U, E. Yeah, by the way, W is a vowel in English. I know I get crap about that. Just think about it for a while. Oh, so he's putting it up. Yeah.
Okay, Diana, I think your confusion. W is not a vowel in English. It is, however, a vowel in Welsh.
Anything can be a vowel in Welsh. A dead cat can be a vowel in Welsh.
I'll never listen to the Creaky Blinder the same again.
But think. Okay, water went. What are you? What is that sound? What is that woo sound that
Mhm.
Woo.
begins those
It's that
words?
woo sound.
When you really look at it closely,
Oh,
Y is an unstressed I. W is an unstressed U.
True.
whoa.
Very true.
That
English is weird, man.
Yes.
We have a lot of strange.
Well, just
words.
it's all about those Normans who, kind of rolled over the Anglo-Saxons and dropped their language on them.
I thought the Normans dressed up like their mothers to kill any woman that they found attractive because they wanted to keep their mother alive.
Okay,
Damn you, Alfred Hitchcock!
I'm afraid that you're bleeding into my ancestry.
Shit.
My ancestry is Northern Scandinavian, so I'm sure if you go back far enough, you would find some Vikings.
Mm.
Most
So
people.
that's I keep arguing about whenever anyone brings up the slavery debate that we had nothing to do with the slaves from Africa. We took our slaves from Britain.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, if
Well-
I can do it correctly, I'm not sure that I can do Great Lakes anymore. I'm going to try to do Great Lakes, and I think I'm kind of overdoing it a little bit. If you can hear the sharpness that you've got now, with the
Mhm.
apples and with it's not anywhere near as bad as it is here in Pittsburgh. Oh God, Pittsburgh is an absolute language hell.
Well, see, and that's the strange thing about the Minnesota accent. I think is unique in that respect that it's a little bit of the Great Lakes, but it's more Canadian.
Yeah.
And I think that we have a New Mexico. We should just rename Minnesota as New Canada.
There you go. Yep. I'm in favor.
Oh
of that.
yeah, don't you know?
Yeah, don't you know?
Yeah, I would think that most people of people of southern Nova Scotia have got to sound like this people of northern Maine. That's just how accents work. I have a friend who loves languages. She studies languages, and she even puts lingual entries into Wiktionary. I asked her, it's like, why did you go to school for this is for her integrity. Why did you go to school for computer science when you love languages so much? And it's like, well, I didn't want to remove the enjoyment from what I do. And she said very simply that if it weren't for borderlines, there wouldn't be multiple languages. It would be just one continuous change in dialect.
Mhm. Sounds like one of my best friends. He's obsessed with language. He loves language. He can speak Japanese. I don't know. The man speaks like 6 different languages. I can't keep up.
Yeah.
I speak kind of English, some German, cat, fluent, stupid.
Yeah. What kind of stupid again?
Fluent, stupid.
Fluent stupid.
Yes.
Stupid.
How about and Purple and I speak fluent punish.
There you go. And then there's this cat over here who's being a kitty. Yes, you are being the cat. You
I
is
speak
being the
fluent
kitty.
dirty.
Woo!
I'll be right over.
I'm trying to learn how to. Here I am. I'm like in my early 40s, and I'm still trying to continue to learn Dutch from my friend that loves languages.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. When she went to high school, she took, Dutch. For her 4 years of high school, took 4 years of Dutch, of course, 4 years of English, 3 years of German and 3 years French.
And I wanted to do the multiple language thing when I was in high school, and those two yelled at me that you're already taking one language. Why do you want to take another one? No, not why do you want to take another one? It's you're already taking one language. You don't need to take another one. And it's like, wait a minute. Not all languages are the same, etc. etc. I wanted to take German and French. But unfortunately, I learned later on. Well, this was when I was finally in a class learning French as an adult. I can't speak French because my mouth is not full of things that don't belong there.
Oh my
Rhinos.
gosh. You have to see. I'm sorry, just a moment, Silver, but you have to see Steve Martin talking about El Casa de Pepe. Like, it doesn't take much. You can fumble through Spanish, but apparently French takes a bunch of gymnastics. And this is like, he just suddenly does this. He starts to speak French, and he does this pratfall, and it's like, what happened to him? He tried to speak French.
I've seen that.
I have heard people say that speaking French requires you to have a mouthful of marbles.
It kind of does. I mean, yeah.
And back to the line in My Fair Lady that the French don't care what you say as long as you pronounce it properly.
Yes, yes, yes.
The rain in Spain. Speaking of the marbles in the mouth, that's what I heard. I forgot which Greek scholar or something it was, but they had a they apparently had a stutter, either a stutter or a speech impediment, and they fixed it by reciting while putting stones in their mouth.
Huh.
Oh,
That's
okay.
I forgot who
unique.
was. Yeah, I forgot who was legendary for doing that.
Yeah, that's very unique. I would not have thought of that.
Oh my. Okay then. You remind me again. I thought of it from time to time, and I just don't know where I'd find a teacher. My babka was teaching me Slovak when I was very young, when I was say about 2 years old, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's gone for the most part. I've really had no one to speak with in
Mhm.
decades, but I'd
Yeah.
love to pick that up again. Pick up the Slovak. When I was living in Homestead, Pennsylvania, I wanted to learn Russian
Uh-huh.
because there was a large
Mm.
population of Russian immigrants in Homestead, Pennsylvania. Now,
Mm.
this is interesting because Homestead was a rather small town,
Right.
about 4,000 people. And, maybe a quarter were Russian immigrants. It was like, okay.
Yeah.
So I always wanted to know what, how they were talking about me behind my back, when I was,
Yeah.
in line at the store,
Talking behind your back in front of your face. But
Pretty
yeah,
much.
and yeah, when you bring up the idea of being able to, you have to do a maintenance. You have to do a maintenance thing. I'm sorry, just a moment, but you have to have a conversation with people in order to retain the language and to actually learn it. Essentially, and that makes me think of this sentence that I put together. Tres años de. I feel like reading the first part like Steve Martin. Tres años de clases de español en la escuela secundaria, maar ik kan meer Nederlands spreken na een jaar out in book. So that's 3 years of Spanish classes in high school, but I can speak more Dutch after 1 year learning from out of a book. And just having a Dutch friend is what's helped with that.
I will not buy this tobacconist. It is scratched.
No kidding. My hovercraft is full of eels.
Okay, someone got the reference finally.
Woohoo! I win. What do I win?
Oh, I don't know. The extra 12 seconds edited out of the original theatrical production of The Holy Grail.
Get on with it.
Okay. Definite.
Oh, it just posted his video.
I
I
have
just
to-
got a notification of Sai's video.
Yep, he just released it.
Oh,
Yep.
what? Simon Dan?
Side Strike.
Oh, never mind. That-
Well,
okay.
you're gonna watch it anyway because I have a part in it.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
That's
I'll-
okay. Simon Dan also posted one a couple hours ago.
Yeah, we ignored that. Simon Dan can wait. Seriously, he's a bit of a knob. Geez whiz. Like someday I want to see how the one that Simon Dan did on eclipses was great and all, and I mostly get it. I got to say that, like, and by the way, the person drawing with crayons, that's Voice of Reason, and he's somebody that was it? He's one of the ones that one of the many apparently that Bob the Science Guy has recommended, and that's Voice of. He's showing that if when you look up at an eclipse, you'll always see it move from west to east. What it doesn't explain is if you were to look down on the Earth, why the umbra moves from tracks from west to east across the globe, except, and it certainly doesn't explain why, at least not very well, why, except when the umbra is near the poles, it actually moves from east to west as it tracks from, in a general, it always goes from north to south or south to north. But when it's near the poles, it goes the reverse of the usual direction. And all I can think about with that is when Greater Sapien flew from like Perth, I think, either Perth or, oh no, it was Sydney. I think you could see the Opera House. He flew from Sydney
Oh yeah.
to where was it? Johannesburg, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So Sydney, Australia to Johannesburg, South Africa, and there was a period in which the sun was moving from west to east, and somehow I think that might relate to why the umbra would move from east to west. It's one of my wild guesses. But yeah, near the poles, things move the opposite of what we expect.
Yeah.
Why that works geometrically, I need models or something. I need somebody to build a model with graphic lines showing stuff.
Yeah. Someone explained it to
Tornado
me.
recommended
I don't know.
Celestia, but that only shows the shadows sitting there. And
The
you know,
sun,
like,
the sun follows me no matter how much I try to evade it.
yeah, that's true. Wow, that happens to me too. Maybe you have our own personal sun. But yeah, Simon Dan that just like he just said, well, looks perfectly fine to me, and it's like it still goes from west to
Yeah,
east to west.
most people
Well, that
know.
whole west to east thing is, yeah, the moon is overtaking the
Yeah,
apparent motion of the sun.
yeah, Diana.
Hmm?
That is when from an observer standing on the ground, you watch it move from west to east. Thus, if you're to the north of the ecliptic, you're going to see the shadow go from right to left. And if you're from in the south to the south of the ecliptic, you watch it go from left to right. Which is from west to east.
Moo. Oh God, I'll tell you.
Whoa.
If you folks have the opportunity there's another total solar eclipse coming up in 2024 over North America. If you've got the opportunity, view it by all fucking means. Get out there and view it.
Yeah.
It is an amazing thing. I am so glad I went to Illinois to view the eclipse. Totality is beautiful, and everything else that goes around the eclipse. The whole, the eclipse wind or the eclipse breeze, that is an actual phenomenon. It's real.
Actually, the wind died down where I was.
Okay, because we got, not only did the temperature drop significantly during totality, but there was a significant breeze.
For us, it went from hot to warm.
Okay.
But at least it went from hot with a breeze to hot without a breeze. So it felt about the same.
And oh God, we could watch the shadow track across the ground.
Oh,
that's another beautiful thing.
We were on a mountain and we couldn't see it.
The
one thing I did see was the shadow of the Earth. It's like, if you looked all around on the horizon, there was the pinkness. It's called I learned this from the late Sonia Keyes, the veil of Venus, which is if you watch it sunset, you will see kind of another. If you look to the eastern sunset or west at sunrise, you'll see kind of like almost a reflection. It is a reflection off of it's a reflection of the sunlight off the Earth's atmosphere or something like that. Look up. I'll write it down so people can look if they want to understand. It's like particles and stuff.
Okay.
Nice.
When you said the shadow of the Earth, I thought you meant a lunar eclipse when you saw the turtle swimming across the moon.
Yeah, that thing. The turtle moves. When I see somebody type "brother," they're probably saying "brother," but to me it looks like they're saying "brother" from the very first Terry Pratchett novel I ever read, Small Gods. The main character was brother.
I forget how many lunar eclipses I've had a chance to view.
Yeah,
those are so nice.
I
my gosh, man.
I've had a chance. I've actually photographed a couple of them.
Oh yeah, somewhere buried I have, and I want to mention that it's like my first lunar eclipse was one of the most unique. The sun was still out, and apparently this was all what I wasn't aware of at the time. This was only due to that you could see the moon rising and the sun setting and the eclipse taking place because of the
altitude
atmosphere, because the atmosphere calling the atmosphere, I'm sorry, causing refraction. You know how flat earthers say you should be able to see that far? Atmosphere,
nice.
You should, like the sun actually does. The sun would set earlier if there were no air on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the atmosphere actually bends some extra sunlight downward, so it appears to set later.
Yeah, I remember one like that. It must have been like the mid-1970s.
Huh.
That it was like the afternoon that we had a solar eclipse. And I remember that because of the exercise of building this this cardboard box with a reflector inside. Because you couldn't look directly at it, but you could see the image of it behind you then.
Oh, you know what I did? I viewed the partial eclipse of, I think it was 94 or maybe 93. I put a
95 maybe.
Maybe 90. Okay, let me think. No, not 95 because I was living with Anita at that time. I hadn't moved in with her yet. I was still in the place in West Homestead, but I got a sheet of plywood, painted it white, laid it on the ground, with a little slight elevation, and to give it a little bit of an incline. Put a tree between that and the sun.
Oh,
Meanwhile, the zookeeper, as I called him, because this was a 3/4 house thing that was going on at that point. He's coming out. What are you doing? And what are you doing with that board and everything? What kind of crazy things are you doing? Rob, come over here. And I brought him over and I pointed to the board. Take a look at that. And there were maybe 100 little crescents, little images of the eclipse as the sunlight filtered through the tree and to the board. Said, there's what I did. And he's like, oh, yeah. And he was kind of dumb, but that's okay. Oh, really Shore Patrol Navy. So come on,
I bet you it was the annular eclipse of May 1994.
It was not an annular eclipse. I know that much. It was a partial. It was a partial.
Well, actually, I'm not sure. Not even so your location wouldn't change that. It would still be partial.
Well, no, the location will change. It will not change. It will not change it from an annular to a partial. The only difference between an annular eclipse and a total eclipse is that the moon is at or very close to apogee. So its angular size is smaller and it doesn't cover the entire solar disk. Whereas for a total eclipse, it's closer, and the shadow does cover the entire solar disk. But the partial thing, no, you're just taking a cookie. You're taking a Cookie Monster bite out of the sun, basically.
Yeah, that's the simple answer.
I have a picture of the eclipse and that I took this most recent, and oh my gosh, one of the shots that I took looks so interesting. I want to blow it up and frame it, but it looks like a penny. Like it literally, it looks like the head, like it looks like a human bust in the center.
You know what?
It's very weird.
Random wild guess without even looking at it. You may have unintentionally captured one of the holy grails of photography, and that is capturing Earth shine during a solar eclipse.
Oh,
Which, if it's showing, if your photo can be like maybe edited just enough to show that what you're seeing there is the surface of the moon, then you got Earthshine, which is light.
You've got to overexpose that. You got to overexpose the fuck out of that to see that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they. First of all, you have to take it just right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'll have to get it off my my memory card and see if I can blow it up.
No, I left my photography equipment at the hotel on advice. The local astronomy club asked me, "Is this your first total eclipse?" I said, "Yeah." Said, "Don't worry about photographing it. You'll miss everything. Trust me." And he was right. Had I been fooling with a camera, I would have missed the whole damn thing. Now,
I guess I missed it then.
Did you do the photography and everything? You did?
Yeah.
Your first eclipse?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
that's great.
I should say my first total eclipse, because either the annular or the partial in the 90s was the first one that I ever witnessed. I didn't have a camera at the time.
No, I don't know what I just said.
Well, I say Quivi Provo.
Now, if I'm still alive And if I get the opportunity, well, I mean, worst comes to worst, I suppose I could hold my nose and beg my cousin to let me stay with her, but I'd hate to travel to Cleveland because Totality will go over Cleveland. I would much rather view it from Carbondale as long as the skies were okay. Because I hear stories that April in Carbondale is notoriously cloudy. But I went to Carbondale the first time around, but to give myself the shot at seeing 2 total solar eclipses from the same spot. But when I go, if I can manage, because I need to get the money together, because I had budgeted $1,800 for this last one. I ended up spending $2,400.
Oh wow.
But I'll tell you, I don't regret it. I do not regret it at all. But I will be taking everything with me, the entire photography equipment, everything. Grab a lens with 1.5 meters focal length, that sort of thing. And besides, the one in 2024 is going to be longer than the one 2 years ago. Remember, from Carbondale, the eclipse 2 years ago was about 2 minutes 10. The one in 2024 is supposed to be about 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. The 2024 one should be passing just about halfway between where I live and where Purple lives. And it seems to pass close enough with this, through the Adirondack Mountains or whatever mountains there are in eastern New York State.
Well, no, that's where he lived, past tense.
Oh, moved to Minnesota.
He's in Michigan now.
Michigan. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no chance of
actually,
doing it.
While I'm technically in Michigan, this is more like northeastern Wisconsin.
Oh, brother. I'm confused, but
well, it's not part of the mountain. It's the Upper Peninsula. Basically, if you go through Wisconsin all the way north until you hit the Canadian border and make a right turn, that's where I am.
So you're in the Yoopers.
Yeah, I'm up in the Yoopers, and I'm not at all proud of that fact, but I'm stuck here.
But anyway, New York. Before I get too far, it's like I feel like if I say these 2 words, if I'm about to say 2 words that might be some sore spots due to a recent chat, but up in somewhere near the border between New York State and Vermont is someone created a museum that is a recreation of the Desilu Studios for the original
series. Right. The bridge.
Everything apparently here comes the forbidden word. 2 forbidden words. Star Trek.
I'm a Trekkie. I'm a Trekkie. Well, this is okay. This is one of the reasons Kate turned me down. Is I'm a Trekkie and she's a Star Wars.
I love Star Trek.
Oh, I thought she loves. No, she likes.
No, she hates she doesn't like Star Trek and hates Shatner. Wants to see Shatner dead.
Oh, but I thought she said she liked. It's the way she talked in the.
She likes the Orville,
which is more like the original Star Trek.
Yeah.
But she kept talking about don't change the uniforms. Were they? And he says, and he was saying, I don't care about Star Trek, but I'm going to argue about Star Trek because you're arguing about Star Trek.
She prefers Star Wars to Star Trek.
Yeah, I have heard that in Las Vegas there is a wedding chapel specifically designed to look like the bridge of the original Enterprise from the 1960s Star Trek.
I've heard that as well. And it was probably in one of these chats.
Oh. Yeah.
But yeah, I would say then that Kate is probably the opposite of me, at least the way I used to be. When I was role playing a Star Trek character on Second Life. Made it all the way to chief engineer and everything before I quit to help out Roel Whitepaw, who woont in Netherlands.
Yeah.
You should be killing me right now. I do. It's like, don't share this video with her. But anyway,
I had occasionally thought of. I had
I'm
occasionally
sorry.
thought of.
Just a moment. Just a moment. I'm terrible at not getting to the point. Please let me go to the point. But what I would always say is, I love Star Wars, but I live Star Trek.
Oh, wolf beef.
Sneeps.
Trying to
Now,
remember where I. Trying to
When
remember
the
where I
original
was.
Star
That's
Trek
okay.
premiered, I was the target audience. I was like 14 when the first Star Trek came out, or the first Star Wars came out in theaters.
I was going to say, not the first Star Trek. That was
the first Star Wars.
66.
Yeah, well, I was a kid when the first Star Trek was on TV. I'm getting it all screwed up.
See, I love Star Trek, but in my opinion, and some people love it, some people hate it, but whatever. In my opinion, Kirk was the worst captain. Absolutely.
Well, he was the dashing, debonair ladies' man, quite impulsive, that whole thing.
He was a hoe.
You're going to hear it out of my lips. Yeah. Jean-Luc
He just
Picard.
screwed every alien.
Jean-Luc Picard was a much more capable captain than James Tiberius Kirk.
Oh yeah.
Silver,
Yeah.
and anybody who said that he screwed every alien. My feeling is, before you have a right to make that judgment, watch. And who's the Star Trek atheist guy? Steve Shives was Kirk a womanizer or something like that? It would take me a bit of searching just to find it.
I can't remember if I've seen it.
I remember the video. I do.
Yeah,
it's just
I
a matter
used to
of
watch
digging
it.
it out.
Actually, somewhere about when the second or third season of The Next Generation came out, I was running a poll about what stardate would Riker surpass Kirk as having bedded the most alien women.
Ooh.
There you go.
Would it have to be by stardate rather than air date?
Yeah, either way, it was pretty close there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed The Next Generation more.
Oh yeah, I love them all. I love them all. I will admit the original is my least favorite, but even the original, I still love it. I just don't. As a captain, I do not.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Kirk as a captain.
No, too
but
impulsive. Yeah.
Well, Kirk was a classic military man. Picard was a diplomat.
Yeah. And what's interesting is the differences in the movies of Kirk in the show. Like in the movies, yes, he's impulsive. Yes, he's, flies by the seat of his pants. But they portray Kirk in the movies, like young Kirk, he's portrayed as a much more effective and much more diplomatic captain than he's portrayed in the show.
Okay, so wait a minute. When you're talking about the non-Kirk Kirk?
The non-Kirk, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the one who was extra canon or whatever it is.
Right. It takes place 20, 30 years before the show does.
Yeah, now okay. I'm gonna get a little bit Kate-ish over that. I'm not gonna scream and call you a stupid piece of shit. But
it doesn't follow.
I don't like that knew what the young stuff, with the young folks, as much as I did the original, and I guess it's because I liked because I know about the older stuff. I was imbued in the older stuff. Now, were I to just be discovering Star Trek and seeing the new people, those are the first people I see, I might be thinking differently. But when I'm looking at it, the whole thing is that you had, Kirk and Sulu were not in Academy together, okay?
I know. It is
Well,
crazy.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
aside from that, there was a really good episode from like the late 80s about William Shatner, when at a Star Trek convention, he actually asked the other cast members, was I really like that? And they all just kind of nodded, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, until that point, until 20 years after the show had gone off the air, he had never realized how badly he overreacted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he kept doing it in the damn film still.
Yeah.
That's one of the best.
I know. It was bad.
"Ah,
It was
You're
bad.
gonna have to come down here."
Well, and that's why I like the film Galaxy Quest, because
Oh,
it just picks up on that and makes such a great parody of the whole
It's a
Yeah.
great parody. It really is. I mean, and
Yes.
Tim Allen was perfect in there.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good.
I've got a copy of that around here. I've got to pull it out again. Well,
Yeah.
Christ, I've got so many films around here. I haven't watched them all yet. I spent a lot of time with Kick-Ass Torrents. Okay.
Yeah, I've been like that. I've got like a couple hundred DVDs, and with Netflix, I haven't looked at most of them in many years.
Oh my God, sorry. I'm starting to get drunk off of being up all night.
That's how I usually get, but I slept, so I'm not sleepy drunk.
Oh. I've been paying closer attention to the original series lately and listening to the conversations when like Kirk split into good and evil Kirk.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that one.
And listen to what Spock says about how evil Kirk is important in order for command. He needs some kind of emotional drive or something that only that must be kept in check with the logical, and that just like resonates with me. I think especially from there was somebody I went up to New Hampshire to hang out with, and he ran an entire role-playing game from within his own head. and me and this other friend just ate it up because, well, one of the things is he played theme music. He had a whole he had this huge playlist of songs that he could select from depending on the mood and what characters were present and whatnot. It wasn't very realistic. I mean, the science was terrible. It wasn't realistic, but it was very surrealistic. It was an emotional roller coaster ride. And one of the challenges that he posed in the game was to take on command without knowing anything about the game. You're a captain without any training. It's like, and a lot of it, was talking about and actually there's even one in Next Generation. When,
60 Riker, yeah.
No, not Riker. No, when Picard and the Doctor were in prison together, and they ended up with the psychic link. And there's one point where they're escaping.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And they had to decide between. There was a fork in the road, and they had to decide. And Picard just says that way's better. And the Doctor said, "You don't really know, do you?"
Yep.
And that is actually the job of a captain. Has to act as if they know absolutely that they all even if they have to, even if a captain lacks confidence, they're supposed to show confidence no
Right.
matter what.
You have to act certain, even if
Yeah,
you're really not.
that was one of the things that we were supposed to try to develop in playing this role-playing game comics, which was totally made up. And all the stuff that that Spock was telling good Kirk and evil Kirk that they need each other. It's like both are needed for command. All that kind of stuff really resonates for me after doing this made-up role-playing game for years.
And that's one of many reasons that I, like I said earlier, I do, while I don't particularly like him as a captain, I do still like the original series for reasons just like that, because they have a lot of important storylines in the original series that I enjoy and that I think.
And I tell you, in the original series, costume designers deserved every award you could give them.
Yeah. Whatever they can get away with. I think, you know who deserves probably the biggest award for the original series would be the fans. They kept that show going.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you watch the original series, do you notice that in the first season, they never used a shuttle?
Shuttlecraft, yeah.
Yeah, this was because they didn't have the budget. They didn't have the budget to build the mock-up of the shuttlecraft until halfway through the second season. And that's why they came up with the transporter gimmick, because they couldn't afford to build the prop of the shuttle.
Right, and stuff like that. And to be able to have it land every week would have been too expensive. Absolutely. I just feel like saying, since you said differences between seasons 1 and 2, I don't know you. But Khan saying, I don't know you, but you, I never forget to face, even though you were never in season 1 when my episode aired.
Well, and that's why I think that, The Wrath of Khan was the best of the Star Trek movies.
It's a flop.
It was the only one that made a reasonable attempt to tie in with the original series.
But what you just missed there, Purple, is that Chekhov was not in season 1. Khan appeared in season 1. Chekhov didn't show up until season 2.
Yeah, my memory of it wasn't that good.
Well, actually, the one thing I've seen, I realized that after a while, and also there's an interview with, and pardon my Dutch here, Walter Koenig, who said, it's like, wait a minute, I was never in season 1, but was he going to change? It's like, I don't have enough lines as it is. I'm not going to tell them if nobody else does.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Yes, the way that worked is that Chekhov was the one who recognized the Botany Bay.
Yeah, which the headcanon for okay, if I may take a moment to explain what headcanon is for anybody that doesn't, because it's a new term for me. The headcanon is you make up a story within the canon version of the story. Like, so in the canon version of the episode that Khan showed up in and the movie, the reason that that obviously that it must have been that Chekhov was already serving aboard the Enterprise. He just didn't appear on camera in the episode that, and they had some kind of interaction, Khan and Chekhov, during the night shift when
Oh,
Kirk
man,
had
that's
gone to sleep or something.
okay. Wait a minute now. That's going to be pushing it because remember when he was on the bridge, Chekhov was an ensign, and that is the
Yeah.
lowest in the Navy anyway, the lowest of the officer grades. So I'm thinking of how
So he
Chekhov would have come aboard as a
No,
Hmm.
Diana, that adds consistency to the overall series because Wesley Crusher was an ensign and he was operating on the bridge.
well, that's what I'm saying. No, in other words, before he got onto the bridge, how was he serving and what did he have to go through to get that promotion?
Okay, so what if he what if he was on the night shift when all the rest of the usual officers were not on the bridge?
I'm trying to think about that because I thought that there were some scenes that could be interpreted as having occurred over the dark shift.
Well,
Mhm.
to complicate this more, did you ever see Star Trek, the animated series?
I
No
really
one I
didn't pay
watched
that much attention to it.
Bits and
I saw a
pieces.
couple of them, but
Yeah.
what the
Okay.
heck is going on over there?
They did not have Chekhov. They had him replaced by some long-necked alien.
Yes.
Yeah.
But basically the animated series, in the introduction of the original Star Trek, it says our 5-year mission,
Hmm.
and it only ran 3 years. Most
Yeah.
of the animated series was actually stories that had been outlined as being the last 2 seasons of the original series that
Yeah,
they did as an animated show crammed down into half-hour episodes.
Oh, I should check
Hmm.
if the length. I think more triples, more trouble. I feel like that's an hour, and I'd have to check. But oh my gosh, I would really love to have a copy of the animated series because I've never seen anything but more triples, more trouble.
okay.
But most of the scripts were never completed, but they were just kind of ideas that they had for how the last 2 seasons should go.
Mhm.
So a lot of them did play off as being sequels to episodes of the original series.
That makes sense.
Oh man.
Good
I've got a couple
headcanon.
things
Okay, that
going at
just
the same
sounds
time.
that
Click,
just
clack,
sounds
clack,
dirty.
clickety clack. Oh, it's only 9 in the morning.
Doc Fearsome is saying headcanon sounds like a porn name.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we've got somebody asking me a bunch of questions, and I'm glad to answer about this. Someone was curious about how trans stuff works,
Oh.
and I'm like, yeah,
Alright.
fine. I'm ready to answer. What do
It
you want to know?
does. Oh no, wait,
I pre-
I'm gonna give you the total floor in just a minute.
I prefer skirts to pantsuits. Okay.
No, how trans stuff work? How does what I was thinking? Like the hybrid Heisenberg give the Heisenberg compensator answer. How does the Heisenberg compensators work? Just fine, thank you very much. Moving on to the next question. How does
See, at
trans
least
stuff
I'm
work?
into.
Yeah,
I
you
guess
have
this
no idea.
person's- I guess
Yeah,
this person's
I was
got
thinking
a.
more to the effect of it was when a male and a female officer transported down at the same time and they got the beams crossed.
That's why you got to compensate for Heisenberg.
Move beef.
But
Oh man, you want to
but
talk
yeah,
about getting the beams
but-
crossed? That was an interesting episode. The final Star Trek old series episode, the one that was added in order to get the series
Mhm.
into syndication. By the way, where you had who was Dr. whatever the fuck her name was,
Janice
and Kirk exchanging exchanging personalities.
Except that was done with some ancient artifact. It was a trap set. That
Right.
one, I mean, I would gladly talk about that. But just to say, to answer the question, how does trans stuff work? Just fine, thank you very much.
I like
I guess this person has a trans friend and is wondering about things like terminology, how to talk, that sort of thing.
Mhm. Well,
It's always good to
I'll
ask.
gladly let you take the floor, my Diana,
Take
the
it.
monster lady. Well, I go take a spironolactone break.
Mete Berosda. I just took mine. Not
Good for
2
you.
minutes ago.
Okay, Diana, you have a serious question. Go with it.
Okay, where is the serious question? Or is it the one?
Well, about how trans stuff works.
Oh, I'm talking to somebody on Twitter DMs here, and I think it's he
Okay, I
is
thought I had
asking,
missed the line somewhere.
how does one refer to someone assigned female at birth transitioning to male, and so it's like trans woman, trans man, that whole bit that's going on, and wondering about the psychology of it all. It's
Yeah.
when did I know, that sort of thing. It's I'm fine with answering all that shit, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Sloth
up
Girl
for it.
still has a lot of questions about that too. She's just not sure how to address people and things like that.
Uh,
Just address
okay.
people
This
how they
person's
prefer.
this person's bringing it to an end here. Probably needs. No, wait. He's probably just awakened, and in here I'm going since I don't know what the fuck time. Well, no, I got up at 3 p.m. today,
Oh wow.
maybe 4, some insanely late hour.
You sound like that sounds like my schedule, but I've been sleeping and waking up at the weirdest times.
Well, who was it that? Oh, it was Cy when he was talking to me about doing the film. He said, you feel like talking now? I said, yeah, sure, no problem. And it's like way the fuck late at night. He said, you're sure you don't need sleep or anything like that? And he said, hey, sweetie, my circadian rhythm is like Hiroshima after the bomb. I think you know that feeling. They're purple.
Yeah, I've come to the conclusion that I work on something like a 28 to 30 hour schedule.
Okay, then. Yeah. Dayo Garasete Perosta, whatever that meant.
Exactly.
Yeah, those who know me just yeah, sure, whatever you say. It's easier that way. Oh man. Oh, what do we have here? Interesting the way interesting post from Atticus Blake.
Yeah,
Got
well,
one of the
last night I was up until about 4:30 in the morning because I was involved in the back and forth on Twitter.
I've stayed away from Twitter. I keep getting notifications.
yeah, it's
and
getting kind of
I've
weird.
just stayed away from
I
it.
really want to get off of Twitter, but there are some things like trading the links for the live chats. It's still the most efficient way.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, but that's pretty much all I do. Like, I sometimes I share a video. I'll that yeah. When
Yeah,
checking my DMs and sharing vids are pretty much the extent of my interaction on Twitter this week.
yeah. It's almost every time I check my notifications on Twitter, I wind up regretting it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I just while I'm sitting here talking to you guys, someone just tweeted out about being blocked by Essence of Thought and more
more of
about
that stuff,
rationality
yeah.
rules.
And
I'm
well,
just like, oh my goodness.
Maddie just put
Yeah.
up a post a little less than an hour ago. Today is International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Transphobia. So today's what is the hashtag FF? Something follow, right? Are all content creators who stand with the LGBTQIA plus, and and not just when it's convenient for them. And boy, there are some
Oh my goodness.
strategic omissions here.
Did you see David's video that he posted last night?
Probably not, because I've been here most of the time. David.
Worley from DRP.
Okay, that David. No, I have not seen his whatever it was. I think I saw the
title.
the notification.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see here.
Yeah, DRP. It's in the title. He shares some screenshots and makes a short explanation, and that's essentially the video.
Wait a minute. Where is? Come on. Where is it? Forget what his channel name is. Oh, DRP. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Deoka. Videos.
Purple, yes, thank you. Okay, I use they in general just for people, period. But
Okay, wait a minute. Is it?
trying to say that Z and Zer is like new, and it's not new. I grew up with that crap. Like, I don't know why people are like it's new. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Is it this one? Transtigate denouncing Maddie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, I'll have to look at that one to see what he has to say.
Okay, has Maddie got a new one today? I haven't seen that yet.
No, this is from David Worley. There's one, Transtigate denouncing Maddie is the title of it.
Yeah.
Okay, the last one I saw of Maddie's was the so-called joke he did on Matt Dillahunty. And it's like,
I didn't understand.
yeah, claiming this is a joke has been like renounced as being the worst defense on YouTube for as many years as I've been on YouTube.
Right? No kidding. And I don't understand what the joke is supposed to be.
No, I don't get it either, because I don't see how it really relates to anything that Matt Dillahunty's done before.
Right. That's kind of. I was just left kind of dazed and confused, scratching my head, going, "Huh?"
Well,
What?
I left some comments on that one, and I just, again, it's one of the things that it's like, are you only doing this because Matt Dillahunty backed up rationality rules?
Right.
Yeah, there's just
Matt Dillahunty backed rationality rules. But Matt Dillahunty is a LGBTQ plus phobic, right? Or is he just misogynist? Or am I really messing this up?
No, as far as I'm aware, I don't know him that well, but as far as I'm aware,
I
he's
wasn't aware of
very
him
pro
being.
LGBT plus.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of him being phobic in any way. I don't know if he's actually supportive or not. I don't recall him making a statement one way or the other.
Or
Yeah.
being sexist or something? I mean,
He
there's
just
some
had him on
sort
his
of.
show. Like, that's literally all he did. He just had him as a guest on his show.
Wait, who is the guest when?
Matt Dillahunty had Rationality Rules as a guest.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh, on Atheist Experience. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And why is this not working correctly? Oh, well, that's beside the point. Move beef.
I mean, kitties. Yeah, all I remember is Shannon Q said some bad things about. I think it was Shannon Q that said some bad things about Matt Dillahunty.
Shannon did?
Or is it somebody else that I'm thinking about? Who did Shannon?
Who can tell anymore?
Yeah, I don't know anymore. But I mean,
Yeah.
last night she seemed to back up Matt at least a little bit.
I mean, the impression I get, I don't know if I'm correct about this or not, is that Shannon isn't exactly pleased with some of the stuff that Maddie's pulling. But
No. Well, she's not pleased with
Natty?
anything. She seems to kind of be in the same branch of thought that I'm coming from, which is she's not pleased with anyone's actions that are just straight out blaming people or calling people transphobic or any other words like that, based on nothing else except for either supporting rationality rules or not supporting rationality rules, or supporting the ACA or not supporting the ACA. Like she's very upset that everybody is being so reactionary in every direction. And that's pretty much my thoughts on the whole thing.
Damn you, pure ostentation. I can go nuts. And bolts.
oh my.
Well,
that derailed my train.
Most cis men don't do really well if you try to tighten their nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some
I've
are
met
into
some
that.
guys that like it. I'm just saying.
They can have it.
Yeah.
Actually, if some money can fall out of the sky, they can have my nuts for all I care.
Dun, dun, dun.
CBT is a thing. Some people like it.
Yes, I have seen the devices. They creep me out.
No thanks.
Yeah.
No thanks.
I have seen a lot of that online. It's not some